Welcome to the channel of PACIFIC414. Show us this loyalty. Throw yourself onto the subscribe button and submit yourself to the live streams, gaming streams, and so much more. Pathetic earthlings, I command you.
Warning, due to adult language and humor, the following content may not be suitable for any viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following live stream or video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to the Sunday edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. As always, I'm your host, Mike. As far as Baron and Cash are concerned, well, Baron is in the middle of a big move right now, so he will not be here with us today, and Cash will be along later on. Now, as you all know from the title, this will be the second and last open panel for the month of April. I will put that link out as soon as I've read a couple of Transformers related Transformers related stories, and then once I put the link out, I will make sure to pin it to the top. But first, before I even read the first story of the day, I do want to say hello to all of you who are here at the moment. And the first person who was here was J.J. Abrams, also known as Gap After Dark. He also says, hit that like button on the way in. And I greatly appreciate that from Gap. We also have Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000. Welcome, Brandon. We also have Welcome to My Madhouse. This says, hail to the chat. Welcome. We also have Superfan Adam Shawhan. I was about to call you Superman, Adam Shawhan. I mean, either one works, man. But it's good to see you, brother. And of course, we also have Captain Fandom Nerd. Good to see you, Captain. I hope everyone is doing well on this Sunday, whether it's still morning for you or if it's in the afternoon or maybe it's possibly in the evening, depending on where you're at. But I hope it's been a good one for you today. Sorry about that. And a couple of stories that we have for discussion today. Of course, I did mention that there will be two Transformers related stories. I don't know why I'm coughing all of a sudden. Let me get a swig of water. All right, so the first one comes from Cosmic Book News, and it says Transformers Rise of the Beast problems, a mess. Well, that's typically been the history for the live action Transformers movies. They're always a mess. And another one says that there's going to be an animated Transformers film that will be coming out next year. We also have a rumor from Bounding in the Comics that says Adam Driver, several actresses in talks to respectively play Reed Richards and Sue Storm in Marvel's Fantastic Four. And of course, I did talk about a rumor about Adam Driver possibly being considered for Reed Richards a few weeks back here on Pop Talk. I also have an article from Bounding in the Comics that's saying J.K. Rowling is brushing off activists, calls for boycott on the upcoming Harry Potter Max series. And we also have another article from Bounding in the Comics that was provided to me from Cash that says new Burning Shores DLC for Horizons Forbidden West confirms Aloy is attracted to women. And I have a story from Geek Tyrant that says Atari has acquired over 100 video game titles from the 80s and 90s. And we also have a story from Cosmic Book News about Picard showrunner Terry Matalas wanting a Star Trek Legacy show. Of course, we will be talking about Picard season 3. We'll be giving our thoughts on the series finale. And to join me for that will be Cashmoney007. As a matter of fact, he has just beamed in, but of course, I'm not going to play the transporter effect for him beaming in. There's only one video clip that we need to play for Cash Money, and that's this one.
What the hell
right
are you
here.
talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yes, Sensei.
And the reason, yes, Cash, the reason is because our two respective baseball teams are playing each other today for the final time this season.
Oh, is it the final time? Yeah, I guess it is. Because well, whatever.
Hey, it's been a good back and forth series, both
It
in
has.
LA and
in
Chicago. So that's what you want.
Yes.
So I did say, I don't know if you heard the beginning, that I am going to read a couple of Transformers related stories, and then I'll go ahead and open the door for everybody who wants to hop in to hop in. And of course, at some point, we are going to talk about our thoughts on Star Trek Picard season 3, not just as a whole, but also the Last Generation, the final episode to air for this particular series.
There, now you sound a little bit better. You're getting a little muffled there for a second.
Yeah, I got to get a new mic. I'm going to be going to get one tomorrow. This mic is on the way out, unfortunately.
I see Adam just flew out of nowhere, man. It's like a ninja.
Well, of course, he's a super fan, Adam Shahan. He comes out of nowhere.
What's up, dude?
It's good to see him, and he did say the last time he was on Pop Talk that it would be in April that we would see him again, and he's a man of his word. And he says about Picard, exactly what you see there. Yeah. Well, we've got some thoughts on it, don't we, Cash?
Mm-hmm.
But first, before we get into Star Trek Picard and any of the other stories, how are you doing today, Cash?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing pretty good.
Good.
How are you doing?
I can't complain. I mean, played Broforce yesterday with Brandon, the anime guy, and
I saw that. Yeah, you guys were having fun, and then Paul joined too. Paul, of all people, Paul played that game.
Master Bro of the Star Wars guys, just like we got Bro Money 007, and I'm Bro PACIFIC414 Broforce.
We get 4 people on stream, it's gonna get really crazy.
Oh, if we can get 4 people on the stream for that game, it's gonna be a lot of fun, a lot of chaos, but a lot of fun. And let's see what Cap has to say. Yeah. You could say that there will be a new mic on. And okay, so we've got this story from Cosmic Book News that says Transformers: Rise of the Beast problems a mess. And I'm not surprised about that. It seems like every Transformers live action movie is a mess, whether it's behind the scenes or what you eventually end up seeing on screen. The article says insiders info offers Paramount is having big problems with the flick, which opens in only 2 months. Opens on June 9th, folks. All right, so the article says, and take this as a grain of salt. It's claimed that Paramount's upcoming release of Transformers Rise of the Beast is a big mess. And we can add where the heck is all the promotion as the flick opens in less than 2 months. Transformers Rise of the Beast also follows the previous film from Michael Bay, The Last Kingdom, which didn't do so well as I thought it was The Last Night, but what do I know? And it says which didn't do as well as the other Bay movies and the Bumblebee movie that also only did so. Well, it apparently did enough where they figure they're going to give it another shot with the live action Transformers movies.
Bumblebee and the first three Transformers are still enjoyable. They're nothing great, but Bumblebee is still a good movie, I would say. If you're a Transformers fan, go watch that. Watch the first Transformers movie. The second one has some problems, but I thought the third one was good. But yeah.
And I'll admit, even though the first one, even with its problems, it's still a guilty pleasure. And part of the reason is because I can still remember being in the theater to watch that movie and hearing Peter Cullen as Optimus Prime for the first time in 20 years. And just,
Yeah.
memories that came flooding back. So this article goes on to say we can add that Rise of the Beast is set up to go against The Flash, which gets released a week following and is expected to be pretty huge. But there isn't much buzz about Transformers. It goes on to say what's wrong with Transformers Rise of the Beast. Regarding the potential problems, info comes from John Rocha and Jeff Snyder via the Hot Mic podcast on YouTube. Snyder, who has been dropping all kinds of scoop as of late, offers they're starting to worry about the new Transformers movie, where he says it's gone through lots of edits and they are arguing about the flick, which obviously isn't a good sign at all. Goes on to provide a quote here that says, they're getting a little worried about Transformers, says Snyder's. This is what they said. They said that Transformers has gone through close to a dozen different editing teams that have argued about different cuts of the film. Roche also adds that the film is a mess and that the studio is trying to fix it. At this point, you know, why even bother? Release it as it is because it'll just be in line with every other Transformers movie that's come out.
It just feels it's just too recycled now at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, you watch the third 1, 2, and 3. I don't know what else they're gonna do. I just go to a new location, but I don't know. I just don't care. I stopped caring after the third movie, and I finally watched Bumblebee. Was it a few years ago? I liked it. It was good. But I just don't care about Transformer movies anymore. But maybe some people still do.
The only one I still care about is the original animated 1986 movie.
Yeah,
That's the only one I still care
that's
about.
a great one. That's a great one.
And honestly, when it came to Bumblebee, maybe that movie should have just taken place all on Cybertron. That's what Transformers fans have been asking for, a live action movie that takes place all on Cybertron. But who knows if we're actually going to get a live action version. I do have a story coming up next where they're talking about an animated movie that takes place on Cybertron. But as far as this particular article is concerned, it says, where's the promotion? Regarding the promotion, Paramount did announce the global statue tour that kicked off in March and released that NCAA spot, watch below. But again, as of now, there's not much buzz surrounding the movie. However, they may be changing as of next week. Well, you think they'd be ramping it up, especially with it getting closer. I mean, this month's almost out, and May is just around the corner. And then you have June, and this movie's supposed to be out
Mhm.
in June 9th. So it does go on to say in this article Paramount has confirmed they are bringing Transformers Rise of the Beast to Cinecon with a special outdoor party. And while it's not exactly confirmed, it's thought Paramount may screen the movie at Cinecon, but if what Snyder and Rocha have to say is somewhat true, the final cut of the flick might not be ready. So, if that is the case, look for the release of a new trailer. And then it goes on to say that this is directed by Stephen Cable Jr., starring Anthony Ramos and Dominique Fishback. Transformers Rise of the Beast arrives in theaters June 9th, 2023. And even seeing the first trailer, I don't have any interest in seeing this movie.
I just don't either. Just don't care. Wish I did, but I just don't.
I do want to say hello to Apion.
Apion and Padawannabe.
Yes.
Hello,
Welcome,
Padawannabe.
gentlemen. And let's go ahead and put the link to this article into the chat in case anybody wishes to read it for themselves. And then we'll move on to the next article before I open the gates. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me, Cash, that there's another live action Transformers movie that has problems.
If
really
it can make
doesn't.
money, but it's still a mess. Yeah.
All right, so now we're moving on to our next Transformers related article, which is coming to us from Superhero Hype. And let me go ahead and post a link to that one in the chat already. As I also say hello to Low Spec's Linux Laptop. Good to see you, Low Spec. All right, so this next article related to Transformers does come from Superhero Hype. And it says Paramount's animated Transformer film will explore Cybertron's origins. And the article begins by saying the Autobots and Decepticons are finally returning to theaters this summer when Transformers Rise of the Beast premieres June 9th. But beyond this, Paramount has even bigger plans for the franchise, including a new animated film from Toy Story 4 helmer Josh Cooley that was originally announced back in 2020. It's been ages since the studio provided an update on the project. However, longtime Transformers producer Lorenzo Di Bonaventura, sorry about that, says the movie is still happening, and he even shared a handful of plot details during a recent sit down with Collider. Early reports suggested that Cooley's film would be a prequel that takes place on the Transformers' home planet Cybertron, a location only briefly glimpsed in Paramount's live action Transformers movies. And according to Di Bonaventura, this is still the plan. Fans will also see how the Cybertronians split into two separate factions led by Optimus Prime and Megatron. In other words, a good chunk of the film will examine how those characters went from being allies to mortal enemies. Well, if you're gonna, take a story and make it into a full-fledged live-action movie, why don't you look at the G1 episode War Dawn? That pretty much explains the origins of Megatron and Optimus Prime right there. All right. So this article continues by saying, this is something we were trying to do, said D. Bonaventura. We debated a lot about it in live action, and it just was financially impossible to do. which is the origin story of young Megatron and young Optimus Prime. Well, if you're a Transformers fan, you know Optimus Prime was Orion Pax before he became Optimus Prime. If you know the origin, they started as friends, and over time, things devolved from them, and they ended up on two sides. So we're telling the young Optimus and the young Megatron story. We really are telling the origin story of all Transformers, both what they were at the beginning of it, to how they grow, to how they grow apart. D. Bonaventura also teased how the film will trace the evolution of Cybertronian society in a manner similar to the destruction of Krypton in DC Superman comics, with many of the planet's inhabitants questioning how their society has gotten stratified and how the common man doesn't have the voice entirely. And let's see, I just lost my place. Sorry about that, folks. That they want to have. And it also goes on to say, as for the younger versions of Megatron and Optimus Prime, we won't be getting a traditional coming of age story, but we will see how the characters mature over time, which might take more than one film to explore. Goes on to say, we're hoping that there is enough emotional construct to that would lead to a trilogy of it added deep on Ventura, because personally I think there is a natural trilogy. I'm not always looking to do multiple movies, but there is a natural trilogy around their relationship. So you're going to see Cybertron in a way you've never seen it, and that no one's ever seen it before, because we're doing an animation. We're allowed to really go all out. If you tried to make this live action, it'd probably be $1 billion movie or something. And it also goes on to say the co-writer was Andrew Barr and Gabriel Ferrari, who were the co-writers of Ant-Man and the Wasp, were previously tasked with penning the script for Cooley's film. The movie's title is rumored to be Transformers: A New Generation. Several industry trades ran with this title last December when announcing that Universal's upcoming Twister sequel was slated to hit theaters on the same day, July 19th, 2024. Regardless, Paramount has yet to confirm if this is the actual name. And then, of course, it asks the obligatory question: are you excited for an animated Transformers movie? I can't even say I'm excited for an animated Transformers movie, because no animated Transformers movie will live up to what the Generation 1 movie was.
There's
Yeah,
always possibility there's going to be some kind of stupid agenda in there,
yeah,
unfortunately. For now, anyway.
yeah. I mean, there's already a rumor going around about this latest Transformers movie that's coming out on June 9th, that RC is a trans character. It's like, they're robots. And I've said this before. They're robots. They don't have a gender. Yeah. Crazy, crazy world we live in, folks. So, any thoughts on this article? Or are you like me, Cash, where you think they should take a long break from Transformers movies?
Just if they have a good script, or they go back and if there's no stupid agenda, I don't know. I just don't care. I just I wish I did. I don't know. It's like, oh, if they do this or they do that, I just don't care. We've already had Transformer movies. Why do we need more?
We don't.
Man,
It's like, why do we
I
need
want to
another Star Wars
see.
movie with Ray and possibly
Right.
Finn. That's the latest rumor coming around that John Boyega's going to be back.
Oh boy.
Again, rumor.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, and it's if there's a demand for it, fine. If the fans really want this, great. But if they don't, it seems stupid to me.
I could agree with you there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am putting the invite link out into the chat. I will pin it to the top. I can fit 8 more people in here, folks. So if you'd like to join us for today's conversation, you are more than welcome to. Or if you just want to sit back, listen, lurk, that's fine too. And it has now been pinned to the top. And while we wait for those who wish to enter, which story would you like to talk about next, Cash? Would you like to talk about the rumor of Adam Driver and several actresses reportedly being rumored for Reed Richards and Sue Storm?
Yeah, we could.
Or
yeah, go ahead.
would you like to talk about J.K. Rowling's brushing off activists when they're calling for a boycott of the Harry Potter Max series?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Real quick, I just want to say hello to Kathy Skywalker.
Hello,
How you doing, Kathy? And that's not all, Cash. That's not all. We could talk about the Burning Shores DLC for Horizon Forbidden West.
Just cracks me up.
Or not. We're not done yet. We could talk about Atari acquiring over 100 video game titles from the 80s and 90s.
Interesting. We can go with the. Oh, go ahead. Right.
Or we can be clean on Warriors. We could take our pain and we could talk about Picard and also Picard's showrunner Terry Matalas wanting Star Trek Legacy.
Yeah. We can go with the Fantastic Four, I guess.
Like what you did there. You're like, Mike, I don't want to talk about Picard.
I don't know. I'm not even excited about yet another Fantastic Four film. It's just like, ugh.
Nah.
No.
Nah. Phil, if you'd like to join us here on the panel, you're more than welcome to. And let me go ahead and highlight Phil's comment. Puppy, monkey, baby. You're going to have to explain that to us, Phil. But I have this article from About in the Comics, which was provided to me by Cash. Yes, we actually discussed the show off stream.
Wow, structure. That's amazing.
I know, planning. Sometimes Cash comes to me with stories and it just makes my head hurt. And then other times I just ignore. But we had this article from About in the Comics, which was posted on the 21st of this month. It's by Spencer Bacall. And it says, Adam Driver, several actresses in talks to respectively play Reed Richards and Sue Storm in Marvel's Fantastic Four. Before I continue on, please welcome the Padawannabe.
Oh.
I am familiar with Punky Monkey Baby.
Are you?
Puppy Monkey Baby. Yeah, it was an ad for, I think it was one of those energy drinks. I think it was for the Mountain Dew one. And it was simply an off-the-wall ad where they combined a monkey, a puppy, and a baby.
Oh.
So it was this weird-looking thing, and it was just a goofy commercial. But to me, the whole idea was, let's make something really weird that people just can't forget.
I guess so. All right, cue the NBC. The more you know. I know you know that.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I got it.
Puppy
I
monkey
got it.
baby.
I got it.
Puppy
Hold
monkey
on,
baby.
hold on.
Puppy monkey baby. Puppy monkey baby.
Very good.
May be crazy, but I do know some of the things he talks about.
That just seemed appropriate. You got to
no.
have fun when you're doing a live stream.
That almost was like a disclaimer.
All right, so let's go ahead and get into this article. I'm just doing a couple of things here in the background. Trying to get Pat Wannabe's link so everybody can subscribe to his channel. But this article from Bounty in the Comics says, it seems Marvel is starting to move on its plans to finally introduce Marvel's first family into the MCU, as new whispers suggest, and again, this is a rumor, so take it with a big grain of salt, that the studio has entered serious talks regarding the roles of Reed Richards and Sue Storm in the upcoming Fantastic Four film. Thank you for the link, Phil. The first new whisper regarding the film's casting is shared on April 19th, suggests that Star Wars sequels trilogy star Adam Driver is currently in talks to play the Marvel Cinematic Universe's core version of Mr. Fantastic. Taking to his Patreon account on April 19th, noted scooper Daniel Rickman informed his followers via French pop culture news Twitter account at Les Dossiers Geek. I'm sure I butchered that French, but not as bad as Patrick Stewart in Picard Season 1. That per his alleged sources, he had learned that Adam Driver is in the final phase of negotiations to portray Reed Richards in the MCU. Later, posting the news to his professional Twitter account, Rickman would add, Adam Driver is likely our Reed Richards in Fantastic Four. And it goes on to say, the same day, fellow scooper and film critic Grace Randolph, yes, I I set out Fat Wannabe's dog.
Sorry.
It's all right. But can't help it with Grace Randolph. I mean,
Yes.
what else are you going to do? She's infamous for that. Would claim to have gleaned her own insights into the film's casting process, tweeting, update. It seems the rumor I heard and an actress for Sue Storm is indeed legit, alongside an image of actress Vanessa Kirby. Goes on to say, in the running only, not decided. She then clarified. And it also goes on to say, in a follow-up tweet, Randolph would share pictures of Mila Kunis, Allison Williams, and Jodie Comer, or Comer, however you pronounce it, ostensibly confirming that these three actresses were also currently in the running to play the matriarch of the Marvel's first family. Okay, so you see Mila Kunis. Yeah. Can't really see the other ones, but it says, interestingly, Randolph's scoop would be backed up in part by Rickman, who the next day would tweet, I hear Mila Kunis thing is true, but just talks for now. They are close to casting Sue Storm probably next week. And it also goes on to say, despite these reports, it should be noted that no casting decisions have been officially revealed by any of the involved parties. That's why I say take it with a big grain of salt with this rumor. In fact, as of writing, the only details publicly confirmed about the incoming return of the F4 to the silver screen are that it will be helmed by WandaVision director Matt Shackman and feature a script from Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes writer John Friedman, who was hired just last month to replace Bert and Arnie's Guide to Friendship writing duo Jeff Kaplan and Ian Springer. It also goes on to say, and though Rickman previously scooped that the Fantastic Four film would be set in the past 60s with the world's greatest heroes set to be a team out of time and face off against a villain who would be neither Kane nor Doom. And film reporter Jeff Snyder claimed it would see Reed and Sue already established as parents. It's unknown how much of Kaplan and Springer's apparent plot Friedman will seek to keep. And it goes on to say Fantastic Four is currently on track to begin exploring the unknown on February 14th, 2025. So, we still have a couple of years before this movie is released, but should it be Adam Driver as Mr. Fantastic and say Mila Kunis as Sue Storm? What are your guys' thoughts on that?
I don't know. I'm with Pops. I don't know. Should Adam Driver do this himself? I don't know. I mean, obviously the Fantastic Four, and before I even knew about it, but there's been 5 movies. This will be the 5th one, I think. I don't know if this is considered a reboot, but yeah, money.
Is there that many?
Yeah, there is. There was one Crit and I watched that was like in the 90s. It's crazy. Man.
Oh, that's right. Yes,
yeah,
I forgot about that one. Yeah. Yeah, there was a few of them that snuck through. It almost makes me wonder if they were just putting them on television.
There's been at least 4, I think, now.
Well, they have the 3 films, right?
Yes. Yes,
well, the three big
right.
releases.
So you had the 2 by Fox. So Fox Marvel, you had the 1, and then you had the Rise of the Silver Surfer, the second one. Then you had the one in the 90s that Crit and I watched. It was all right. And then
but wasn't there that one released in 2014?
Oh, and then there was another Fox one. That's right. Yes. That was the one with Michael B. Jordan, right?
Yeah.
And Michael B. Jordan was. I didn't watch that one. I don't know why. The other thing is they're not connecting this well, and the fact that it's so goofy. I don't know.
You also just hit something right on the head.
Not that
whoever's cast in this movie, the movie's going to be goofy like every other Marvel movie produced by Disney.
Yeah, but Fantastic Four, and I didn't even know this before I looked into the comics, that it is supposed to be goofy, but
yes, a little bit,
just a bit. But it just, even the first one was like, I didn't like it very much, the one that Fox did, because I was like, this is just a bit too goofy for me. And then I went back and I said, oh, that's how it was in the comics. Okay.
I did like Michael Chiklis as the Thing.
Yes, I did too. Yeah, they were still trying back then. So now with everything that's happened, I don't know, maybe Disney should sell Marvel to somebody else who cares more. I wish the fans could just buy it, like the passionate ones, and we could all like combine our money together. Ha ha ha. But I wish. It's just, people will say, oh, give it a chance. Well, I'm like, I will start giving more Marvel products a chance, though, if Guardians of the Galaxy 3 turns out well. If that turns out well, then they might be on some kind of track, but I don't know. It's just... Yeah. But I agree with Pops, like he said in the chat. Why should Adam Driver put himself through this? It's crazy. Even Scarlett Johansson is like, I'm done with this. I'm done with Marvel. I've done what I wanted to do, and I'm out.
And it's good to see Pops. Always good to see everybody who's here in the chat.
Yep. Yeah, so I don't know. It's weird.
I mean,
I'm not
It's
sure
always
about
weird.
Adam Driver. I just don't know.
He's a really good actor.
I don't
He's- yeah.
see him as Mr.
No.
Fantastic.
That's
No,
probably the biggest
John
thing for me.
Krasinski would be Mr. Fantastic. He would be fine in that role. But
Quick question, because we've mentioned the first two act, does it mention who they wanted for Torch and Thing, or did I just miss that?
No, it's
It
just
doesn't?
talking
Okay.
about Sue and Reed.
Okay. Now, I don't
Yeah.
know if you guys saw this, but this is related to this. They asked GPT who they could cast, and of course it did John Krasinski and Emily Blunt, but then it cast
this wouldn't
God,
be bad
I
choices,
can't
actually.
remember his name. I think John Krasinski's
Yes.
pretty good. I like Emily Blunt as an actress. I think she's got a
Yes.
good range. Although that Sue Storm, I'm not as familiar with it, so I don't know if like Jessica Alba's performance was way off or pretty close. I'm not as familiar with them as I am with the X-Men. But it did say it wanted to use Zac Efron as Torch. And I can't remember his name. Harbor. Is it Steve Harbor? David Harbor was
David Harbor.
It cast as the Thing. I thought that would be a pretty good. I thought he could do that pretty
I could
well.
see David Harbor as the Thing. That one I can see.
And Zac Efron, I have to admit, kind of going up through the entertainment industry as he did, I give him a lot more credibility than I used to. I have to admit, give him a lot more credit. I don't think he's a bad choice. I think he could do that fun kind of back and forth with some of the characters. I'm almost thinking maybe too old, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Mila Kunis is not as young as she used to be, but
No.
she looks so much younger. So there's a lot of leeway there. But you mentioned this, and I was like, oh, I just heard about that Chat GPT thing, and I thought that was pretty interesting too.
I mean, at this point, I don't know who would be a good choice for either character.
I don't know.
No, Marvel is such a mess right now, and even if you like some of the movies lately, it's just.
Let's put what was it? Elongated Man in as Reed Richards.
But I do want to say hello to Black Dragon, who says he currently has maintenance looking at a water issue. I hope you were able to get that water issue resolved, brother.
Yeah.
Yes, quickly too, hopefully.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. This is not a reboot though, which is interesting, which is probably a good thing if they're already gonna have certain things established. So.
I like
still,
that.
yeah,
Finally
that's
continuing
better.
the story.
It's better, but it just depends who works on this.
And that, of course, like always, I mean,
We just want to see if they find a direction. So if we get a quality Guardians of the Galaxy 3 movie, if we get a quality film, then we might start getting on a better path. But once again, and I'm sure you all agree that oversaturation too much of Marvel films, of everything,
Well,
of shows. Yeah.
honestly, I was kind of feeling, and I can't say I don't like the movies, but when I would go to my DVD shelf, and it's like, let's watch a good movie, and it's basically all these superhero movies that have been released, and it's like, okay, how far back do we have to go?
Yeah.
And Phil, he brings up a good point here. We don't need a new Fantastic Four movie. We don't.
No, we don't.
3 strikes, you're out.
And on that topic too, I mean, how many thousands of movies over the decades did we not necessarily need? So
Yes.
I can't say like Hollywood is necessarily going in a different direction. There's just so much more useless information.
Yes.
You know, like they're including all these things that a lot of us just don't care about.
Like a Cruella DeVille movie. Who the fuck wants that? Who asked for that?
Exactly.
I had a friend who
welcome,
saw
maybe
that
on.
they,
You know,
they liked it, but I haven't watched it.
I kind of have an
Her
idea
mom
with
got
some of
killed by
those.
Dalmatians.
Yes, I know. So
The Dalmatians killed her mom.
It almost seems like
why?
some of those old animated Disney movies have, when you watch them again, the older you get, some of them have some really weird messages. You're like, what are they talking about here?
Two
And
Maleficents.
And it almost made me think, oh, let's come out with these anti-hero type movies,
Yeah.
or
Yes.
so that we can
Everyone
kind of
is irritating.
legitimize our verbiage.
Where's
You know?
Yeah.
When's the Scar
Yeah.
movie? When he had a troubled childhood, Scar. That's why he killed his brother.
Right, yeah. That's
And
just-
what was his troubled
yeah.
childhood? Mufasa was the favorite.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Well, and if,
There's just
if I'm
Scar in the
gonna-
corner pushing a ball by himself. Depressed. Like
It's
Naruto.
It's just
Well,
so crazy.
I want to
yeah.
pick up on something that Pops is saying here too, and he says, "I have no experience, so I guess I'm not qualified to direct." As far as I'm concerned, Pops, you are qualified because you know the source material.
Well, it's
if
just,
you can write 5 sentences that go together and somebody else goes, yeah, these work, you're good to go, buddy.
if you're gonna
She-Hulk
do
director,
one,
she never even read She-Hulk before.
if I want to watch a Fantastic Four movie, I'd rather watch a fan made one, probably
Yeah.
where you put in Doctor Doom, he comes back, and
Mhm.
you gotta have Doctor Doom in there with the Fantastic Four. I don't know, that's just how I
That's
feel.
kind of a must.
That to me is, I mean, it's the X-Men without Magneto. You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
You need Magneto in there,
if you don't, it's a different story. It is.
and I do want to say hello to Jet Sparks.
Hello.
How you doing, Jet Sparks?
Good.
What's going on?
Yes, Chris, I agree. It's yeah.
Oh,
This whole
is that
thing
me?
about Hollywood and not understanding anymore, not caring about
Yeah.
how characters can just be evil, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad. It's never bad. It just isn't.
It's just so strange that you know, I mean, we've been saying it for a while, just the choices. But I have been looking at a lot of the old Disney animated stuff. The overall stories are fine. Just every once in a while, there's a few sentences you're like, who are these people? What are they talking about? Who are they talking about?
Yep.
But hey, that was a different era. Walt Disney was still alive. Who knows what they were talking about, right?
They were fine even into the 2000s. Like there was, but it's just now it's gotten to the point, and even the same with DC. There's too much oversaturation, and just the things you see, like they want to go out of their way. It seems to tick off a lot of longtime fans, either if it's Disney or Warner Brothers or whatever. I go, maybe not the best marketing strategy.
The one thing we have learned is everything in moderation, even inclusivity. Moderation. It will be accepted.
Yeah, did you know that the director of Black Widow, she didn't even direct the action scenes. She literally got the movie and it was like pretty much done. They're just like, we have some action scenes, make some stuff around it. Oh,
There was some good action scenes. That movie was a mess, though.
it
My brother
was
fell
that
asleep.
Taskmaster,
My brother fell asleep at least a few times.
that
movie
main
got
bad
boring.
guy, the commodity girls.
They could have done a way better job with that.
You can't attack me if you smell me.
All right, where
And
are
I
we
do
at?
want to say hello
Pacific?
to Lorenzo Sleestack.
Hello, Lorenzo.
At least I gotta love that name. That was one of my favorite shows growing up. Land of the Lost.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, we
Yeah.
don't need another Fantastic Four movie. We don't.
No, I don't think so.
They can't seem to do it right. They've tried.
No, they tried. Fox did some pretty good things, and even before that, the '90s, early '90s movie was pretty good. It still felt like the comics. It's just, I don't know. People didn't respond that well. I think the first Fantastic Four, maybe even the one Rise of the Silver Surfer, did pretty good in the theaters.
Rise?
But that was a different time.
I think Rise probably did the best of all of them.
Rise suffered from runtime. It was way too short. It was only like 90 minutes, and like it was like you're in and out of there.
Good
Yeah, you're
God,
like in and out of
God.
there in like no time.
I remember I liked that movie somewhat because of Silver Surfer. Like
Yeah.
Silver Surfer.
I think the first Fantastic Four would have been a better hit or more accepted if they would have, if the X-Men movies
Yes.
were a little more correct.
Yeah.
I think the fans would have jumped on a lot harder.
Yep. And Rocco has a good point
We
too.
got Reed
that-
Richards and Mom.
I agree.
You
You
got
don't
turned
need
into spaghetti.
that was so stupid. So stupid. But
see
at
that.
least they did give
Yeah.
Elizabeth Olsen. She actually did feel like she
She's pretty
I
powerful. She ran
actually
through the
was-
Illuminati.
Pretty impressed with Elizabeth Olsen's performance.
Scarlet
she's
Witch.
pretty good.
She was pretty good. But that whole thing about her kids,
Just the story is
and
goofy.
connected to the whole thing of the whatever it was,
WandaVision?
WandaVision, whatever.
Where she enslaved an entire town.
I just don't even want to think about this stuff. You watch some things of that, and I go, I don't want to watch this. But yeah, they had to connect it, and basically, it's like Doctor Strange became like a second character in his own movie. It felt
totally.
that way to an extent. And
Almost even third behind America Chavez.
yeah.
Well, that's no different than watching Hawkeye, and Hawkeye becomes a
Yes.
secondary character in his
he
own
does.
series.
He does. He
Well, and
does. And
the
there's
only thing with that one,
Loki as well.
just real quick, with Hawkeye,
Mhm.
I actually thought, while she did excel at a little bit faster rate than I thought she would have, I don't know, I don't remember her past, I only watched the series once, but Hawkeye still, even through the end, had a significant role in her life. Where a lot of the other one, the connection doesn't. I thought they did better with Hawkeye. Could they have done it better? Yes. I don't
know, man. One episode of that Home Alone Hawkeye, I was over it.
But I did watch the whole series.
They ruined King Kong from Daredevil. He lost.
I did watch all of
the
Moon
character,
Knight though,
and I watched all of Moon Knight too. I liked Moon Knight pretty good.
Moon Knight was all right, but
It
got
looked really
goofy.
good.
What was that? Yeah.
Everybody didn't like the
Layla
Hippo
Knight,
God.
man. The Hippo God was horrible. The Layla
But it
Knight
is-
nonsense.
It is the legitimate God though, but it was just so weird.
Just
let's
don't-
pick that one.
Don't look into the lore, man, because if you look, you probably have Moon Knight comics.
I
actually,
don't have Moon
you
Knight.
don't,
X-Men
okay.
was too big. That was
Dude,
the thing.
Moon
X-Men
Knight was
too big.
such a-
I know
it-
Moon Knight.
Yeah, Moon Knight is such a badass that he actually beat Deadpool. It's like, geez, dude, he's no joke.
It's one that can barely not even die.
Yep.
Sorry to sidetrack.
No. It's an
trying
open
to stay
panel.
focused.
You're still on topic. You're
Yes,
passionate,
it did.
and that's
It
what
did,
the
Lorenzo.
show's all
Yeah.
about.
Trying to stay focused.
It's all right. It's all
I
right.
mean, is Disney
Marvel.
actually going to die? It depends also how much their movies, like how much they're going to lose, because of course even stuff like Avatar 2 is under Disney. They have a lot of so they're going to have to get rid of some of their properties, though. I'm sure of it. Some of their IPs I can't see them getting rid of Star Wars though and selling it to someone else. I can't see it. Selling Lucasfilm,
I don't
can't
see them
it.
selling that.
No, they're not going to sell Marvel. They're definitely not going to do that either.
Oh no.
I would think they would give up on their own creative stories before they gave up on Marvel and Star Wars.
Yeah.
Now that they got the
He is,
claws in-
Chris. He is. Yeah, go ahead, Padawan.
Oh no, that's just it's how badly Disney wanted those properties, and I would see them abandoning their own stuff before abandoning Marvel, just because I think there's the merchandising. Like we all kind of come back to it. There's more merchandise in these things.
Yeah, and I also will say this
I don't
because
want
I
a
don't
Pinocchio doll.
because enough people probably don't say this on YouTube. Like, none of this stuff really is going to hurt you to watch it. I know one of my friends said, yes, it does. It makes me laugh every time he says that. But
Hurts my soul.
it's not going to kill you. But I've tried Miss Marvel. That's a mess. I watched one episode. I'm like, I can't watch
The
this.
main
That's the
villain's
only
the
one I haven't
Department for
watched yet.
Oh. And she becomes an X-Men.
Yeah, they're like, you're a mutant, and then they play the music.
Going back and
I'm like,
seeing
oh,
that
no.
was just outrageous. Just so
Oh, no.
stupid. I watched all of Moon Knight. That got a bit too goofy, and then the whole Layla Knight
Did you
thing
watch
was
the
nonsense.
after credit scene? That's like the real ending.
Did I? I don't remember, dude. I probably did.
Okay, well, he like turns back into Moon Knight and goes into Ethan Hawke's cell.
Oh yeah. Right. Yes.
If you didn't stay for after the
I
credits,
did,
you
I
missed a
did.
major ending. Yeah, I was like,
I did watch that.
they
Yes.
snuck the real ending after the credits.
Yeah, they can't. Right, exactly.
Because usually they'll still put like an advertisement for another show. This was like the real ending to that show.
Yep. Yeah, no, it was, dude. It just that show didn't do much for me, and then an episode of Miss Marvel, 2 episodes of She-Hulk.
Oh, man.
Awful compared to the 90s where She-Hulk came into the Incredible Hulk. Oh my gosh, so good.
Okay, now that you say that, She-Hulk almost to me seemed like it could have been kind of like the old show like Doogie Howser and stuff where they broke the fourth wall all the time. It was like one of those kind of goofy sitcoms. You know, it's like, oh, hey, remember when I told you about this guy? Here he comes again. You know, it really was like that same
idea. One of the wall breaks was funny. I wish just one was like at least one.
Dude, it was just way too goofy, and that is the problem with, where Star Wars is going after Andor, where they're going in this goofy kind of nonsense, where Marvel keeps going with these goofy shows or stuff like Winter Soldier and the goofball whatever. It's just, I watched some of that too, a few episodes, and I said, what? Why? These shows they're not good, and they don't connect well.
Chris even has a question, and he's asking, who's excited for the X-Men animated show continuation?
I have
I don't know that I should be. And one person I would love to hear his thoughts on is Pops, because he does reviews of the original animated series on his channel. And I'm
sure you can imagine. I've heard a few comments from Pops, but I'm sure you can imagine what his thoughts are. I am excited, but very nervous.
If Disney wanted to actually do something, go ahead. Yeah.
No, that's all I was gonna say. I love the show. I think we all did. I love the idea that it could be what that show was. They don't have to work that hard to make it as good as the old show was. The writing was kind of goof.
Yeah.
If they just make some nice animation and keep the writing similar, they don't have to add
Gambit won't
to
be the
it.
same.
They don't have to add to it. Gambit's gonna go the way of Pepe Le Pew. Gambit is Pepe Le Pew. Mon chéri, come here.
They're not gonna let him do
me
any
show
of that.
you my deck of clouds.
They're not gonna let him say any of that shit.
There's nothing up my sleeve, but there's something down my pants.
Well,
He's such a good character too.
I know they also say, and they even said before, and I remember it was on Twitter, it's like for modern audiences, it's like no. And then the one guy, we read that article, I think on here, Mike, about the producer or whatever.
Yeah. It was the executive producer.
The stuff he was talking
I
about.
had a hard time getting through that article.
Yeah, I was like, dude, this is just so much of I'm a victim and I deserve this and I deserve that. That's how we read it, Mike, I think.
Yeah.
It was just but people will go, of course, other fans will go, well, wait till it comes out. But when we wait till it comes out, then it turns out what we think it is.
Yeah.
Oh, most certainly. Iceman's getting the The switch.
It's gonna be like that Family Guy thing. Walk away.
Because I'm really thinking they don't. I mean, they're gonna add stuff, but they don't need to add wokeness.
Right.
They don't
Yeah.
need to
Oh my
add
God,
women's
they don't.
strength. They don't need to add the teenage angle because all that stuff was already there.
Norm,
Exactly.
Jean Grey,
Yes,
Jubilee.
We
the list
don't
goes on.
need
Yes.
ethnicities coming together.
Right.
They did it all.
Yes,
The
they did.
only, I'm really,
Yes.
I am a little bummed, and they probably wouldn't have done it anyway. But I would have liked to see Storm and T'Challa come
Yeah.
together, and
Yeah.
they cannot do anything like that now. But there's so many good storylines that already include
Yes.
massive inclusivity, and every country in the world, every ethnicity, every color, every gender. There was no disappointment when we read these stories before.
Right.
Half the stories were women driven. We didn't complain. We just looked at
No,
it going,
because
"Wow,
those
this
characters
episode,"
were cool.
and the
That's
art was
why.
fantastic.
Yes, and the art is great. Like it doesn't. Even if you had like a big looking character or whatever, a big woman or a big guy, like you can still make the art badass. It doesn't.
Those
these
women
things can always be fixed, but
The women in those
unfortunately-
comics had more muscle than I've ever seen on most guys in real life, and it didn't look wrong.
Yeah.
It was just like, dang, they're in shape.
Yeah.
But you think, I've always been one of those fans that like we don't really see how physically just impressive these people really would be. They would be just oak trees and cable wire muscles, and stuff like that. But I mean, they do what they can and things like that. But that's the problem, is they think they need to include all this stuff in X-Men. That's what X-Men was about. All of that.
Yes.
We'll make a great
Should
story
be
about
called
it.
X people, X.
I mean,
kind of,
and some of the most recognized Marvel issues was when Jean and Scott got married, and when Sue Storm and Reed Richards got married. And those were not action-packed comic books. But people looked so forward to that because they were so invested in these fake, made-up characters.
Yep.
Yeah, and what are they going to do? Even though it's animated and it's a continuation of X-Men, of the original series, the classic series, are they going to somehow throw in Kamala Khan in there? I mean, it's just ridiculous because she's now an X-Men.
And Namor. Namor is a mutant. They mentioned that in Wakanda Forever. Namor is a mutant.
if they want
Namor. Sorry.
I'm just interested now to see if they're going to literally tie it into the movies. Like, are they going to put storylines and references that reference this stuff?
They could. Like in the multiverse, there could be like a cartoon universe that connects with.
Because they've introduced Cable now, and Cable and the X-Men have a very deep, entwined past.
Gosh.
And there's many other characters that come up out of that. I made a mention on one of
Deadpool 3.
Pop's things this morning. It's like the X-Men is so confusing when it comes to the Summers family. You got Scott Summers and his brother Havoc. You got Jean Grey, the clone Jean Grey, Cable, and then there's Nate, who comes out later, and then Mr. Sinister and all this stuff. And it's like, that's just those two characters.
Who's Bishop's kid or dad?
Oh, Bishop's dad, I don't know, but he did have a sister they introduced way back then called Shard, and she was a fantastic character.
Look, it's also, well, maybe I won't say look, but the funny thing is, if Disney really wanted to do something spectacular, they would, if they want to go in a better direction, they would bring back a lot of the people who worked on the old Netflix shows, the Marvel before.
Oh, yeah.
If they did that, and then they tell those people, if they were smart about this, they said,
Drew Goddard.
we understand that this has to be politically incorrect. Now we know there's going to be a Daredevil series reborn, and you would hope the actor of Charlie Cox, you would hope that that's cool. You would hope though that they would not do anything bad with that. But then it's like, well, why do we need a reborn thing of Daredevil? Just find a way to continue from where you guys left off. And just bring back all those writers and let them do what they want, and let it be as politically incorrect as the other shows were. And then I think you would have some hits.
I love
on Disney Plus.
So good.
Yep.
Now that Disney's got their hands on it, they've already removed Karen and Foggy.
I know they didn't want them in there, and there's nothing wrong with them being. They're really strong characters.
And Foggy's important to Daredevil as far as Matt Murdock's like whole entire story is concerned.
Well, isn't that that's the Bruce Wayne and
Charlie
his
Cox.
guy? You know, that every
the guy in the chair, the guy in the chair,
the guy in the chair. Yeah.
But
as Ned says in Spider-Man, I could be your guy in the chair.
I wanna believe in my buddy. I really do. That has I think he's talked to Charlie Cox a few times at the convention. I want to believe that Charlie Cox is going to say, no, Disney, we're going to do it this way.
I don't know. She-Hulk had him doing the walk of shame.
I wish it could happen, but look what happened with Henry Cavill. He's like, look, I think we should go more with the source material. Oh, well, he was talking down to me and I'm a woman. Shut up.
Yeah, they were just all mad he wouldn't sleep with them.
And the other thing is, why don't you just play The Witcher 3? Play through it. Have everybody on the set play The Witcher or read a book. And then you'll find out exactly what a lot of these characters are.
But that's
real quick, I just want to say, hello to Scott Westbrook and also Bush McFadden.
Hello, Bush. Bush McFadden, yes.
And also, because I haven't said hello to him yet, but I also want to say hello to Rocco the Brave.
Yeah, that's my buddy, Rocco.
Hello, Rocco.
Frank Miller. Yeah. Nobody can top Frank Miller.
I love Frank Miller's Sin City and.
Yeah, the first one was fine. The second one.
Yeah, I didn't like the second one. The second one was trash.
The second one was not very good. The first story was like, okay, this is pretty good, and then no.
And but that second one is still something I throw on in the background.
Which one?
The only way though.
Both. The second 300 and the second Sin City.
There has to be.
They weren't great movies, but I will play it in the background many, many times.
The second 300 has one of my favorite action lines of all time from Eva Green when she says to Mistocles, "I hope you fight better than you fuck." One of the best lines I've ever heard. Zack Snyder wrote that
There just needs to be a few people to come back to, and even the Russo brothers. I guess the Russo brothers might be working with DC. I don't know.
No, they're busy with Netflix. They did that Gray Man. They're doing like a Gray Man movie trilogy.
Is that good? I don't know. I haven't really paid attention to
the first one. Was like
Russo
a
brothers
generic spy thriller with Ryan Gosling and
point. Okay, yeah.
It was okay. The Gray Man.
There has to be people that take a stand. They're like, look, I'm not going to work on this until you do this, this, this. Like, I know the actor shouldn't demand, but at this point, it's like, look, we need to do better with the entertainment because obviously Iger, as you guys know, you watched that stockholders meeting, excuse me, and you're just like, they want to double down on the politics. It's just like, it's going to be very interesting to see how much money Disney's going to have to lose before they say, you know what, we really, really fucked up.
But what if they ever wake up and get to that point, Cash?
That's the thing, yeah.
There's that possibility.
Those people are bound and gagged in a different office building.
Jeez.
Kinky.
You will stay here, and you'll like it.
Yep. You can't fuck with a mouse. It's like the mouse from South Park. That's the real Mickey. You'll do it and you'll like it.
But you know what? At least I can say, out of a lot of entertainment recently, that I've already heard from some of the people who really enjoyed, who's a big part of the fan base is that Power Rangers movie. That 30th anniversary.
Yes,
they said it's been a few years since the fans have really gotten a quality Power Rangers film.
That's why I really want to do.
Go ahead.
Something here on the channel talking about it. At first, I was thinking about just making a recording, but maybe I should do a live stream where I have Power Ranger fans talking about it because I did watch it.
Man, I grew up loving that.
I watched it, and you know what? It's Power Rangers.
I'm not really into Power Rangers, but we've talked about this, Mike. Maybe I should give it a chance. Maybe I should just watch it.
You should try. I was older, so Pokemon and Power Rangers was not something I was
That
into.
Elizabeth Banks movie though.
But my little brother was huge fans of Power Rangers. So I was 15 years older than him, so you're almost like an adult with him at that point because I'm trying to keep up with it, you know. And how many times did they change these darn things? Space Rangers, Neo Rangers, you know, and change the
to incorporate
and
all the different iterations that happen in Japan.
So, and I was trying to keep up with all this stuff, you know, Pyramidas and all the different Megazords, Space Zords, all this junk. So I know it was a huge imprint. My brother would be embarrassed if I told him this, if I said this, but who cares? When he was young,
I was in high school when the show came out, and I watched it.
My brother would throw fits when Power Rangers came on if we wouldn't put him in his Power Rangers costume. So I mean, it was very imprinted on him. So I am very interested to talk to my brother and see how he soaks in the Power Rangers resurgence, because he was really bummed when he heard about the Green Ranger. I thought I was giving him some news and he already knew about it. He's like, yeah, that kind of sucks, man. You know,
He's my favorite of all of them.
He's not a big fanboy, but he knows who they are. He knows the real actors' names and stuff like that. So,
Look,
And
they need
before we continue,
Go ahead.
I do want to welcome in our next guest.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Damn, I should have chosen a name with a song associated with it.
Every time I think of Anonymous, I just think he's counting all the lesbians in the town of Hogwarts.
the song.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 lesbians. I think there's just the one couple, though, dude.
No, there's more than that.
All
and
right,
hey
all
hoes,
right.
how's it going?
It's going good, Anonymous. Glad you could be here.
Anonymous. I was
Give me
singing that
just
all
a
the time.
second.
I love it. I'm gonna
Anonymous
make an anonymous
is taking
shuffle.
While Anonymous is taking a second, I'm also going to welcome our other guest, Jed Sparks.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
You can play the song again.
One more time. Once more with
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
so good.
Yeah,
love it.
the entertainment
love it.
value. So I don't know. Maybe you've convinced me, Mike, to we'll watch it and give it a
I
chance.
love lesbians.
Just,
Yeah. I watched the L Word on Showtime. Yeah.
And Cash, even though he can't be here with us on the panel, he is here with us in the chat. Barrett, good to see you, brother.
That's what I was reacting to. Yes. Lesbians.
There's bots in the chat.
No, these lesbians aren't yummy, Baron. They're not. So
I always think of Scott Pilgrim too. I'm in Lesbians with you. What? I'm in Lesbians with you. You just can't
I
say I'm in love.
don't see any bots. I don't see any bots
I'm
yet.
in Lesbians.
Baron Orman Tagge.
Is there bots? No, I don't see
I only
any.
came here you guys
Baron
because you guys
Orman
mentioned
Tagge.
Power
I'm messing around.
Rangers.
Yeah, because you know how at the end of Wednesday's show, I had said I'd like to get a group together and do a recording talking about Once and Always, and then also do a live stream talking about the 30th anniversary. Well, now I'm thinking it might just be better just to do a live stream and get different folks to come in and talk about their love, not just for Once and Always, but also Power Rangers in general. Power Rangers made a big impact on pop culture.
I can't
It did.
think. I can't say that I forgot about Power Rangers. I mean, I remember when I was a young kid and I watched some Power Rangers in the 90s.
Yeah,
And it was goofy and stuff, but there was a teamwork aspect.
Mhm.
People were happy with each other. There were some struggles.
There was lessons learned sometimes at the end of an episode.
There
It'd be
you
like,
go.
what
Yeah.
did we learn today? And, they'd kind of...
yeah. Sometimes, they'd even try to put. I think in a couple, one of the more recent seasons, I think they really did kind of hand fist that in a little bit more without any like real like context or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think that was the season that sort of represented the 25th anniversary of the season, where you had that was like the last time we actually saw like Jason David Frank in the proper show. Not Forever Red. That was the 10th anniversary. The episode in question for the 25th anniversary was called Dimensions in Danger. And that was for like the season Ninja Steel.
I love the original. I stopped after Nitro or Turbo.
Turbo.
That was when I stopped. When they all got like the monster trucks, that was kind of like the end of it.
Yeah,
I was starting to age out of it too. It wasn't really. Yeah.
The car aspect just did not make sense. It didn't.
Like compared to giant dinosaurs.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, because the whole thing is, everything. The entire show is built upon the Japanese stock footage from the series called Super Sentai, and I think what was adapted into Turbo was called Gekiso Sentai Car Ranger, and of course it was obviously really, really goofy, and that was that season's intention, so that's why it just felt a little off-putting.
Did the cars all transform into a big Megazord? Is that how it worked?
Yeah, all the things, the Zord footage, everything.
They were Autobots then.
No, not real. No, each car just turn.
But here's the thing. Now that Hasbro owns Power Rangers,
well, technically,
who knows what
Power Rangers
crossover's gonna happen?
Oh,
it was more like Voltron than Transformers.
I'm just saying because Hasbro now owns the property.
Yeah,
they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, and this is honestly where I think, this is where I'm kind of like drawing the line now with the series, because there's not really so much show. The show was kind of reliant on the Japanese stock footage, and they say moving forward they're not going to go along with it. But I basically am writing stories that takes a lot of those elements, like the idea of the transforming superhero concept with all of that. It's just mostly just that concept, really. But you still have like all the like other superhero stuff we've noticed.
That's true.
You mean Dino Thunder? Dino Thunder is the one with Tommy in it.
Devastator is the only one that kind of connects. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah. The whole problem is, look, Power Rangers is has the most nichest fan base. Is like the very smallest fan base out of anybody. Well, most people who think of Power Rangers, they only think of the original show.
Yep.
And they always talk about
how Rita Repulsa, all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. But there have been many other seasons. Hell, you could just watch any of the other 30 seasons, all the other following seasons. Beyond like Past in Space, there are a lot of decent good seasons. The first ones I recommend are probably Dino Thunder, Time Force, RPM, and SPD. And again, you also understand there's a little thing that people didn't understand is that, for a time, Power Rangers was owned by Disney for a time, but they were already. But 3 years in, they were just embarrassed by it.
And I never realized how similar they were, but it sounded like you just listed off some NCIS shows.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's a million of them, isn't there?
People think, it's been 30 years since the original show ended. Yeah, it's more or less a special. It's not really like people. Some people are saying it's a reboot or something. The show technically has been rebooted multiple times. Technically,
because aren't every set of Rangers kind of like a reboot? Like when they get
essentially, it's the same thing that happened with Super Sentai, but it's been going on in Japan since the 1970s.
Yeah, it was going on before Voltron.
Yep.
So I have a quick question. For you guys that watch this on a regular basis, and now we see this recasting in Hollywood, and I know they weren't necessarily recasting the Rangers because nobody was taking over the same names and roles. It was always different characters. Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Real quick before anyone answers, I do want to say hello to Prismatics and say welcome to the show.
Hello to the furry goat demon.
So did any of you normal viewers, were you disappointed that they would change them out so often, or did you just accept that's the way it went and you were okay with that?
I personally accept it because, again, you can't just keep reusing the same actors over and over again because, again, they're going to age. And, getting a new generation of heroes to continue on from there. Yeah, sometimes they were obviously well into adulthood, and a few times, yeah, they were actual teenagers.
Yeah, they need to
or
be
at least
teenagers with attitude. That's
or,
the whole thing.
or at least like college-age kids, at least.
Yeah, once they're not teenagers anymore, you can't have a 39-year-old guy
Well,
like
no,
pretending
yeah.
teenagers with attitude. Like,
And even when they cast them in the beginning, nobody's a teenager. They're all 20 something.
Yeah, at least the actors are 20s, but at least with like Lightspeed Rescue, all of them were actual like rescue professionals. Like, of course, the Red Ranger was a firefighter, the Pink Ranger was a paramedic.
Oh, that's interesting. They're
yeah,
the
I
teenagers
didn't know that.
from high school.
I like that because they actually got actual they got actual professionals, and the helmets themselves, it actually had a breathing apparatus. It was built for function and not actual like aesthetics. Because I mean, again, they're rescue professionals. I know you always kind of find it a little weird when they actually have like the weird sculpted mouth plate on it or whatever. I always found sometimes you always find that a little bit weird, but I'd rather have suits that look better for function and not like aesthetic.
Yeah, that's why I love that one movie with like where they team up the old Rangers with the new, like, and they mix them together. Like, I forget, they're at like some volcano, and like the original Pink Ranger and the Red Ranger were like mind control.
Yeah, that was Turbo. That actually led into the Turbo.
Yeah, I think that was like the main last thing I really watched before I like.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing though. Unlike the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie, Turbo, a Power Ranger movie, is canon with the show. Because again, from Mighty Morphin to In Space, it was basically a recurring, consistent timeline, or basically like a recurring like plot. With you still saw like the villains like Rita Repulsa and Lord Zed sort of popped up here and there, but other than that, it was all that. But it really ended with, of course, in Space, where the Red Ranger of that season had to kill Zordon in order to sacrifice and save the universe from all evil.
Again, I apologize, Pacific. I don't even know if the topic we were talking about was Power Rangers.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Padawannabe, you should know by now. If I had a problem with it, I would have said something.
I know. If I don't get cut, I'm safe, right?
Yeah, no, that's the same thing. In Time Force, I don't think they were all teenagers. Like, again, the four other Rangers, green, pink, yellow, and blue, were all from the year 3000. They were basically like police officers in the far future.
Did Zordon say something different at the beginning then? I need 5 teenagers with attitude or whatever.
No, Zordon does not exist in all the other ones.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay.
There really other times in Power Rangers, there really is no mentor like character. It's just them on their own. Or they have someone who just like, or someone who they answer to, or serves as like something that's sort of like an alpha-like figure.
Oh, okay, alpha, yeah. Aye.
You literally think that every single show is literally the same.
Now, didn't the robot stay?
Yeah.
Well, technically, yeah. Alpha technically is still around, or they just made like another iteration of him, essentially. Because I think in Once and Always, the reason how Rita comes back as a robot is wait.
Don't spoil it yet. Don't spoil it yet.
Too much.
Oh, Jessica,
we're gonna have the stream, so let's not spoil it yet.
How did you like the Elizabeth Olsen movie with the Krispy Kreme?
Nah.
It's all Krispy Kreme advertisements. That movie was trash.
They were trying to go full Chronicle with that shit, with that movie.
Look, Gordon's a giant gold nothing. He's not a cool giant golden.
You're talking about gold. You're talking about Goldar. Yeah, no,
yeah, they ruined Goldar.
That did not make sense. I'm sorry, but look, I didn't really like the aesthetic. Because, again, they were trying to go for more, like they were trying to go more Chronicle with this iteration of the 2017 Power Rangers film.
The putties were just rock golems.
Yes, essentially. I mean, I would have been fine if they just. I know, sure they did it, but just like, the putties were supposed to be just made of clay, though. But I know you still have like different iterations of essentially those same type of foot soldiers.
Yeah, Elizabeth Banks was Rita Repulsa.
Look, the design for her was cool, but
she hams it up.
Yeah, it just doesn't work. He just hams it up too much.
She's just chewing the scenery, like, I'm so evil.
I mean, but telling you this, like the only character, but again, another villain in two villains in Power Rangers that I personally really like is the villain from Dino Thunder, Mesogog. He is literally the real deal, and also it's even better because he got to kick the ass out of the last season's villain Lothor from Ninja Storm.
I like Lord Zed, the red dude with the.
Yeah, Lord Zed. He was
like
probably
had like
the most.
His like flesh was like on the outside or something.
Yes, exactly. That's what made it. That's what made him interesting. His aesthetic design and the fact that he was kind of almost snake-like when he talked in a way, sniveling. And I know they brought him back. I think they also brought him back for Dino Fury, which is the latest season. And I think he's supposed to play into the 30th anniversary for the show. For the actual like the next season of Power Rangers, where they're supposed to go off into space and try to fight him again. Where I think they're setting Zed up to be the main villain of that season.
This movie's like a jumping off point for the next show.
No, actually, I thought it was going to be, but if you actually have been like a massive Power Ranger fan and has been following the lore of the franchise ever since the beginning, but I came in around Lightspeed Rescue, but I've watched the reruns of the older shows, so yeah, I'm a bit of a walking Ranger encyclopedia.
Yeah, you're definitely the most knowledgeable Power Ranger person I've seen in quite some time, because I haven't watched it in forever, so I'm only familiar with like
Common Sense is also as well.
Yes, he is, which is why I want to get a group of Power Ranger fans on a panel, because my knowledge of Power Rangers only goes so far.
Me too. Yep. Same.
Yeah, but like I said, though, just judging where the franchise is going, I know they say they're not going to be reliant on like using the Japanese stock footage anymore that is given them from Japan. I know, sure, they have recycled suits from other shows that were never adapted. But the thing is, I still think you could actually just create a sort of spiritual successor to the story, but create your own characters and not have any connection to the larger Power Ranger lore. In fact, you could just make it just an absolute complete different universe all to itself, which is what I did with my story. It's nothing new. It's just, again, you have to kind of have a bit of those concepts, but still you have villains that have actual superpowers too. But the thing is, my heroes, they only gain superpowers from the suits they wear, not from having actual superpowers. The villains, on the other hand, actually have those things, and that's the only way how they can actually keep up with how the heroes can only keep up with them, because as the normal selves, they're pretty much done for without their suits.
Yeah, I remember in the original series, because I was rewatching it like a year ago. Like, there's an episode where the Red Ranger gets trapped, and he's got like to fight. He has to fight Gordon without his suit.
Goldar.
He has to like Goldar. Yeah, my bad. He has to fight him without his suit or any of his powers. So it's it was like a really interesting,
that was
like do it on your own without your crutch.
Yeah, that was basically during the Green with Evil saga. Which
that was like the best. That's like the best. Like, so good.
Yeah, best multi-parter of Power Rangers ever.
Yeah, Green Ranger just. Oh my God, the part when the Green Ranger just goes inside the Megazord and beats the shit out of them while they're all sitting in their chairs. So good. They never expected that. Like, oh shit, he could come in here.
It was a nice little surprise.
Mm-hmm. And he's got his flute. I still have his dragon flute. I still have a physical Green Ranger, that dragon flute that he uses with the knife on it.
Yeah, but I know one thing. The whole thing with like Jason David Frank, which again, I'm glad that he wanted to branch out and do his own thing and make something that's reminiscent to that. But as a fan, everybody needed to stop revolving the universe around Tommy. I know, sure, he's an awesome character, an awesome Ranger, and he was considered the ambassador of the franchise. But that is something that just needed to stop. It just needed to.
I feel like they saw that he was the most popular, so they just anchored they put everything around him because of how popular he was.
I know.
Everybody loves Tommy, so we'll just make everything about Tommy.
Yeah, there's a rumor saying that's what the entire 30th anniversary special is supposed to be surrounded around. But again, you already know he's also tatted up. He hated having to cover up all his tattoos and whatnot. He hated that, so he just wasn't gonna budge with either Saban or even Hasbro around that time. He hated doing that thing with the 25th anniversary. That was probably the last straw with him on that. So that's why he wanted to pursue Legend of the White Dragon, which I cannot wait to see later on this year.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. And before we continue on, please welcome Sparta Chris.
Hello.
Hey, Spartacus.
Yes, Sparta.
It is Sparta Chris.
This is madness. No, this is Sparta Chris.
How are you
He's got
doing
some
today,
audio
brother?
issues. You can hear the echo. Chris,
Yeah,
fix
I
your
can hear
audio,
myself.
buddy.
That was pretty cool.
All right. So,
Yeah, I'm using headphones today, so hopefully.
Oh, I have headphones on too. I don't know why there's an echo.
I think that was my
well.
My headphones
never
came
mind.
out.
Welcome, Sparta Chris. Hello.
Hello, what's up?
hello.
Love the Hogwarts avatar.
Thank you very much.
Just playing that this morning. That game is great.
Yeah, I'll be playing. I will hopefully be knocking a couple hours out later on
There's
myself.
just so much to do. Like I open that map and I get overwhelmed like Witcher or something where I'm just like, oh my god, there's this many areas left.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You guys can't stream. I'm gonna stream. You can't stream. Stop it.
Hey,
Only
you
one
streamed
stream.
yesterday, so shush.
There's plenty of room for everybody to stream, no matter what time.
Okay, I'm not hearing
All right.
Mike. Is that me or is that?
That's you. I hear Mike.
That's odd because don't know why.
It could be StreamYards.
He didn't hear that.
That's all right. I'm going to go ahead and
Can I not hear?
put his link into the chat for anybody who wants to subscribe to Sparta Chris. And please, everybody, make sure that you subscribe to everybody who's on the panel and in the chat.
Yes, indeed.
Everybody would greatly appreciate it. And
Oh, there you go. Now I can hear him.
Bill, you shut up. They done played it twice. You don't get it a third time.
Might need to
Oh my
refresh
god.
stream.
The anonymous song.
You know, I am having some issues with loading up today.
Picture
So
of
you
Luke
can't stream-
Skywalker.
you
Is
have a
that
PC
yours?
problem.
Yeah, that's yours. Okay.
because sometimes I've had issues with StreamYards where, my camera will load up, but my mic won't work. And then my mic will load up, but my camera won't work. And sometimes neither one wants to cooperate. And no matter what I do, it doesn't work well. I'm in StreamYard, so I have to completely close my browser, reopen it, and
Well, I just got finished eating lunch, so I decided to just pop in and say hello.
take your time, brother. Take your time.
And I just scalded myself with some water after making some macaroni and cheese.
Good job, bud. Good job.
I was
Dangerous
trying to-
around the kitchen.
Yeah, it was one of those microwavable cups, so I was trying to wipe off the sides because it boiled over, and all of a sudden it slipped from my fingers and water plopped out in my arm. Like, oh shoot, ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, I've had
Doesn't
that
even have
happen.
an open flame. He doesn't even have an open flame, and he still burns himself.
And please welcome Brandon, Looney Tunes fan 2000. Brandon, if you have anything playing in the background, please turn it down.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you all.
Hello.
Same to you.
Yep.
All right.
So,
So,
right now.
so we're going to go ahead and move on to another story here. And
Do it.
Why does the woodchuck chuck if the wood could chuck out wood?
How long
much
does
would
you
the
usually
woodchuck
last?
chuck if a woodchuck could chuck?
I never decide how long Pop Talk is going to last, because when I've decided how long it's going to last in the past, we end up going over.
Yeah.
It
No,
lasts as
it-
long as it
it'll-
lasts.
Exactly.
I mean, the show that Jace does, Jace and I do on Saturdays and Fridays, that one lasted quite a while.
Yeah, and there's
Oh
nothing
my
wrong with
god,
that.
the dragon prop at
perfect
Anaheim
timing.
burned down. Disney
Oh,
Anaheim burned
shit.
down.
The what
Yeah,
burned down?
my sister was telling me about that. Their Maleficent prop that they used for
You want me to
Phantasmic burned
show the
down.
video?
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's fine. I can
Wrong button.
go ahead and
Probably the
remove
same
this.
guy that keeps burning down all the food factories and stuff.
So yeah, they want to force us to eat the bugs.
Yep.
Be right back.
Anaheim.
That's probably the straw that's going to break the camel's back. So they're probably gonna close after this, right?
Yikes!
Oh yeah, because of all the.
Ooh, it's shooting fire too.
Yeah, it makes it even
That's
worse.
A dragon. That's a real dragon.
Just imagine if this happened in like a year or two ago at Disney World, where
Wow.
the fire department already feels overburdened. That's why they were rooting on for Ron DeSantis taking over.
Again,
And I do want to say hello to Jewboy1990. And no, I haven't seen Ductator.
Ductator, is that like a Donald Duck? Is that a Donald Duck? That Donald Duck one that was done in the 40s?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with it.
It sounds like it, or the one that was done with Dappy Duck from Looney Tunes.
But yeah, geez, this shows you more of Disney. Disney is not well at funding money into their infrastructure because the parks are their moneymaker. If those parks go, Disney's dead.
Well, I've heard so many.
The sad
people
thing is,
say,
oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to add to that by saying I've heard so many people who have been to Tokyo Disneyland, and they say that the Oriental Land Company that runs it does a much better job than Disney themselves.
Well, that's because like China and Japan, they don't let foreign companies own land on in their territories, which is I don't know why the United States is letting that happen, but they will. When Disney makes deals with these companies, they're basically giving them like 50% control. That's why they won't get rid of Splash Mountain in Japan because those animal caricatures are very popular over there. There's also a number of other popular characters over there that there's actually people here in the United States that want. Like if you go watch Clownfish TV, they talk about this often. But Disney here doesn't want to have that stuff. It's like that's a source of income that you people desperately want, but yet you're not having it. Why?
And real quick, I want to welcome in a couple other guests. First, from the Star Wars guys.
I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. We meet again at last. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master.
Only a master of evil, huh?
I'm here for one reason and one reason only, to tell Cash Money that I took my game of Persona 5 that I was playing on normal mode and switched it to easy mode.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
You know what?
Whatever.
Paul, you know what? You just got in here and you just committed the biggest sin anyone could commit on this channel.
Would you expect anything else?
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back! Ever!
and you know what? Since he committed the biggest sin that anyone can ever commit on this channel, and even admits to it, I'm going to welcome in my next guest.
The announcement has been paid for by the New World Order.
That's right,
Super
baby.
fan Adam Shawhand. How you doing,
Thank you
Adam?
for having me, man. That's right. The new world, the new Wakulian order is rocking really hard up in this biatch. So how we doing today, gentlemen?
Oh, doing well, brother. Doing well.
Great.
Yeah. I came here because you're here.
I'm always here, Brandon.
You're one of my favorite.
Yep.
You're one of my favorite. You're one of
I
my
appreciate
favorite
that.
heroes.
I appreciate that.
Well,
All
good.
right.
Adam's here now. We have someone to blame. I'm just kidding. Oh, wait, that's Paul. Never mind. That's Paul.
I don't put my games on easy, yo. I'm just saying, never.
I know you don't. I'm sure you don't.
I mean,
did you really switch that, or are you just trolling? Are you just
You know,
trolling, Paul? Did you really
No,
switch it
I'm
to
being
easy
serious.
mode?
I'm being
Why?
serious.
But why, though?
Because easy mode. Why else?
Gosh.
I just came across something else. that's
Okay,
very funny.
ladies and gentlemen, Paul, you're forcing my hand. You are forcing my hand, youngin.
Would you expect anything else of me?
Hey,
Ladies
hey,
and
Mike.
gentlemen, do you or someone you know play video games? Do you or someone you know play video games on easy mode? If you do, get them the help they desperately need to play on a higher difficulty level like normal
Call now.
or hard. And call this number on your screen right now. 1-800-555-NOOB. That's 1-800-555-NOOB. It is related to 1-800-555-DEAD, which I'm very proud of because that's what you'll see here on the channel.
It's just one letter off from BOOB, and that's the number for Anonymous's phone number.
Nice.
But ladies and gentlemen, if you or someone you know are playing a game like Persona 5 on normal, and then you switch it to easy mode, get them the help they desperately need.
Seriously, because
right
they
now.
can do it.
Mike,
Give them the hope that they can do it because they can.
Posted a link.
How's
in the
that
private
work
chat
on Persona
that I think
5?
you'd find very interesting.
It's all right, Paul. I won't make fun of you. You just haven't grown up yet. One day you'll be
Adam,
Bill?
Adam, no.
Bill, how can you throw me under the bus like that?
Chris,
The very accusation that I would cheat. I'm shocked.
Oh boy, yeah.
You accuse me of cheating? Really?
Skyrim.
I just came across that, Mike. I just came across it on Twitter.
All right.
Or, you gotta. I gotta give credit to George the Giant
I just
Slayer.
gotta let you know.
I gotta give thanks to George the Giant Slayer. He's the one that posted it on Twitter.
I just gotta let you know because Cash knows this. Any article from the gamer, I do not read.
Man,
I have
so
whoever
a lot of them
provides
are
that article.
They're easy to laugh at.
Read it.
There's a few articles sometimes that make sense, but other times.
This is just hilarious.
Blame
That's all I
Cash. Blame Cash Money for that stipulation on Pop Talk.
I mean, it reminds me of how Wolfenstein handles easy mode. They'll show him with a fucking pacifier in his mouth. Like the guy from Wolfenstein, like, oh, you're gonna play on easy? Here's a pacifier for your papa.
But why, Paul? Why did you go back?
You
Why
weren't doing
did you
bad
do
in
that? No,
Go
seriously,
Force.
why did you do that, man?
And oh my god, yes,
I did
the
it, Cash,
link
to
that they
see-
have for the Red Cross is actually
I did it,
genuine.
Cash, just for the reaction that you
It actually
gave me
leads to a
now.
genuine article.
Son of a. Alright.
I'm not surprised, but you know what? I do want to say hello because he's probably going. I thought I was your brother, Mike. Not by blood, but I thought I was your brother. You haven't acknowledged me yet.
Dude.
But I do want to say hello to the Smoking Patriot. Or if you ever pick up Broforce Patriot, you're the Smoking Patriot, bro.
That's right.
Yeah, Broforce. Yes, that's a game I just have a lot of fun with.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah.
It was
couldn't
fun.
play on easy mode. Paul couldn't play on easy mode. There's one mode. That's right. I think there's only one mode. Yeah, there's only one mode.
I'll get you to play easy mode one day, Cash.
No, never.
And we have a testimonial from the Smoking Patriot who he says, I called 1-800-555-NOOB and now I can actually answer why the chicken crossed the road.
Well, here's the thing with that, though. If you subscribe to 1-800-555-DEAD, because why dead? Because that's what you are if you play anything other than easy mode.
Oh
You get
my
Buster
gosh,
bars.
dude! I'm telling you, he's
Paul?
pushing. He's pushing.
Paul?
All right, I'm
I
done for real.
I
I'm done.
like you.
7 years
I
old.
like you, brother. But you know what?
You're gone.
I feel a little bad for former Master Paul. If you play a game on easy mode, you don't play the game.
Be Australian.
Mike,
Look at it like the
here's
Aussies. If you're gonna be a cunt and play on easy, you're not gonna be here. I'm sorry.
Mike,
Yeah. I'm sorry, but Paul, is
Paul?
Paul secretly a gaming journalist or something, or is he friends with a gaming journalist? Told him that?
I'm starting to wonder, man. I really am.
Oh, no, this is too funny. I gotta show this. This is so stupid. This is absolutely stupid, Paul. I'm bringing you back in because I think even you're gonna get a kick out of this.
The Red Cross.
This is. Give me a. All right. Let me get to it. So many tabs open right now.
But yeah, I came across George the Giant Slayer, and I saw that article for the Gamer, and so I went into that, and there is a literal link in the Gamer article that leads to that.
Okay. I know we haven't read the Gamer article yet, but it says play by the rules.
This is from the
How
Red
you play
Cross.
first-person shooters makes a difference on the battlefields.
What the fuck?
In real life?
What?
Okay.
What?
We, the International Committee of Red Cross, rally all first-person shooter gamers to play by the rules of war, which protect the humanity and dignity of people
rule of war.
all over the world. It's a all right. I'm saying it. It's a fucking game, you dumbasses.
Is this like an anti-teabag ad? Don't teabag people. Don't stand over them and talk shit.
That's the whole fun, man. Wait till you do it in real life.
Can you imagine shooting a terrorist and running up and
Dude,
running up
what
in the
they need
middle?
to learn,
Those people would not be able to handle actual combat.
they need to learn about pure ponage. Remember, the guy runs faster with the knife. Come on.
So they take the guns away from the players, and everybody uses a leather glove and smacks each other to formally address a duel. I challenge you, sir.
No, you know what kind of trash talking happens in first-person shooters? Something like this.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
That's so true.
That sounds about right. Just the same
There's
as
a
you
lot
would
of
hear
your
on an
mama
elementary
jokes.
How
program.
much y'all want to bet? How much y'all want to bet this article would never have come out if what was going on in Ukraine wasn't happening right now?
Good point.
Whose grandma wrote this?
The most people. Which part
Oh, yeah.
of Ukraine? Us funding them and everything? Yeah, no shit.
The most people New York can hold.
That made a little statement here about everybody here about slapping. Guess what? I love the power glove. It's so bad.
Like, not even the teabagging, like the lobbies before the shit. Like Modern Warfare 2, like you had some of the most insane.
There was
Yes.
teabagging in freaking Uncharted 4.
Halo.
Halo started it. I think
Yeah,
Halo really
yes,
started
Halo.
it.
Halo
Halo really
teabag.
started it.
Next, they will be requesting that all players march in lines like they did back in the 1900s.
Just
They
wait
have
till you have to
muskets
put
anymore.
in.
They all have automatic weapons. Fuck that shit.
If you were,
Hunters will be shot.
I understand they're
like-
saying the rules are different, but if you're not playing by the rules, wouldn't the game tell you you're cheating?
What if
Yeah.
both sides?
I mean-
What if both sides of the war have different rules of war? How do you abide by that?
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean,
Nobody's
trying to
fair in real war. You jackasses.
What if one side just wants to kill their own men and stuff? Like, you never know.
The rules,
Now-
the rules
that's
of
a,
war are
that
only
equals someone who's getting
respected
court.
with both
In reality,
sides
that's the
wanna
person who's getting court-martialed for that.
No, you'll have to change your VPN on your gaming server so that you have different rules of engagement.
that's if the U.S. federal government lets you have a VPN.
No, that's why you get a VPN. Just say you're from China and you can do whatever you want.
Oh boy.
What does playing by the rules even mean in a game like this? In first-person shooters, like
I'm going to read what it says. I might start mocking it, but I'm going to read it.
I'm very comfortable.
World's most played video games.
Every day, people play games set in conflict.
Yes. Right.
Okay.
In conflict zones, right from their couch. But right now, armed conflicts are more prevalent
The more you know.
than ever.
Oh, please.
And to the people suffering from their effects, this conflict is not a game. No, it's real life, you dumb fucks.
Exactly.
Oh.
Why
This
didn't
is that whole argument of what causes mass shootings? Video games.
Watch top.
It's been a scapegoat. It's been a scapegoat since the freaking 80s.
April 15th.
Video games aren't reality. Video games are fantasy.
Only a mental patient would confuse reality with a video
Because you know, like in
Oh,
Grand
exactly.
Theft Auto, we all want to jump like Mario, where we have one leg up and then we hop and
Oh, I thought you were going to say we wanted all to smash turtles with a
I think
hammer.
I can swing around a piece of wood and cast magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I bet if you eat mushrooms out in the,
Video
out in the
games-
world, you'll be invincible.
But Cash, you know this very well. Video games allow me to, and I'm gonna say it because it's now a new thing on the channel whenever I'm playing a game. But video games allow me to Rambo it.
Same for Pacific times.
Yep. Escapism allow you to just be whoever you want to be for a time.
Yeah.
No real consequences.
Be that action hero that you've always wanted to be without leaving your home.
Or anti-hero.
Sorry. I
anti-hero.
just like to pick the guys off and be stealthy.
Saints Row, drive around. Kill
Stealth is for real life.
Yeah, I mean, like
stealth is for the weak.
I mean,
no.
Here's another rule. Here's another thing about war that a lot of normal people get is a silencer doesn't actually make a gun go pew pew pew.
No, it doesn't.
No, aren't you supposed to put a pillow there?
It just reduces the muzzle flash.
It
That's
makes
all
the
it does.
move. It's for movies. It makes it look
reduces
cool.
the
Yeah.
muzzle flash.
Not real.
Yeah.
And in fact, actually,
lowers
in-
decibel, but not
in-
like
in-
it does in movies.
In some European countries, it's actually considered you get fined if you don't have a silencer.
Because most European countries, the citizens don't have guns.
Yeah, they got swords and shit.
Well, except in Switzerland, if you join the military, you get to keep your rifle if you join the military.
Oh no, it's mandatory that you join the military.
Yeah. Just like in Israel, every citizen has to join the military at some point.
And-
Well, the Swiss have to keep their guns. It's a Swiss Army.
and South Korea too, but also in Switzerland, if you try and invade them, they'll blow their rail lines up just to make sure you don't get in here.
Well, yeah.
Look at this way. They got to protect their chocolate somehow because their knives do fuck all.
And their Swiss cheese.
Talking about my Swiss Army knife is the greatest thing they ever made.
Yeah, it was so good. I actually had mine confiscated. I actually had one confiscated from me when I went to the airport when I was about to fly on a plane once. And it was a really cool thing. It was something I got. It was a little cool one that had my name carved on it, and I got it in Gatlinburg, Tennessee.
Well,
But
take knives to the. That's your own fault, man.
This whole thing right here, because I'm looking at it, it's talking about the suffering from their effects of war, and how it destroys lives and
The only
leaves
time
communities
Guys.
devastated. Therefore, we're challenging you to play first-person shooters by the real rules of war. It's a video game, you dumb
where are the
fucking
dumbass.
Where are the freaking citizens running around in the video games? I want to know. who
are
are
none.
witnessing.
I've never played a first-person shooter where you see the civilians running around in the middle of a battle zone.
Modern Warfare, they have you like kill an entire airport.
Yep, that is
no Russian.
that is true. That's
no
true.
Russian, and they literally got in so much trouble with that. They like tried to like take it off, and like people were mad. It's like, don't back out now.
Well, give me a break. They actually had people that were gullible enough to play by the rules.
Yeah, that part.
Well, anything for clout. Anything for clout.
I bet none of these people won that game.
I have never heard of any of these
I bet they all lost because they wouldn't kill somebody or something.
I bet nobody plays with them, guys.
So why does
What's
this-
the rules?
This has to be tied into the Red Cross, though. Ugh.
Really?
Yeah. But real quick, I believe Brandon's trying to say
Well,
something.
the only thing
Go
I
ahead,
kind of believe
Brandon.
in is the
Go ahead, Brandon.
It says how to play FPS makes a difference in Battlefield 2. The interim field commander by the Red Cross, IEC rally at FPS gamers to play by the rules of war, which possess a similarly a Disney of people all over the world. First-person shooters, FPS all over the world, most play video games. Why have you end up with? Why about using a grenade launcher, a rocket launcher?
That really protects people's humanity and dignity when you blow them up with a rocket launcher, doesn't it? Like,
Yeah.
when you sneak up and stealth kill them and they do like an animation where you stab them like 6 times. Oh, it's so fucking, it's so humane.
Games and comfort zones right from the.
These games have like executions.
Go down
you
to
can go
the
behind
close to
someone
the end of that
execute
article.
someone.
There's
I mean,
the
rocket
Red Cross
launcher,
is
you just have to hit the
suggestions.
general area. You don't even got to hit the fucking guy.
Exactly.
Here, let me reopen that article.
Right.
Yeah, right
I
after
just closed it.
those streamers that they listed, there's a section where they talk about what you should do.
Beat the
All right.
shit out of them, literally, figuratively. I like just smoke
Yeah,
them.
have a bunch of Marines drill them all the shit they got.
All right, let me reshare it on the screen and then.
As a gamer, I
we'll
would
talk
smoke
about it.
their asses so quick they
I
wouldn't
played
even
a
know what hit
64.
them. I'd snipe them.
That's
I played a 64.
That's not fair. The rules of war say you can't snipe me. We need to
Yeah,
be
you think
looking at each
Timo
other.
Hangout gave a crap about that?
I know.
Timo Hangout didn't give a crap.
No thirsting. Oh hell no! I'm out.
Oh, dude, I can turn around and tell them I identify as I don't give a fuck.
No thirsting. I'm out. That's out.
No targeting non-violent NPCs.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, man, that's just a casualty of war, right? That's what they always say in the movies.
Well, they
If you're
better
in a
not play,
freaking war zone, why are you walking around the streets?
Is there?
You got
is there
something to
even,
lose.
I mean,
hey, man, when in like Chicago or New York, you don't just walk through the streets. It's a war zone 24/7, man.
That's right.
You run, motherfucker.
In one of the Call of Duties, you can shoot a baby 3 times, and then the game will stop and send you back to the menu and say, "Really, dude?"
remember that airport?
Why put
Remember
the
that?
baby in it?
Exactly.
Remember that? What was it? The airport sequence in Modern Warfare 2 or something?
Yeah, no Russian. Yeah,
Brutal.
that's what I was talking about. Where you walk,
Yeah.
The
where they
one,
have you
the
pretend to be
one
the
rule
Russian.
here, the
Kill
one rule here that's really grinding my gears is rule number 4. Use med kits even on the enemy. The game isn't even programmed to let you do that. So how are we supposed to do
This
that?
isn't Hacksaw Ridge.
And really, where
Exactly.
what is a really good FPS right now?
I can-
Anyways,
I
like
can
What
just
is the
hear it
game
now.
they're talking about?
I
They're
can
not
hear-
all built like this.
It's like Call of
they are.
Duty with.
I can
like,
just hear it now. I'm a
Titanfall, you're fighting with
conscientious.
giant robots.
Fortnite and Armor.
Titanfall was pretty
even
Armor
in Apex
Three.
Legends, you can't medkit the enemy. You can't do that.
What is it? What's that? What's it called? It's conscientious. The like soldiers that don't
Conscientious
want.
objector.
What?
Yes,
What?
and so you run up to an enemy with a med kit and you says, "I'm a conscientious objector. I'm not going to shoot you. I don't want to be shot. Please, bam."
Well, you wait
Yeah,
for him
actually,
to
you
heal
go-
you and then you kill him, right? Like that's
Yeah,
my only
Yeah,
they,
thought.
I have a
Like,
they
question.
heal you, you just shoot them dead.
What
Knife
if
to
you're
the
the one
head.
that downed them on rule number 4? You're the one that downed them, then you're supposed to immediately pick them up with a med kit? Get out of here.
Yeah. Wrong.
I'm sorry for shooting you,
I'm
bro.
helping him. I'm doing rule
Do you
number
not
1.
know the objective of war? Do you not know at all? You kill the other guy before they kill you.
And
No,
we're
And
what
we're in the rule
I
of five.
believe
Yeah,
this
we can
is,
therefore.
what I believe this is they're trying to This is my guess. They're trying this whole thing about like, oh, be a better teammate because then in the real world you won't act like this. That's what I'm guessing. It's the more bullshit about how we can control people because we don't like how they play games, and they don't understand that.
Soldier about this.
I think it uneducates
Right.
people though. So you're supposed to suspect that your enemy is not going to fucking kill you on the streets when you go to help them. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Hey, I've
I've
watched Saving Private Ryan. I get it.
Hey.
Don't help them.
Oscar.
Do not help
Oh
them.
my gosh.
Well,
Yeah.
one
that movie taught us anything.
Yeah.
Who's going to come save us when they de-fucking flower the damn U.S. dollar? You know, we don't have all these allies we seem to think we have. Notice how many people have turned on us and not using the USD. And then you think they haven't helped us with anything else. And then you're going to now tell kids that are playing games to be pussies is how I see it. This is horseshit. This is more that
I'm looking at rule number 3, and it says no targeting civilian buildings. Okay, so the enemy is hiding in a civilian building.
I have one group of people that maybe should
sorry,
look at
I
this.
can't target that guy that's over there, that building, that house.
Do it, team.
Because
every war movie with a sniper in a building, right?
That's the leftist idea right there in a nutshell. See, because they complain,
These guys would not be able
and
to
they
handle
yell
combat
and
at all.
complain whenever like a hospital that they were using to launch missiles from gets bombed, and they're like, "Oh, look at all the people that died, the hospital people that died." Well, they were launching missiles out of that freaking
They're
building.
warmongers themselves. They're the ones
Hey,
who funded all these wars.
Medics were the top priority targets.
JetSmart,
Yeah, they were.
a Duke's bet.
If
Yeah, none
you
of these
can-
fuckers that have these games that play by these rules even own a gun. I guarantee.
Exactly.
It.
That's the point.
But
And
here's,
there's a
that-
difference between actually firing a gun. Hell, I shot off with a Beretta 9mm. It is not the same.
Got one sitting right there.
Here's
Got
the
another
thing
one
with
sitting
all
right
this
there.
too. Here's the thing with all this too. Even though I guarantee you, even though they're going to try and tell us to play by these rules, I'm sure in the back of their mind, they're thinking like, "Oh, this is just like real life. This is just like how real life actually fights wars." No, people
No, it's
don't
not.
follow rules in war. And in real war, there is no, "Oh, I got shot. Give me a couple seconds, I'll respawn." No, that is it.
No.
Thank
Look
you.
at what Hezbollah does.
Look, you don't even got to
in
shoot
the
them, man.
West Bank.
We'll go old school, like 80s on them for this. Let me punch you in the face, and let's see how well you do. Like I'm telling you, one hit, I'm going to drop you, and you're going to find out what the real world's
Well,
like.
here's another question for you guys. Like, when was the last time you played a quality FPS game that you that's new? I can't think of another Call of Duty, but it's always online now. I don't know. Titanfall 2, yeah.
I like it. The game doesn't allow you to do it. How the fuck are you supposed to do it in the
Right.
first place?
True.
Like,
True.
that's even worse, because if it's not in the game to begin with, and you take that med pack and I go to save Mike, even though he's my enemy during the game anyway, and it doesn't do it. This is now again. It's
No, they got.
It's not
They
real
got
life.
two games. No, they got two games they're referring to. They're not referring to like Call of Duty because you can't do that crap in there.
Right.
They're talking about Arma
Oh,
3
of course.
and Fortnite.
Yeah, those are down below.
Fortnite is a cartoon.
Give me a
Exactly.
break. Come on.
They're
And
down
even
below.
in
down, you'll see
Fortnite, people do the
Yeah, I'll scroll down. Don't worry.
the no
I'll scroll
thirsting
down.
technique. That like instead of thirsting, people will leave you there as bait for the rest of your team,
Yeah.
like a fucking Full Metal Jacket all over again. Like just they'll leave you there bleeding out so your team will come running.
And
They
give
leave you alive. So they
give me a break. I've watched Fortnite streams. I've seen groups of people go up to one person and shoot them down. They're not going to obey the
I've been
rules.
victim of that myself
Yeah, exactly.
dozens
The
of
reason
times.
why I hate those battle royale
That's
games
because you're
because
playing on easy.
No, in all of the, in every like, I played Apex Legends. I hate
They're
that
easier
game
to
because
kill. Hard means harder to kill.
Swipe all the good,
Oh my god, is that seriously a petition down below?
Probably.
Yes, it is.
Think
It's a
you know
freaking
the rules
petition
of
down there
war?
at the end.
Okay,
It's a
next
freaking
time,
petition at the end.
next time I play Fortnite, I'm gonna throw a med pack down at an enemy, let them start healing, and I'm gonna shoot them in the face while they're healing.
Dude, for real.
Go ahead, bro. Heal on me. Just kidding.
Last time I played Fortnite was when they had Deadpool in it. Like I unlocked all the shit to get the Deadpools because that's the last time I've played.
How many people?
I
do you
didn't
think
play it
are
always. The
behind
closest
this
thing I played it
freaking
was Apex
petition?
Legends, but I hated playing it because, especially in squads, People always got your teammates always grabbed the best shit, and you always left me with scraps. Always.
Hey, everybody should go to this. Listen, everybody should go to this, sign this, and then put the message down there. Go F yourself.
Are you insane?
Yeah, I would not be surprised if a small number of people actually sign this petition, and Red Cross turns around and genuinely uses it, and video game companies actually listen to them. Because I mean, Red Cross is more credible than us, the gamers, the actual people that play the games.
Sadly, they're gonna use it for the wrong reasons. Like this is so lame by them. Like.
I
haven't played games, man. Like the games aren't perfect, as Cash Money brought up, right? What's the current game y'all love, right? That's this kind. There isn't one. All they're going to do is destroy it.
Dead, unfortunately. It's dead. I mean, if you're on PC and you got the North Star client, you can still play it, but on console, it's dead.
I don't think people get downed in Titanfall 2. I think when you die, you just die.
Yeah, you die.
You get downed.
You die and get
respawned. So there's no med kits. You just die in that game.
I miss the old Call of Duties.
The old Call of Duty.
Me too.
I miss the Call of Duties that didn't have extra crap in them. That's the one. Those are the Call of Duties.
You see, they got obsessed with like zombies and like other modes, and like they didn't know where to focus their shit anymore.
And it went off the rail. It went off the rails eventually. But that's the whole thing, though. Everybody and their mom, when they think of a shooter, they always think either Call of Duty or Fortnite.
Or Battlefield, to be fair.
Yeah, true. Or Battlefield. Or
Battlefield
Halo.
1 was amazing. Battlefield 1.
As in the first Battlefield or Battlefield 1?
Battlefield 1. The First World War. Yeah, that game. With all the...
Medal of Honor used to be really good.
Medal of Honor was great back in the day.
Yeah.
I got one of them.
Or the older Rainbow Six game.
Oh, yeah. So much strategy. You got to be careful, or those terrorists in that game will destroy you.
Or, of course, you also know another game that's more widely known but not as talked about is probably Counter-Strike.
Mainly playing the 64.
Yeah, that's never well known.
Was my first,
There's going to be a Counter-Strike Go 2 or whatever. Yeah.
That was one of the first online games I think I ever played.
CSGO 2, so that could be interesting.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I wouldn't play that game because it's toxic as hell, and I'm just like done with playing a lot of.
Well, so is Call of Duty. I think Arma is probably less toxic. Arma 3. I don't know how many people are still playing Arma 3, but I'm sure there's a good amount.
Sucks that SOCOM never made a comeback.
That's true. It never did. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good game.
SOCOM was pretty cool, man.
And I do want to say hello to Old Man.
Hello,
welcome, Old Man.
Hello.
You never shoot a medic.
Hello, Santa Claus.
Yeah, you do. You shoot the medic and take all his shit.
I know. I do that all the time. Yeah.
I like the Sniper Ghost Warrior series.
I will aim for a medic first.
Oh yeah, even the sniper games. At least with that game, you actually can visibly see someone. You can see that guy get shot in the nards.
Especially in Apex Legends, like if someone's playing as Lifeline, the healer character, I'm aiming for her first. Like I don't care what the others are doing. I'm killing your healer first.
But it's just funny to me. Like Apex Legends was fine, man, and then they decided to do some pandering. It's like, no, stop it.
Oh, they've been pandering. Yeah. Like
I only played it
Respawn, man.
I only played it because I liked Titanfall, but I hated it because again, it's a battle royale game, and of course, you have to go with two other people that obviously you get randomly matched up. They're gonna take all the best stuff from you, and they do a bunch of crappy stuff to you, and they expect you to help them, especially if you're playing the medic. Because I played Lifeline.
They've made it a lot better these days. They've added a lot of different things to help. I do appreciate the way that they've constantly tried to update like the quality of life of that game. They do try to keep it fresh. Like they made the medics a lot better. They've given all the classes like chests that they can open to get extra gear. So they've really tried to fix things. Like I appreciate a game that looks at their game and sees what they can fix on it. Some games will just abandon their shit and you'll just never see another update.
Yeah, like the original game it spawned from, and of course it's the Titanfall fan. People who play Apex and think, oh wait, what's this game Titanfall? Oh man, they ripped all this stuff off from Titan. They ripped all this stuff from Apex. This game came first before Apex did, you jackass.
Yeah, Titanfall 2 was amazing. I love that game. It's just
don't bring facts, just
the campaign was really good.
Baby.
One of the best first-person.
I forgot. These people. I forgot they're allergic to facts. They're allergic
to facts, brother.
But I don't care. I'm gonna spit facts in your face. In fact, I actually hope I kill you with the facts.
That's right.
I'm wearing a mask. It won't get me. I'm wearing a COVID mask.
You got it, man. Protect yourself.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, how about I just rip it off of you and then just breathe on your face and just breathe on your face?
That'll
Ha,
do it.
Guess what? Guess what? Now you got COVID. Bye.
Then it's like a Mortal Kombat fatality at that point. Finish him!
Great.
Opens the mask and breathes on him.
I
Fatality.
love it. That's awesome.
He's never brushed his teeth in his life.
His heart explodes.
Careful, you may be giving the Red Cross. You guys may be giving the Red Cross new ideas, because next thing you know, next time you guys play a fighting game, you should follow the rules of the UFC or WWE and not actually try and tear people's spines out.
Oh boy!
Only play the characters that are masked up.
You beat them in the first round. Give them a breather in round 2.
No, those
exactly. Oh, and you should also
beat them in the first
predetermine
round.
who's going to win.
Then in the second round, you let that other person who lost in the first round win.
You have to
What's
let your
gonna
confidence go back up.
But with
Participation trophies for everyone.
Yeah, it's so lame.
Does that mean we're going to get a
Dear
UFC
Lord.
style
Competition is
WWE?
dead.
they're more interested with Mortal Kombat mannish faces, and then if they have a mini skirt or something that no on the females no.
Of course not.
Oh,
But yeah,
geez.
have the men wear loincloths.
Right. The men can be oiled up and whatever, but the women cannot be attractive. No.
Dead or alive.
By the way,
in Mortal Kombat.
do you think
The
that
only obese fighter I can think of
There's
is
10 of you
Raicho,
here.
Bob from
Those
Tekken,
people.
and what was that? Oh yeah, Honda from Street Fighter. Those
Yeah,
are the only
Honda.
overweight characters.
Where you can like do like that crazy super fast fist move or palm move.
Yeah.
Yeah, what were you gonna say, Chris?
I was just gonna say is you know how the U.S. military dropped the standards for women, so they can now have ponytails, they can now have shiny jewelry on, they can now have fingernail polish and everything.
Yes.
So
while
useful during
serving.
war times.
And I'm just thinking, it's like, oh, how will that do good in the video game industry? Will they apply that in the video game industry?
Oh, I want chicks running around there with MP5s and high heels. That's cool.
I don't know.
Playing Saints Row.
That's Saints Row. Yeah, that sounds like a Saints
Okay,
Row.
nice.
Or a Saturday in Chicago. I mean,
Take your choice.
Hoop earrings.
Cammy's looking really good in Street Fighter 6. She's looking good.
Cammy's my
seems
girl,
They're
man.
doing the gaming like everything, though. There was a survey I saw, and this is fucked up because I don't normally look at this shit. But it was talking about snowflakes, and it says, okay, they failed this test, like 80-some% do. This is multiple choice. But the question is, you know, what do you do if someone were to like spit on your mom? Now, pre-COVID, especially, mind you, but after COVID, like they made it illegal to spit on people. And not that there's laws that people follow or anything, you know. Considering we were a nation of laws and now we're not. But that's my point. Like they say, you know, they would want to know if the person was having a bad day first and foremost. And I'm like, they'd be swallowing their fucking teeth. Like, I would knock their teeth down their throat. I would show you how I paint a wall, okay? Like, no, there's just some shit you don't do. And that's the problem with cause and effect. You know, there's no consequences for the actions. And now they're even attacking gamers, man. Fucking gamers. Are you serious right
Dude,
now?
they've been attacking them for another. You know how this goes,
Oh, yeah.
Adam. They've
I've been living
attacking
for, too long. But,
90s,
you know, but,
before that, even stuff like Dungeons and Dragons.
games
I mean,
cause
just go down the list.
mass
Even if it's not a video.
But yet, when you see me at a con, you know I'm carrying, right? Like, all of you should know that. Like, do you know why motherfuckers stay with me? Because I'm the cool cucumber that doesn't fuck, you know, like, it's like this. If shit goes down, you want to be behind me. It's that simple. Everybody knows this. And it's like...
I mean, its basic understanding is the only person that can take down a bad guy is a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. In fact, actually, every time that we've had a mass shooting, it's always been someone with a gun taking out the bad guy, whether it's the bad guy himself, whether it's the police, whether it's some good Samaritan, or whatever. It's always someone with a gun taking out another person with a gun.
Yeah.
That's why they call it the Great Equalizer. You don't
yeah,
take out a guy with a gun
Denzel
with a
Washington.
freaking butter knife or a pair of scissors or a can of soup. That's usually not how it works.
And you shoot until the threat is down and
Yes.
out.
Hey, an armed society is a polite society. Yes, you've got your fucking bangers and junkies and certain people that should not have guns.
You know what? We should bring back duels.
Oh my god!
I'm so
I'd be down with
Public duels on television. I would watch that shit.
Fred, hey, that's Star Trek's already
Get a
done that.
glove.
Fred and Sir,
Go up
Sir
to somebody.
Fist.
I challenge you to a duel.
First person I'm
No, you bloody fools!
Well, I've got one appropriate clip to say.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
Worf is so
Love that,
awesome, man.
love that,
Worf
love
is
that
so
clip
cool.
every time.
Worf rocks, man.
Oh yeah, he's
The coolest Klingon ever.
one of them. I think there's been some other cool Klingons though.
Yeah,
but
better than
definitely
Worf. Wow.
Well, it's too
I don't
bad,
know
well, it's
about
too bad
better,
it's too bad
but-
the actor doesn't
Yeah,
doesn't
but-
like to be defined by that role.
Why? It's
yeah,
like,
he's done other roles. He's done
Yeah, I know.
understand.
Heck,
Fair
he
enough.
played a character called Ubank in Mass Effect.
Oh, really? He was in Mass Effect?
Yeah, he played a Krogan that wanted to deny Grunt's rite of passage, but he ended up fighting him at the end of it.
How
Yeah,
ironic
there
that he play a
are
Krogan when they have
several
like
Star Trek
multiple
actors who
foreheads.
provided their voice in Mass Effect.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Well,
so, yeah,
Mass
even
Effect. Mass
actually
Effect
the
is
chick
my
who played,
game.
yeah, Deanna played Matriarch Venezia in Mass Effect 1. Yeah, the actress who played Deanna.
Oh, sweet. Deanna Troy?
Mary-
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Wow, I did not know that. That's so cool, man. I love Mass Effect. I played those games.
Yeah,
I can't even count the hours I put into those.
You remember Matriarch Venezia, right?
Oh yeah, it's Liara's mom.
Yeah, that was her. That was Deanna playing
did
her.
not
You
know
re-
that.
Didn't you,
It's really
didn't you
cool.
recognize the voice? It's clearly her voice.
I didn't watch TNG when I played Mass Effect, to be honest. I wasn't really into Star Trek. Just to tell you the
Yeah, I
truth.
mean, yeah,
I'm
not
watching
really
it
into Star
now.
Trek
I'm
either,
watching it
yeah.
now. I'm watching it now. I'm behind on it, but yeah, I did not know that.
More of a old school Star Wars fan than
Yeah, I grew up
Have
with
you-
Star Wars, so I never really watched Star Trek.
expanding
But
universe
I'm
and
starting
everything.
to watch
There's
it
no
now.
Disney canon is shit. It's
I don't know what
not a part of
Thank
Star
you.
Wars. It's only the
Thank you.
expanding
Heck.
universe.
Heck, I think a friend of mine who got me a Nintendo Switch recently, he just sent it out to me. He also got me a copy of Jedi Academy, which is great
Yeah, those are
because
great games.
yeah, because again, that's how Luke should be leading
Yeah.
leading a new Jedi Order, and they
Don't
have
tell-
their temple on the
don't tell Disney
Paraxium on Yavin 4.
Shh, don't tell Disney that. It's too good. Shh.
Real quick, since Star Trek was brought up, Cash. Yeah.
Ugh, that's a great response. Ugh.
Wow. Wow, Cash. It's
I love it.
enthusiastic as always.
Hey, you want to talk about Star Trek? Ugh.
And it's well, we all four of us watched that. We all had the same feelings.
Yeah, that's why I have the spoilers up because, yeah, we watched all.
I'm gonna head off at this point because.
All right, Paul.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I actually don't want to be spoiled
Oh,
for
you
reasons
haven't
that will
watched-
become clear
okay.
later.
You don't
But
watch-
I do want to mention something
Yes.
beforehand. Tonight, there's going to be a very important stream on my channel, the Star Wars Guys. It will be sort of a review, but also not review of Mando Season 3. Because I do want to talk about it, but I can't bring myself to watch it, so I'm going to
I thought it was
do
going
that.
to be the intervention about easy mode. What's going on here?
That whole
Well,
entire season was easy mode of Mandalorian. Easy mode as fuck.
Who the hell watches that shit?
I watched it, unfortunately.
But anyways,
it just shows how
Um,
poor writing Disney has made Star Wars.
Did you like it?
and-
I haven't watched it yet. Did you like
I-
season 3 of The Mandalorian, Paul?
I stopped watching after the Dr. Pershing episode, and I can't bring myself to finish it.
The sad thing is that probably out of that whole entire show, Dr. Pershing is probably the most well-developed character.
Who the hell is that? I don't even know who that is. And
The
I've-
guy with the glasses?
In season 1, he was
Oh,
he was
the
the
guy that got
imperial
tortured in-
scientist.
Yeah, the whole
Yeah.
Coruscant side mission season.
Please relax. I
They never
promise
show-
this.
they
I
never
promise
show
this
him
process is actually quite pleasurable.
After episode 3, they never show him again.
But I mean, like, out of the entire show, out of the whole entire show, he's probably the most well-developed
That's so
character because he actually goes through a character arc. When you first see him, he's the only person that wants to protect Grogu before Mando comes in, and then later on, he actually wants to do good with cloning because of his mother dying from a certain disease, and he wanted to be able to prevent other people from suffering.
All that stuff.
You're working for the Empire.
Before I
You
go,
got that
though,
goal,
Pacific,
safe
there
to
is
say.
something I do want to bring on screen real quick, just as a little bit of a teaser for what I'm going to be talking about tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll bring it up here in
Preach to us
just a
that
moment.
easy is
So
the way
Monday's going to be Paul's intervention about easy mode. Then is that what's happening?
Right.
Are you gonna get a group of people together?
The everything else guys.
Yes,
everything
this
else, guys.
this is the new identity for the second channel. So what was
Second
Master
channel.
Paul's Music and Games is now the Everything Else guys, and I'll be talking a little bit more about what's going to be going on with that tonight.
Interesting.
Yep.
So does that mean that Animation Friday shifts over there and game streams shift over there, or?
All right, so I'll go ahead and give the short version now. So basically, in thinking a little bit further about the future of the channel, we're currently at 462 subs, having done this for now 2 years, and I basically want the Star Wars guys to get bigger and get bigger much quicker than what we've been. And you guys know, I've said it multiple times, that my mantra pretty much up to this point has been screw the algorithm, I'm going to do things my way, and that has come back to bite me. So pretty much we're going to be changing things up to cater to the algorithm. One of those things is strictly only Star Wars stuff on the Star Wars guys. So things like Tuesday Night Trek and anything not Star Wars is moving to the second channel.
Well, good luck, man. I don't think it'll work, but good luck. I mean, there's really not a lot of Star Wars talk. See, everybody keeps trying to repeat what happened back with the first movie.
You're right. But
sadly, yeah, you turn into a fucking troll.
You're right, but at the same time, I'm not just limiting myself to Disney Star Wars, because as much as I call myself a Star Wars fan, I am shamefully unaware of what happens in the EU. So I'm going to cover a lot of that
Mike,
stuff.
get rid of him. Get rid of him. Get him out of here now.
I'll wish you the best of luck, Paul. Like, all seriousness, I do wish you luck. I mean, good luck, man. That's all I'm going to say. I don't got nothing negative to say. Just good luck, man. I'm
gonna play devil's advocate here, and let's say this does work.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that Paul thinking outside of the box does work, because not everybody does their channel like everyone else. I certainly don't.
Oh, 1100.
I think outside of the box too. So
yeah. I don't need a second channel to cover everything. I mean, pretty much my thing in the bio pretty much tells you what I cover on my channel. It's mostly gaming.
I get where Paul's coming from. His main
Chasing
channel is the
algorithms,
Star
so
Wars
I do
guy.
wish him luck, Mike. I mean,
Yes.
I really do mean it. I wish you luck. I just hope you don't get swept away and lose yourself chasing it. Is all I'm gonna say.
Trust me, dude, that's already happened once. It was a failed experiment called Phantomology.
Hey.
No.
Baron, you hear that, man?
Listen to this nonsense.
But no, for real, I'll see you guys tonight, 9 o'clock on my channel, and we'll explain a little bit more about this. And I see what you said, Crit. I'll get into that too. So I'll see you guys later, okay?
Yeah, man.
All right, thank you, Paul.
Help me cover all the games while you do it too.
All right.
Star Wars games.
So what are you guys trying to spoil here?
I'm pointing out the spoiler warning for Picard.
Oh Jesus!
Oh, I'm done seeing it, so I'm good.
Okay.
Don't have any plans to see anything
I saw
soon,
season
so
1,
whatever.
and it was just the Kmart version of X-Men, and we made fun of it, and that was it. I was done after that.
Charles Xavier puttering around.
You gonna tell me that old boy didn't look like a wannabe Wolverine? You know, come on, man. You know, you had Storm. I mean, we had so much fun ripping that.
Was Raffi Storm?
Hey, look, I was done when the words were, "How do you use it? Use your imagination." Man, go get fucked. That ain't Star Trek. So yeah, that was season 1.
That's Starfleet Protocol. Use your imagination, I think.
What I don't understand is they pissed all over the original Star Trek stuff in these shitty series. They get 2 seasons, and then finally season 3. No, I didn't watch it. Again, this isn't a shot at anybody that did. Maybe a little, but not you, Mike. Or Cash Money. But you can't have 2 seasons of shit and then 1 good season at the end and then think it's a good show. Why the fuck are you still watching this shit? You know?
You want to know why I watched it, Adam? I'm going to tell you straight up why I watched it. I watched it because I didn't want to go by the word of mouth of people that hate
Me too.
Kurtzman Trek and people who love
Get your own
Kurtzman
opinion.
Trek.
That's right.
Yeah. But my point is
your own
for those
opinion.
people, though, that are kind of doing what Paul's trying to do, right? Hit the algorithm. This isn't a shot at him either, though. Those are the people that watch that shit to make videos to complain, which instead, remember when we used to talk about things we love? Now all YouTube is motherfuckers bitching about the shit they hate.
Yeah.
Quit watching it. And then it wouldn't be a problem.
But at the same time, it does need to be watched and it does need to be criticized because they don't want you to do that. They want you to turn away and let them continue working. They don't want you to make fun of it, to criticize it.
Consume product.
But by bitching on YouTube, it doesn't matter if it's a thumbs up or a thumbs down. It's still showing the show, and then more people watch
How's
it.
everyone doing?
I watch it so you don't have to is the biggest fucking line of bullshit I've ever heard. Because all the people in the chat are already watched the shit. Mike, again, this is not a shot at you because I know what you do and why you do it. You do like I do. We watch the shit. We give you an idea of what us as fans and normies kind of think of the shit, but we don't dive into it 24/7 every single fucking stream, you know?
No,
other people do. That's why I like coming here. Everybody can watch it. We can have an open forum and have some geek
Totally
out,
agree,
man.
I get tired of people bitching and whining about the same fucking 3 things over and over again. Like,
Here's the thing.
Marvel's on the back end. Yeah, I know. I'm familiar.
Here's the thing. Like I said, I wanted to be able to form my own opinion instead of relying on those who says it's terrible or says it's great.
Me too, man.
Your own opinion, then yeah.
And another thing, you know, a few weeks back, I had a good friend of the channel, Nerporeal Lifeform, come on, and I let him spend, I think it was almost an hour, just talking about his grievances with the show. I didn't interrupt him hardly at all. I just let him vent because that's what people need to do. They need to vent about what they like about shows and what they don't like about shows. But again, my main reason for watching season 3 of Picard, even though I didn't watch season 2 of Picard, was to form my own opinion instead of just.
And I have nothing with smaller YouTube channels wanting to vent their opinions. It's the bigger ones that just milk the same topic over and over and over again. It's like, do you have nothing else to fucking talk about? Like, really? Like,
There's an audience for it, though.
Yeah,
The failure of Mando.
But
You have to talk
at
about.
a certain point. Fuck, enough
Oh,
already.
it's Crit the Martian. It's Crit the Martian instead of Martin the Martian.
It's blandemology.
But
Who
if
is
you
this
truly
crap?
stood with Gina Carano, right, like all these cocksuckers say, if you truly stood with her, you would be boycotting this shit because they.
That's an interesting point.
I do. Yeah, I'm not. I don't care about Disney Star Wars anymore. Hell, she was probably the most popular character out of Disney Star Wars to begin with, and the fact that they basically kicked her out because Kathleen Kennedy obviously can't stand a woman who literally could actually kick her ass.
Well, it was political.
Kathleen Kennedy.
No political.
He's a fucking coffee
She's the
runner.
greatest person in the world. Yeah.
He's a coffee runner that got amazing job opportunities because she was associated with Steven Spielberg.
That wasn't from
Steven
running
Spielberg
coffee,
and
sir.
Lucas.
That was.
So she's a wonderful producer.
Fucking
She was able
Whoa.
to trick George Lucas into thinking that she would
She
be a good
produced
successor.
Jurassic Park and Indiana Jones.
She had nothing to do with those movies. She
She
was running
produced
coffee
them.
for the real
Produced
fucking
them.
talent.
She had
I mean,
plenty. She produced them.
She said that she wanted. It's noted that she was encouraging that the first Indiana Jones ended with Marion going off on her own and Indy just ending up with the dog.
Oh God. Good
God. That was dumb. I mean, look, I know the only thing we could say about Kill the Crystal Skull was that she came back and she and Indy finally got married. That was the only bright spot of that movie.
What about Shia LaBeouf? They just completely forgot about.
Oh yeah.
It showed they forgot about. It showed
I
they
didn't think he
forgot
had a
about him.
bad role in that movie.
Oh, the
I
part
mean,
where he's going on the fucking vines like a monkey was so stupid. Oh my
But it
God!
was very
He watched a
good
monkey
about it,
do it.
I loved it so much.
Not today,
Look
kid.
at the movies, right? Look at the first three. They added like some of that shit in for comedy relief, right? Like they tried to do what they did in the other movies, and it just did not work.
She was
at all.
Glorified reception.
In fact, this is the reason why I'd only think I'd rather only just watch Raiders of the Lost Ark only and not the other two movies.
I like Last Crusade. Last Crusade is good.
Great. I don't think Temple of Doom is
You
a
guys
bad
are just
movie.
saying that because Kathleen Kennedy runs Lucasfilm. You wouldn't have said that if she doesn't.
That monkey scene was trash.
But
He caught up the
real
Hummers.
quick. This is where I'm gonna say let's get back on topic.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
Get on topic, children. Don't let me get my soy. Don't.
Oh my God.
But Cash, Crit, myself, along with Phil McCracken, we watched the series finale of Picard.
Thank you, Terry.
Oh, Terry Metalis. Oh, can I suck your toes? What the fuck?
But we all have our own opinion. Our own opinion after going through all 10 episodes.
Yes.
And
Now,
Crit,
before
I'm going
you
to
do,
start
Mike,
with you
I got
first.
a question for you guys. Since the four of you watched it, okay?
Yes.
Before you do the Picard part, and I hate to, sorry about this, but just to clarify, what is your Star Trek, what is your Star Trek that you like the most? Like, for me, I'm an original series guy. I've seen
I was introduced to the original series, but I wasn't cemented into Star Trek until the Next Generation. More specifically, yesterday's Enterprise.
I'm watching the original series right now. I'm like halfway through season 2.
How many seasons were there anyway?
There's 3 seasons of the original series.
Only 3 seasons.
Yeah, I thought there would be like 10, to be honest. I was like shocked that there was only 3. I was like, what?
Yeah, with the original series, the episode that caught my attention was Tomorrow is Yesterday. That was the episode I watched for the first time, and I fell in love with the original series. I fell in love with the characters. The first movie I actually saw was Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home. I had a teacher in elementary school who was a big Star Trek fan, and she said, we're not doing any class assignments today. We're watching this movie. And it was Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home.
Oh, yeah.
So she popped it in. I loved it because I was already familiar with Kirk, Spock, Bones, Uhura, Sulu, and Chekhov.
I just watched the Gamesters of Triskelion, and that was my favorite episode. Like, I fucking loved it. They had the theme song, dun 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 dun, and it just had an amazing story. Like, I was so hooked, loved it. There's so many good episodes. Fuck yeah, Star Trek, the original series is amazing.
What about you, Cash Money? What kind of Trekkie are you?
He's on the. He took a trek to the potty.
Yeah, I know.
I did not like the 1920s gangster episode. I thought that was fucking stupid.
A piece of the action? Oh, come on, man.
Starfleet literally
Come
got
on.
beat by
How could you not like a
1920s
piece of the
gangsters.
action?
They literally just gave them their fucking phasers and their transporter. Like, it's the most pathetic. Like, they just kept giving them their technology. Like, here you go.
The whole thing
That-
started.
that- doesn't that violate the Prime Directive there?
They just bombed them
No,
like
the
they should
whole-
have done at the beginning. They just bombed the planet and showed their force, which is what I said the whole time. It frustrated the shit out of me. Like, just show them your force. Bomb them with phasers. You don't have to kill anybody.
The whole thing with the Iosians even gaining the society that they did was because of a book that was left behind by a ship a century before.
Right.
I didn't like it. I thought that it was just a plot going
That's one
around
of my
in circles.
favorite episodes.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't like it.
I just remember when everybody hated The Next Generation when it first aired. Like, OG Star Trek people fucking hate it. It wasn't until later that they liked it a little bit when it got better. You know?
Did you even watch the original franchise, the animated show from the 70s?
Yep.
Yeah, I've watched the animated series. I consider the animated series season 4 and season 5 of the original series.
What about the one from Phil Mason?
There's an animated Star Trek series. I
Yes.
gotta check that out. I definitely does it have William Shatner as Kirk and everything?
Yes, William Shatner is voicing Shatner.
It's
you have Leonard Nimoy as Spock.
He's my favorite
Forrest
character
Kelly
in
as
Star Trek.
McCoy. The only cast member they weren't able to get was Walter Kaney because they didn't have the budget for it.
Yeah. It's on
But he
Peacock
did write
Plus.
he did write an episode called The Infinite Vulcan.
Yeah, I would say as somebody, I'm aware of Trek. I know a lot about it, but I'm not huge deep in the lore. Like I don't know episode names.
Right.
But I
Yeah, me
have watched some of the animated series. So as a fan, I watched the animated series instantly recognizing the voices as the actors, and I watched a handful of episodes and immediately went, "Oh, these are episodes that they couldn't really do on Star Trek."
Right.
Because they were Star Trek episodes, completely true to that same style and story.
It wasn't dumbed
And it
down.
was just like, oh, you just couldn't do this
They
graphically.
didn't have the technology or the graphics back then. Yeah, because it's like what, like the late 50s, early 60s, in that show came out, like mid
The
60s,
mid
like
60s for the original series. It's the
that's
early
an oldie.
70s for the animated series.
That's a lot of years that's passed.
It's in the
between now and
70s.
then. And like it still holds up to this day. I was watching it and I'm like, this looks better than a lot of this looks better than Willow. Like
You want to know something?
A lot of shit.
I know some people are going to hate this, but I still look at cell animation and I still think it's a marvel compared to computer animation because it's all hand drawn, all hand
Anything
painted.
hand drawn, amazing. Extra marks in my book if you're hand draw it.
I think the problem with special effects, especially by today, is they've gotten lazy with it. They just don't care.
So true. It's all laziness.
yeah.
It's like,
Cutting
we can cut corners here. We can cut another corner here.
Well, the slow motion has been
God.
is getting beat to death, especially. It's horrible.
So tired of slow motion. Like it
Slow
used to be
motion
for a cool
computer-
dramatic effect. Now it's just to pad runtime. Fuck you.
What special effects should be is it should be a highlighter to the to actual practical effects.
True.
Some things that you can't get, like for example, you can't get a giant sweeping city like Coruscant. So I can understand having special effects to kind of highlight that a little more, sparks or muzzle flashes or something like that. But I mean, it shouldn't be the go-to for something. It should be practical effects, then having special effects highlighting things.
Mm-hmm. So, when it comes to Star Trek Picard Season 3, specifically the finale of the series, Crit, I'm going to let you go first and give your overall thoughts on the series and on this episode as a whole.
Not really a Star Trek person.
Watching this, I kind of contemplated if people were paid to like it, because this show made me irritated.
The shills are out.
And it's the show we need. Okay, I got to get that out there. But for people saying this is Trek and I'm a kid again, come on, man. The member berries, the passive aggressiveness, the Vatic, the Shaws being an asshole. I was getting the swearing every now and then. I was getting annoyed as hell. The lighting. I hate the lighting in this show. Even when they're on the Enterprise D, it's bright, but it's like they got a fog machine or something. It's like gray. It's like the contrast is so dark. Like so, the sci-fi of Star Trek, the future of Star Trek is.
I'm sorry, Crit. I don't mean to interrupt, but Jet's got to go.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah,
And I wanted to give him a chance to promote his channel.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've been busy doing the Mass Effect series. I'm already on 3, and again, anyone who wants to see the other 2 games, I have an entire playlist, and I leave them in the description for each part I do. So I think I'm on part 16. I know it's gonna be a little slower because I think I just got finished with Priority Rannoch in the game.
Nice.
So yeah. So thank you all for having me on. See you guys next time. And as I always say in my tagline on my channel, may God, the Force, and the power protect you always.
Legit.
Take care, brother, and I'll send you a message about the Power Rangers stream coming up. All right, Crick, go ahead and continue.
Yeah, the Vadic, I think, is one of the worst antagonists in the Star Trek series. Hi. And woohoo, swinging in my chair. I was, Raffi is a character that doesn't need to be in the show, but for some reason she is. Yeah, she's like, I had a girlfriend, I did drugs and
Diversity
stuff.
hire.
Yeah. But her scenes are fine because when Worf does all the talking, it's like, oh, it's watchable. Okay, well,
They literally had to pair her up with Worf, somebody people like, to make her tolerable.
and then Worf's doing all this meditation stuff, and I guess that's supposed to be funny. And I'm like, is it? He's a wise now. He's wise. Characters, they say exposition all the time. At least in TNG, it flowed. You know, they would. I think the real action in TNG was them talking about philosophy and stuff. And this, it was like, well, we gotta figure out this and this and this and this, and they're like, oh.
Writers were better.
You know, characters act the same, and then they act differently the next. Like when you first see Riker and Picard, they're acting like how they are, but then the next scene they're acting differently. Like, go your corner, Picard. You doomed us all. And Picard, you know, goes to his corner like a child, getting grounded. I was losing my mind, just losing my mind. And I was like, people are giving this 9 out of 10? Hello. My biggest issues probably came at the last 2 episodes. Now I will say, the good thing I think about the show is there are scenes, individual scenes that work. Yes. I thought the data,
there were.
The data and lore scene worked. You know, when they're actually in the Enterprise D bridge, it feels like TNG. Although then they're doing all this exposition. It's like someone gave them separate lines to say and say this and that, and it kind of throws me off because it doesn't really feel like TNG. You know, but I think the biggest issues was the mystery box. Another thing I hate about this show, and I'll bring it up, is they bring back characters and kill them off in the same episode. Ensign Rowe, dead. Admiral Shelby, dead. I was annoyed. This is Terry Matalas trying to finish plot arcs, but okay, you have to do it in one episode. Whatever. And so the Ensign Rowe episode, I think, was I was most annoyed with, and also Geordi's attitude towards Picard, I was annoyed with. Just their attitudes, like everyone has to be like, oh, how could you do this? Oh, how could you be this way? I'm just tired of it. I was tired of it. It's like every character that came into the show. Even Riker. When Riker told Picard to go in his corner, I was like, he wasn't acting like that the last episode.
Wait, now hold on, Black Dragon. Think about what we all have our different opinions. If you love the show, man, that's fine. But come on, do I have to throw you out of the airlock? Where are you, Black Dragon? I'll find you.
Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done.
I know you're not. I know you're not. I
haven't got to. I haven't got to. Oh my god, was this episode 8? So this is where I think
episode 8 was where
I lost respect
Laura
for
hugged.
a bunch of these YouTube channels, a bunch of this shit, and I don't think they're paid off, but they're so blinded by nostalgia. This is all The Force Awakens again. All that movie was nostalgia. Although it's good, I thought that movie's not bad, not as much as the other two. It's still it was just a New Hope, but with member berries spread. That's basically what it was. Episode 8.
That's
when
not the only
Borg-
Star Wars.
So The Force Awakens.
Well, why the comment then, Black Dragon, if you haven't
Me,
seen it?
Pacific,
Snarky. Anyway.
Cash.
It was that bad.
When we yelled and groaned when they revealed the Borg as the villain of the show. And the way Jack Crusher goes to they literally ripped off the Rise of Skywalker when Jack Crusher goes to fucking Borg Exegol and meets the fucking alien. It's the same thing as the Emperor.
God.
It was like long have I waited for you, Jack Crusher. It's this it's so bad. Oh, and then don't give in episode 9, it does the same shit. Not only that, in episode 9, besides, some scenes here and there, besides, Jack Crusher, all he needed was a hug. And he became
Oh my gosh.
board.
I got a clip. I got a clip for that one, Crit. I was waiting to play this clip.
Could I have a hug?
Didn't they make? I've never watched any of the new Trek stuff. I've hardly watched any old Trek either. But didn't they make the Borg into the good guys at some point in time in New Trek?
No.
In season 2 of Picard.
Ah, was he?
I haven't watched that.
Uh-huh.
So, Crit, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Oh yeah. I was expecting Lando Calrissian to be in the opposite seat by Data. That was ridiculous. Come on, they ripped off Return of the Jedi with that. You can't defend that. And people were saying it was an Easter egg. And like, what? That's an Easter egg? Ripping off the
For
fucking
Star Wars.
Star Wars are two different properties, and they always should be.
They should.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Star Wars is lived in science fantasy, and Star Trek is optimistic sci-fi future.
Yes.
All right. Cash money.
Oh boy.
You have the con. Your thoughts on the card.
Very exciting. Let's see. The cursing in the first few episodes was ridiculous. Fuck this. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Like, that was just so annoying. I'm like, this is so out of place for a Star Trek show. Shaw, I have another friend who's like, oh, what a horrible take. I was glad Shaw died. Fuck Shaw. That's right, I said it.
Oh, he died?
Fuck Shaw. Yes, he did.
That's why the spoilers are up.
That's right.
I'll live. I know. I'll live. I'm just, I don't care.
Don't care. It's just that he didn't. He was very passive aggressive to Picard. He just seemed to be pretty much an a-hole. And I'm like, couldn't they write more about this character? Does he have any in between? I just personally didn't like Shaw.
Damn. So he died already? Like, that's not much of a character arc when you die right as you become a cool person. Like, that's pretty shallow.
He was okay. I will say that about Shaw.
He was starting
to become a little bit. He was coming around to things, but he was still mostly.
And then they kill him off.
He was mostly still dick. Now, a lot of our friends think that he had a heroic death. I don't agree. I don't care about Shaw.
How's he die?
He got shot by was it the Borg? Was
Yes.
it the Borg or the, yeah, it's the Borg.
Yeah. It was the
What was he
young
doing when he
crewmen
died?
who were Borg.
Was he holding off people to save them?
I guess he was. Dang it.
Yes, he was trying to get people on the shuttle, and
So he died
was
died
holding them
protecting people. So he did die a heroic death. Not the one you might have liked, but it is a heroic death.
I just didn't like Shaw, and so I'm happy he's dead. I know people don't like hearing that.
He died to
you say it
keep
again for the
Raffi
record?
and
Yes.
Raffi
No,
and
you are right. You are
7
right
of 9
about
on on the
You are
Titan.
correct, sir.
Do you think his
Yes,
character
you
had
are
more
right.
to give? Is that the problem?
Yes.
Yep.
I think they should have thrown him out of the airlock, and I think Anonymous should have taken over his role. That's what I think.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
We get like an aliens callback of him frozen in space, and
I want Anonymous to replace Shaw, and then I think the show will be better. That's what I think.
I'm the
That's
best
what I
space
said.
captain there is.
That's right. But no, I just had a lot of problems. And Anonymous, I'm guessing you did watch this whole season, right? Did you watch it? Okay.
All right,
I didn't-
and I will ask you, Anonymous, for your opinion before I give mine.
I'd like to hear yours as well.
I won't be invited back if I give you my opinion.
No, dude.
no,
If you like the
Anonymous,
show,
Anonymous.
it's fine,
You gotta
dude.
say it now.
It doesn't matter, man. We're not gonna shame you because we had a lot of problems with this show, the four of us, but you didn't. It's okay, man. We're not
Yeah,
gonna-
but was it as
Not
bad
as
as the
much as
first?
y'all.
Wait. But was it as bad as the first two seasons?
I will say, if this was the first season, I would have been going a lot easier on the show than I actually am.
I agree. I also didn't like how like Riker and people are like, you go sit in the corner, Picard, okay. And then he comes back, you know what, Picard, I was wrong. I'm just like, and a lot of that stuff happened. And Raffaella with her drug problems, just like what Crit said, I did not care. I have a girlfriend. I don't care. You're not a very interesting character. I know she was in the first one. I know she was in the first season. She's been in since there. Worf, there was an episode where he just sat around meditating a lot. I don't know. It just kind of bothered me. It just did. The horror movie, and he's like, go open the red door. I know, I get it. It's what he's seeing in his head, but it's like, I didn't like it. I thought there was like horror stuff in Picard season 3 that I didn't think was necessary. I didn't like Jack Crusher. He's the chosen one. I don't care about the Borg being recycled again. I thought they should be dead. We can go with something else. I didn't like a lot of the passive aggressiveness. This show like aggravated me a lot. I don't think it's punishment though. But I can't say I liked it that much. I just didn't. To a lot of problem with the show. And why was the holodeck, and I know this is nitpicking, but why was the holodeck usually just a bar?
Because that's all they could afford in power to create.
They didn't have the power. And the lights.
The holodeck
lighting
was on its own
horrible.
power source.
Okay.
Well, I'm not going to defend the lighting. I hate the lighting. Yeah.
It's horrible, dude. It's horrible, bro. Yeah, so I have a lot of problems with these characters, but yet I like Geordi's daughters. I didn't hate them. It's just,
it wasn't. No, you can't. There's no way you can complain that this show was woke in any way. Or,
no, dude, not
intersectional
at all,
feminist at all.
No, not at all. I can't. I think it's crazy that there's even some of these big YouTubers that are saying like, "Oh, this was woke." It's like, but you didn't even watch it, man. Like, at least watch it.
Well, they're saying like it's the Field of Dreams of Trek. I'm like, what? The Field of Dreams?
Not for me.
Field.
Oh, that's Brandon. Okay, you might want to. If you're having some
So was Picard supposed to say if you build it, he will come or something? I don't know. It's like
yeah, I guess so. And you know, we have another Crusher. I don't know. I didn't like Jack Crusher, and I'm sure that guy's a good actor, but in this, I just didn't like it.
So you like Wesley over him?
Not much. Wesley's it's a toss-up.
Yeah, both the Crushers.
Oh, come on.
I didn't like Wesley either. He's a fucking annoying little shit.
Sometimes Wesley was okay and made sense. Other times I didn't hate him as much as other people.
Hey, Captain, can I do this? Like, shut the fuck up. This is a goddamn starship bridge.
I just had a lot of problems with this show, but I was happy that I actually watched it with Mike and Crit and Phil. But I was gonna form my own opinions about this, and so I did. I just
daughter,
the daughters.
I feel
were
like I
fine.
was tricked by Robert Burnett to actually sit through this thing.
Like, you
I
guys
don't
feel
know.
like all the other characters, the like minor ones, that didn't get as much time to shine as they maybe should have.
Hello.
Other characters? There were other characters.
Nice.
You mean the crew? The ones
were
that.
other characters?
Okay, so
You know,
so before I finish my point, the positives about this, there was some interesting conversation, like Crit talked about. The lore and data conversation was interesting. I like some of the conversations with Riker and Picard. I was like, oh, this feels like TNG, but a lot of this stuff I just didn't care for. I didn't like Vadic. I thought Vadic was a stupid villain. Oh, I'm gonna spin around in my chair. Yeah. Oh, that was aggravating to me.
Don't they end up just doing a trench run anyways?
The changelings, I was like, oh, I don't know. I don't know that much about the changelings because I need to watch more of Deep Space Nine. So
you do need to watch Deep Space Nine to understand that part of what they were trying to tell this season.
So it was just I felt this whole season was a mess. I don't think it's punishment, but I don't like this passive aggressiveness towards Picard. I understand that he can make mistakes just like anybody else, but even it felt like the Starfleet was just like they're a bunch of
fucking
horrible
hubris.
people.
Sheer fucking hubris.
I just don't.
I'll never forget that line.
I didn't like just people, and it was weird. I don't know. A lot of the crew, it was nice to have them back. But like even Worf, there was some weird things about Worf, but he had some good lines. It's just I had a lot of problems with this show.
Worf got stuck with fucking Raffi, the character that everyone hated.
Yes.
So he's literally his
ridiculous.
job is to elevate a character that everyone hates.
Yeah,
To,
it
like,
just
not
the
hating
stuff
her.
about the Ferengi, even things like on Tuvok with the ears, like it's nitpicking again. It's definitely nitpicking, but
It may be
bothered me.
nitpicky, but you look at the way Tuvok looked on
Yes.
Voyager. You look at how
Right.
he looks in this
Exactly.
series,
Exactly.
and guess what? Vulcans don't have elf ears.
So
they don't.
yeah, and if I
They were
am
just
in the
Russians in the
minority
original series.
of
They
people
just had
liking this, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry,
man.
go ahead. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay.
Bro. Go, Cash.
But yeah, it's just those are pretty much my thoughts. Just too much passive aggressiveness, and I know some people are like, "Who cares about the cursing?" I just think it's out of place for Star Trek to say "fuck" and shit. It's just at certain times it's just stupid. Hell, fine, but I don't. I just didn't like that.
sounds
It
weird,
bothered me.
totally.
I didn't
Like
like the lighting. The lighting really bothered me in this show. I don't
The
like it.
cursing in Star Trek is just as awkward as it is when they curse
Mhm.
in Star Wars and they
They're
use
saying-
Earth
Right,
friends.
exactly, dude. I
They're saying
completely
fucking
agree, Chris.
hubris was so out of
Yes.
place. It
Yes.
just didn't make sense.
Yeah, it just, I didn't like that. And the whole thing about the Borg, did we need to have the Borg back? And then this whole situation about the young people killing the old people, like, and they turn into Borg. I just was like, hasn't Starfleet gotten better with their security, like a lot better? I don't know. There was just a lot of
I
crazy
have things I want to say about
Ugh.
that, but I'm gonna wait until
Yeah,
Anonymous
but
is.
those are pretty much all my thoughts. So.
All right. Okay, Anonymous.
Go ahead, man.
The floor is yours.
Yes.
Well, it's not fair because I didn't like sit around thinking about what I was going to say about the show. I mean,
It's all right. Nothing's
it
ever
was
thought
what-
about what we're gonna say on the show. We
Yes,
just
we
wait.
do. Come on. It's only when Paul's on and he's playing on easy mode. I'm watching
Yeah,
you,
no.
Paul. Yeah, no more easy mode, dude. I'm just kidding.
I did have my problems with the show. There were things that I did like about it. It did entertain me.
Okay.
For the most of the season, there were obviously some episodes that were just fillers, and
sure
they were kind of weird and didn't, it could have been summed up in a few less episodes. the lighting sucked. I give you. I hated the lighting throughout. Everybody hates the lighting. I'm sorry. I don't remember hearing even one person say, "Ooh, I love the dark themes of the show."
It's such a simple thing to fix too. What a
Yes, it is. I mean, the whole reason why they do make shows a little too dark is because they're obviously trying to hide something. It would just take too much time and money to light it properly, and then have to correct things that look a little awkward in the brighter light.
Another thing I hate about these new Trek shows is they have to always pan around the bridge like it's a oval.
Ooh, isn't this cool? Ooh, look at this shiny.
In TNG,
Ooh, the Orville.
Yeah.
Hey, we're getting somewhere. I see what Seth MacFarlane was doing with the Orville now.
Basically.
So go ahead, Anonymous.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Too. I need to stop. My bad.
Let's see. Okay. Okay.
This time it's not Apollo.
Hold on. All right, I see who it is.
For once, it ain't my dogs.
It's not your wiener dogs, dude.
No, I've been muted, but laughing my ass off.
All right, go ahead, Anonymous.
Okay. Yes. All right. Raffi in 7 and 9 didn't have a sex scene, so that bugged me. All right, that was a joke. Okay.
I know.
Yeah. Yes, Raffi did not. You betcha. Raffi did not belong in the show. I wish she wasn't in the show. To be honest with you, I didn't like her in the first one, and I don't see the reason why she needed to be in here. I thought Worf was great. Now I understand. I'm going off the premise that this is 20 years. Well, these guys have been separated. People grow. People change over time, and I think whoever wrote it, Terry Metalis, I'm guessing wrote it. I can see where people get different over time. People do change, and especially with being spacefaring, Starfleet people, the events of their lives can take you in a completely different direction. And I like the stuff with Riker. Riker was on point this entire season, and Worf was good. He's one of those two are the outstanding for me too. A lot of people have that same thought, but they did really good jobs in this, and there are some issues with the storyline and like Picard, and I didn't like the whole bridge thing where Riker snapped at Picard, and that was kind of out of character and off-putting a little bit, and just Picard Picard couldn't get his balls back, and that's why they should have. He did that for the whole.
They were absorbed by the Borg.
That
the Borg
for the whole
absorbed
first
balls.
season.
We have
somebody
Picard
did.
balls.
You did see the first season, though, that he's a robot now. Like he doesn't have no balls.
Yeah.
We have
He didn't have any balls
Picard's
before he was
balls.
a robot.
We have assimilated Picard's balls. We can now take over the galaxy. We have Picard's balls.
It was the way they castrated him on the very first freaking episode of
We can
Picard.
now assimilate the entire galaxy.
And
at Picard.
It wasn't to me. It wasn't until he found out he had a son that he started manning up again. And a little too late, maybe. I don't know. And he, because the entire time he was still.
I'm so glad we got to find out his mom killed herself. That was so helpful to his character. It really.
That was season 2, wasn't it?
Like complete shite that you really take suicide and make it like a joke, and it's really stupid and it irritates me. Like,
and she didn't actually kill herself because that's not how the lore goes.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid.
Well, that was Kurtzman.
Yeah, because we all know, and where no one has gone before.
That was
his mother was an elderly old
that
woman.
bugged the shit out of me. Like that whole having his mom kill himself. That was like so unnecessary. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, look around the
And
room.
they made a joke about it too.
Yeah, like what the fuck? Suicide.
They took a page out of Dr. Karen's playbook and made it fun about someone who's suffering from something.
Suffering from massive depression that like killed himself. That ain't funny. Like I don't know in what universe.
No, it's not.
That shit ain't funny. I'm not saying you, but like the writers or whatever. Like, what were they thinking? Like,
Well,
making his
did
mom.
you watch the entire season 1 and 2? What were they thinking?
No, I didn't.
There's a lot in there that they weren't thinking.
That's terrible.
No. Yeah,
terrible.
Overall,
there was
the
enough
whole
to make me like
series
scared off.
terrible, but
Yeah.
Season 3 was the best of the 3, but still mid for me too. It's mid for me.
I totally agree with Mike or whoever said like one season doesn't redeem your whole show. Like you can't have 2 shit
No,
seasons
seriously, no.
and then just pop up and you're all good now. Like get the fuck out of here. Like
Well, I don't know anybody who's saying.
trash.
I know some people think are wondering, is this going to save Star Trek? You know, most everybody I watch and listen to, that's like, no, this is a one-off. You're not getting Star Trek's not getting saved with this. It's just going to be if you enjoy it for the send-off that is, but you're not getting anything better afterwards. It's still dead. Star Trek's still dead. Sorry. And that's the consensus. Even if you hated it, that's fine. Crit hates it. Cash hates it. That's cool. And I see where there's like 40% that I hated, and there's like 50 to 45 or whatever percent that I did like. So I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. For me, this is the final thing you're going to get with all the TNG crew. The very final thing. I don't think they're ever going to get anything else.
No.
So I think the send-off itself was good. They all were on the Enterprise. Enterprise D was full back in action. They pulled out a mission together, whether it be expertly written. No, it was not. But they did their thing, and they finished the task, and where they ended, playing cards like they did at the end of TNG was fantastic for me. I did enjoy that. But there's a lot more. Shaw was a prick. I kind of started liking Shaw, but then they later on they didn't have anything for him to do, and he just kind of got pushed to the back, and which sucked for me. I wish he would have progressed a little bit more.
I hate when that happens to characters that you like. It's so frustrating.
The TNG for me, Among Us, it continues in the TNG relaunch novels, the pocketbooks, and then after that, there's nothing else. Okay,
well, I'm not reading.
I just hate to see a character that you like not get fleshed out the way you want.
Well,
that's nothing more frustrating than that.
Here's another thing I hate about these reboots. This goes to Star Wars too. So the characters we grew up with have to become old, mean, and bitter.
All of
them. They become losers.
God.
I mean, we got Luke, we got Picard, we got.
So depressing.
I just
depressing to think about. Old hermits on their islands. Not giving a fuck about anything. What a world. Oh, what a hero. I want to fucking be like him when I grow up. It's like the old hermit that drinks blue milk and doesn't give a fuck about anyone.
It's like Maverick.
Their mentality of how they view older people. Because in one worldview is they view older people as a source of wisdom. They come with some knowledge because they lived through life longer, so you need to kind of give them some kind of respect. But then you have this other mentality of old people are old people. They don't know how the world works anymore. The world has moved on. They are still living in the past, so they need to be ignored.
Disney treats all their stars
and both philosophies are actually right.
Like, you all have Alzheimer's. Remember when you were great? Okay, we're moving on from you old fuckers. We got some new kids now. Oh, I was Luke Skywalker. Yeah, that was great for you. We're moving on now. It's so pathetic. I hate it.
It's like was Maverick was the only one who had a great life after the first Top Gun.
Well, Maverick really the only one that treated their legacy character with fucking respect. Oh my god. At least a bit of respect.
Man,
God damn.
Everybody with the freaking song just. What's wrong with
Every
you?
other franchise.
You and Bill
Every
McCracken.
other franchise, they got fucked. Nobody got respect on their name.
All right. I'll play it.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
I hope you're happy.
There you go.
You know, I think I would speak for. I think I would speak for both for Jace as well if I could ask. Can we borrow that for when we introduce Anonymous on our show?
Oh no!
Jace is here in the chat, so I mean, I'm pretty sure he'll be open for the idea too.
I've denied it to Paul because I know this sounds selfish, but I want that as a Pop Talk exclusive.
Suck it.
Oh well, Jace will find his own way of doing it.
I'm sure.
What is everybody's thoughts on the Mandalorian season finale?
We're not done talking about season 3 of Picard yet.
We're going to Picard still? Okay, my bad.
I haven't seen any of it. Watched the first episode and was like, "Are you shitting me?" And was like, "Wait till this shit's done, and then maybe I'll take a look."
It's so bad.
So
the only episode I've seen was was episode 9.
It hurts so hard.
And I got into it with Nick about that one.
My soul bleeds.
So, any other thoughts on Picard, Anonymous?
Go ahead.
Nobody ever bothered to think about. I hear a lot of people talk about. It's all Kurtzman trick. It's mystery box. It's secret hideout. It's all the same thing. Terry Metalis is Kurtzman. Blah blah blah. Yeah, exactly. It's just. I have no doubts about Metalis's love for Star Trek. I don't call them member berries. I call it fan service, because if he's a real fan, I understand. Now I'm not saying he didn't go overboard, but he tried to put all the Star Trek stuff in the Star Trek series for fan service. That's my belief. If you want to call it member berries, you go right ahead. But everybody needs. I respect his motivations for making this season, but did he really actually have the talent to make the season? I think no. I don't think he had the full-on ability to do it justice the way it needed to be. If he could have got me up to an 8 out of 10, I would have been super stoked about the season. But right now I'm in a 6.5, and I just think that he tried real hard, but he just didn't have what it took to push it over the edge.
Okay. So that leaves it to me on my thoughts on Picard season 3. Picard as a whole, you might as well say. Even though I haven't seen any episodes of season 2, I've seen clips, but I specifically am going to try to talk about season 3 in general. Season 3, as I've said, if season 3 were season 1, I would be much easier on Picard than I actually am.
What about season 2?
I didn't watch it, Brandon.
How many episodes they were altogether?
30 episodes altogether. Star Trek Picard.
Yes. So I guess 10 episodes per season?
Yes. So with Picard season 3, I heard about it, and I heard what they wanted to do about it. I'm sorry, Brandon.
You didn't watch season 2?
I did not
Your name
want to
on the
watch season 2 after watching season 1. After watching Picard season 1, all 10 episodes, I said I can't watch this again because I was going to review the whole first season.
Well, you're better than I am. I stopped after episode 7. I just couldn't stomach it anymore.
I haven't even watched it before. And your name on the panel is Mike.
But after watching the first 10 episodes of season 1 the first time, I couldn't go through it again. And I've seen clips of season 2, so I'm aware of what happens in season 2. But for season 3, like I said in the beginning, the reason why I chose to watch season 3, nobody forced me to do it. I didn't force myself to do it. I chose to do it. The reason why is because I wanted to be able to form my own opinion instead of going by what one person is saying versus another person is saying, or in this case, many different people. You know, some people, they were praising the season, saying that it brought Star Trek back to form. And then some people were saying, no matter what, because of how many times we've been kicked in the gut and knocked out, I'm not watching it. I thought to myself, I need to make my own opinion. So I decided I'm going to watch season 3 of Picard.
I have one question. Blink your eyes rapidly if there's someone sitting right next to you with a gun to your head.
There was nobody sitting next to me.
There's
There
someone
was
with a bow and
nobody.
arrow to my head.
There was
so I guess I gotta
nobody.
blink rapidly to that.
There was nobody pointing a gun at my head, and I'm not even gonna joke about the fact that I'm a Cub fan and I'm used to pain. No, it's not even that. It's because, again, I wanted to be able to form my own opinion instead of, going
Hell yeah.
by what other people are saying.
That's all you can do. I don't ever want to make my opinion based on other people's shit.
It's just
I
like
have my own heart and my own opinion to it.
with Pop Talk and anything. I don't want to be an echo chamber. I don't want to go by what someone else is saying. I want to be able to form my own thoughts and opinions.
Hell yeah.
And we don't care if we get attacked either. I'm just going to add that in. We don't care if we get attacked. We've already gotten attacked.
Yes, you do.
Cash Money likes it that way.
Don't you start, Blue Dragon. Put you in the corner.
We'll put you
Hell, you already whining. I mean, I'm teasing Crit, and you get butthurt? Is there something you two want to tell us?
No,
the same person.
I just thought somebody was starting some shit, so I had to start some shit too. Anyways, yeah. So
No, I was just teasing Crit. I do that all the time when he's on Paul's channel. I'll throw in one of those asinine comments just to tease him.
Yeah.
So, Crit, Cash, and I, and Phil decide we're going to watch episode 1. We watched it, and Baron was there with us too.
Exactly.
I don't want to forget about you, Baron, because you were there. You were watching it. We found some things that we liked. We saw things that we didn't like. And one of the things that some of us liked was the fact that they used some of the music cues from previous movies. And, that was fine and everything, but when you are introduced to Shaw, your first thought of the character is, this guy's a complete asshole. And he doesn't like Borg. He doesn't like Picard because he was assimilated by the Borg. He doesn't like 7 and 9 because she was a Borg. We do find out later on why he doesn't like the Borg, because he was on one of the 40 ships that were at Wolf 359 during the Borg invasion. And he was one of the lucky few that actually survived on the ship that he was serving on, because he says he was selected to get into the escape pod. Well, we know he's a survivor, and we know now why he doesn't like Picard. But, in that first episode, I had my grievances with the fact that Beverly was using a compression phaser rifle, and she had to caulk the thing. At no point in Star Trek history have you ever seen a character having to cock a phaser rifle to fire another shot. They put it to the setting they need to put it at, and then they pointed and fired. So that was one of my grievances.
No man tell me what to do.
And, you know, another thing is Jack Crusher, you know, being the chosen one, essentially. I didn't feel like I was given any reason to care about him, even after finding out that he's Captain Picard's son. I didn't feel any reason to care about him. And speaking of Picard, at one point in this series, Picard says the only family he ever needed was Starfleet. Wrong. Completely wrong, because I even mentioned this to Phil, Cash, and Crit. In Generations, we knew, because we saw what Picard was experiencing
There's
in the
10
Nexus.
people right now. The most people.
Yes, there are.
The most people it can stream can even fit.
Yes.
You're one of my favorite users, by the way.
Thank you, Brandon.
You're welcome, my friend. You just are you? Why would I comment on my videos?
Brandon, I'm subscribed to so many people, I don't always get to watch everybody's video.
Okay. You want to be on YouTube?
Thank you, Brandon. But
I love you.
Thank you. But getting back to Picard.
You haven't even watched that, so I love you.
But getting back to Picard.
Okay, Mike, I love you.
As I was saying, you know, as far as Jack being the son of Picard, I really didn't care. And as far as Picard saying that Starfleet was the only family he had, now we all know from watching Generations, at least anyone who's a Star Trek fan, we all know that Picard longed for a family. Because we saw that in the Nexus. He wanted a family of his own. Heck, in the episode Family of Next Generation after Best of Both Worlds Part 2, we knew Picard wanted a family of his own because his brother, Robert, had a family of his own. And that his nephew, Rene, was the closest that he would ever have as a son. And we even heard Picard say that he wasn't joining Starfleet to escape being abused at home. No. He joined Starfleet because he looked upon the stars and wanted to explore the stars. Go beyond Earth. Find out about himself. Find out what's out there. So, you know, I had a big problem with that.
There couldn't have been a better reason, though, to explore space. I like that, though, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I like Jack's reason for wanting to explore space.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, I had a problem with them bringing back characters like Ro Laren and even Shelby and then killing them off. You know,
Me too, dude.
The last time we saw then Lieutenant Ro was in season 7 of Next Generation, where she turns on not just Picard but on Riker and joins the Maquis. That's the last time we saw her. And then to find out she, you know, made a deal after being held as a, you know, traitor from Starfleet. She made a deal to become a special operative, and she ends up finding about this portal weapon, which is only used a few times, and then they just dump it off. They dump it off. It's like, okay, you have this portal weapon that's supposed to be this big threat. You've used it a few times. Heck, it's because of that portal weapon. Riker looks at Picard and says, "Get off my bridge." And oh gosh, this entire series, I understand, and I know I'm going all over the place. I know, guys.
No. It was lovely because it made me think, and now he knew how fucking Data felt like, because now he's a robot. Sorry, man. Like, what you're saying makes so much sense, though, having not seen it. So no, thank you.
But
well, the portal weapon was a distraction for them to steal Picard's body.
But here's the thing, Anonymous. I know it was a distraction to use it to steal Picard's body, but then why didn't the crew of the Titan say, "Hey, they just dumped off that portal weapon. Why don't we use it? Because it could have helped them later on." Especially, and this is a spoiler for episode 10, when the young Starfleet officers, 25 and younger, are assimilated by the Borg. Don't you think you could have used that portal weapon to maybe have a few phaser shots that were aimed at space dock go right back at the ships? Just a thought.
What were they supposed to do? They were in free fall. They were like, at that point when they dumped it, they were like falling into the nebula.
I get that, Anonymous, but still, you have this weapon and it's supposed to be this life-threatening weapon. It's used at a Starfleet recruiting station, and you don't go back to retrieve it. We see the strike coming back. They encounter it again. You don't just leave a weapon like that floating around in space for someone else to come back, like the jellyfish to pick it up. What are they going to do with it?
Like, you want the Ferengis to get hold of that shit? No, man.
Was it still there? I mean, the nebula like exploded. Where did it go?
That's a plot thread that's, not resolved, in my opinion. But with this whole series of Picard, was it nice to see the Next Gen cast back together? I'm not going to say it wasn't. It was nice to see them back. It was nice to see Michael Dorn back as Worf. And there were a few times where, I was thinking to myself, I even mentioned this to Crit, is he doesn't seem to have his Worf voice back until, you're watching later on in the episode and, following episodes where you can see him becoming Worf. And yes, Riker was Riker. Jonathan Frakes stepped right back into that role, just like it was yesterday. But I'll admit, guys, and I know it probably sounds that way, I did not enjoy the series. This season series finale, I felt nothing watching it. If this was supposed to be some kind of closure for the Next Gen era, I felt nothing for this finale.
So was it too late?
I think what it was is that we've already received closure with the Next Generation crew.
Yeah.
We received it in all good things.
And let's not forget, Mike, also, for some reason, Q comes back, too. I mean, this stuff is ridiculous.
They killed them with space cancer. They can't let that slide.
No,
they gotta retcon their own trash.
Yeah, they retconned Q's death.
Space cancer, space AIDS.
Yeah.
There's a cartoon.
I mean,
Space vid,
yeah.
I mean, the fact that in this show they say that Starfleet, we're talking about Starfleet here, tortured changelings.
The most inept group ever.
Right.
But to say that Starfleet tortured changelings during the Dominion War? No, Starfleet wouldn't do that. You know who would do it? Section 31. Section 31 is the one that implemented the changeling virus on DS9. And to even have Vatic say we had one of our own steal the cure. No, again, you're wrong. It was Dr. Bashir who developed the cure, administered it to Odo, and then Odo, when he returned to the Great Link, cured all the changelings that were there. Yeah. They had Starfleet do things that Starfleet wouldn't do. Yes, there have been rogue Starfleet officers, rogue admirals in the past, but Starfleet as a whole,
evil.
Yeah,
tired of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm tired of too, Apion.
I got that.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mike. Go on. Sorry, but yeah, Starfleet being evil is lame. Starfleet being evil is like the most lamest trope continuously pushed over and over again. Like, oh, what if Starfleet was this? And it's like, that's lame. You've done that many times. Starfleet should be the epitome of good. Like, that's the whole point.
What happened to the higher sensibilities, evolved sensibilities?
They should be like the best technology, like the best humanity has to offer, the best everything. Right? I thought that's what like Starfleet was like.
Yeah, Starfleet's the best of the best. Yeah, I mentioned this to. I mentioned this to Nerporeal when he had me on last week talking about Picard. That one of the reasons I watched Star Trek, one of the reasons I looked forward to watching Star Trek was its optimistic approach to the future.
Yep. It's so good.
Yes. And now they're all just a bunch of
whiny, snivelly,
miserable a-holes that would be in the 20th century or 21st century.
Why can't we have more optimistic shows like Ted Lasso?
We can. It's just that Hollywood doesn't want to make optimistic shows.
Need more shows like Tulsa King.
Dark, dour, fucking people need to die and make you real depressed. This is shows
nihilism. Like, they love nihilism.
Yeah, like, I agree. To, like a show ending in like pure optimism with like happiness and joy and like, wow, I really enjoyed this. This is a good way to look at humanity. Nah, we don't get none of that shit. It's all dark, depressing shit.
And here's another thing, Apion. If you want to see society as it is now represented in Star Trek, that's why you had the Alien of the Week show up. God. They represented who we are now. It was Starfleet who represented who we could be.
Yeah, they fuck Starfleet.
Did it maybe for the Kirk son or Picard's son thing? Could it also maybe you didn't care because it just felt so added and thrown in there? Because I mean, again, we had an ending to Next Gen.
Yeah, we did.
Season finale, which was perfect. And when the show first started, because I can only talk about the first season, at first you were kind of like, watching, okay, maybe this will get good, and it never did. And like you, I just couldn't bring myself to watch the second one.
Yep.
And then I've heard, a lot of people saying, well, this got paid homage because they're done and they walked away from it and this guy wanted to do something. Okay, great. And then if he gets another series and he's going to do it, maybe, that could be a positive thing if we're going to go that direction permanently, though, and get away from what we're not liking. But that's what I'm hearing from, because I don't overly listen in to channels anymore. I don't watch shit I don't want to watch. Something like this, same thing. Kind of wait for it to get through, then maybe on a really stoned, drunken weekend, or being among guys like you, if I would have, had a little bit of time and known, I'd have done it. Yeah, sure, that'd have been something. Sure, because I am still a fan at heart. I enjoyed Lower Decks because it's a cartoon, but it kind of represents the era of today if they were to be in Starfleet.
But when they showed a Lower Deck character over fucking Captain Kirk in that poster where Captain Kirk was like taken out of with all the Star Trek captains, that was like the most disrespectful thing of all time, I think, for Star Trek fans. Like, you don't include Kirk as a captain that was important. You have all these other assholes, 3 or 4 that I've never fucking heard of. They're more important than Kirk? In what universe?
Actually did go to space, mind you. Original series rocks, bitches.
Yeah. The OG series is the fucking best. And for them to leave Kirk out of that poster was so disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
They put fucking 2 animated characters who I have no idea what their fucking names are. I don't care to know.
They don't like him.
Well, yeah, Kirk is so much more important. You could put Spock on there. McCoy, I would respect you, but nobody from the original? What?
Well, even getting back to Picard and the series finale, seeing the Enterprise D, I was, what? Go ahead and hate me, but I was fine with the Enterprise D being, no longer in service because all you had left was the saucer section.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to see the Enterprise D one more time. And all we get is a little quip about the Enterprise E where Worf says, "That was not my fault." Okay, what? What happened? What happened to the Enterprise E?
Yeah, you can't have a throwaway joke about something so fucking important. Hello? Like, I want more fucking information about that joke. That makes me furious. It's like, oh, it's something I care about so importantly. It's whatever.
And was it neat to see the Enterprise F from Star Trek Online on screen?
I think they did a good job with that model.
Yeah,
it was.
But who are they fucking appealing to? They don't know who their fans are.
They don't.
Sad.
They don't know who they're appealing to anymore.
They're just like randomly throwing shit at a screen, like my guy or the fucking guy that like smashed fruit.
Gallagher.
Yeah, he would just like smash fruit. I don't know what you like. I'll just smash
Sledge-o-matic, baby. Sledge-o-matic.
Hey, you want this? Smash. Like, I don't know.
It's the
You like
controller's
this?
fault.
But
I have no idea if you like this or not, but hey, maybe you'll like it.
You know, I'm really starting to wonder if there is a people that really like this shit versus those that are just bitching about it. Like, I would like to see the actual numbers. And, you know, because I'm going to just go out on a limb and say there's going to be more people complaining about it. That's why they keep making this shit.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're still making money.
There's
Because of
fake
the revenue.
fans. The
I'm
cloud
kind of
chasers.
curious as to if New Trek is actually taking that fan theory that the Federation is actually a socialist dictatorship seriously.
The Federation has to be evil. That's the only way J.J. Abrams saw it. Like all fucking 3 movies. The Federation sucks. Star Trek, you know, yeah, Starfleet, they're evil. It's like, you couldn't think of anything original, huh?
Well, why would they do that though? Because they're like socialists themselves. Wouldn't they want that to be the model?
It's bizarre.
You know, that they're trying to work towards.
What would you want Starfleet to be like in your ideal? What would you describe Starfleet like if it was perfect?
There's nothing perfect, but
Right. But if you wanted Starfleet to be like the way it should be, what would you call them? Like, how would you call it? Say it. Starfleet.
I guess if I'm going to use a reference point, more of what we saw in the original series
Yeah.
or even early in Next Generation.
Because they became like kind of soft ass bitches and like just like kneeled over for different like primitive like people that they could just destroy in like seconds. It's like, dude, you could fucking rock them in like half a millisecond. Why are you appeasing these fuckers? Like, you
For
could
the
just
same
show them the
reason
power. Show
while
them the
gaming-
power.
For the same reason while gaming, remember, after I shoot you, I have to give you a health pack.
Yeah, I have to. I could literally just flex on you and stun your entire populace and show you I'm not fucking around. But we gotta like dance around the plot.
see, that turns around to: are they totalitarians? Is that where you want it to go? You want them to be
But
Stalin
the
and
1920s episode, they were dealing with gangs and they could have flexed on them, which is what they did at the end, by the way. They could have flexed on them in the first 10 minutes and that whole episode would have been pointless. They could have just shot them with phasers from the ships and they would have got scared and it would have cut out the entire 45 minutes of nonsense of them jumping back and forth between the gang leaders. Oh, you're gonna bring me the heaters? Oh, the heaters. Like,
Well, but they didn't want to expose that they were from the future, remember? So
those guys already
well, they
knew,
weren't
though.
from the future. They
had
were
the
in
book.
on a
They
planet
already
that
knew.
Yeah.
They had that Bible that was given by the Horizon. So like another starship already fucked up, and then they fuck up even further at the end, and they leave like communicators and shit on that planet.
Well, I was going to say there was an episode of Enterprise where
They fuck up so hard.
there was an episode of Enterprise where Reed ends up leaving a communicator behind, and they have to go back and retrieve it, and that's what gives the fans the notion as to when the Prime Directive was being created, when Red Alert was being created on Federation starships. And speaking of Starfleet, I know I said Federation starships, but it wasn't the Federation yet during the time of Enterprise. But speaking of Starfleet,
No, they called them Federation in season 1. Like a few times they called them the Federation. Yeah.
in episode 9, when Shelby says that it's NX-01 that made Starfleet what it is today. I'm thinking, well, Starfleet was technically already exploring the galaxy.
You can't bring facts into this.
I'm gonna bring facts into this, but Starfleet was technically already exploring the galaxy. It's just that the Vulcans had a leash on them and didn't want them to explore beyond the Sol system. So I did have an issue with that.
They were, they were beyond the solar system already. They had cargo ships that were out there, or transport ships, whatever.
I know, but I'm specifically talking about what Shelby says in episode 9. Acting like Starfleet wasn't already in existence in that statement when Starfleet already was. It's just that it was Archer and crew that laid the foundation for what would follow. And, I'm just going to go ahead and wrap this up. My final thoughts on Picard. I had an issue with the Enterprise D being able to maneuver as well as it was, even with Data at the controls. No Galaxy-class starship in Star Trek was able to maneuver like that. None of them. If they had Galaxy-class starships that had, ensigns, lieutenants at the navigation station able to maneuver a Galaxy-class starship like that, then guess what? You would have seen that during the Dominion War. No. The Galaxy-class starships were your heavy battleships, protecting the smaller ships that were going in and striking the Cardassian and Dominion ships. And to have the Enterprise D literally rip off Return of the Jedi and do the trench run into that Borg ship, no, that was stupid. But my overall thoughts on this series is it's a 4 out of 10. I know Terry Batalis was trying, but it was too little, too late. I know.
Yeah, and I just want you to know that although I'm a little higher up on what you guys are, I hate you. I hate you all, and I'm never coming back.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, you can have your opinion. I have mine. Cash has his. Crit has his. Guess what? Everybody has a different opinion. We don't have to agree. It doesn't always have to be kumbaya.
No, Mike,
just move on.
We have to agree. We do.
Cash is a Dodger. Cash is a Dodger fan. I'm a Cub fan. You think we get along when our two teams are playing together? Oh, hell
we do
no.
better than we make fun of the A's when Phil was around. We have respect for each other. We just finished the series.
Well, I'm looking at the score right now. I'll give you an update on that real quick, and it looks like the Dodgers, they won the season series. So congrats, Cash.
Yeah, thank you. You guys still played hard, man. It's not. You guys are gonna still be. You got so much baseball to play, but this wasn't an easy series for you.
Oh no.
Now, if this was the A's, I would just be laughing because Phil's team. So.
No,
just like you guys swept them recently.
The final score was Los Angeles Dodgers 7 and Chicago Cubs 3.
Yep.
And let's see, Kershaw got the win. Stroman got the loss. I know, all of a sudden I turned it into the box score, but it's okay, man. I mean, a hard-fought series between the two teams. But anyways, Brandon Looney Tunes, you said you had a few things you wanted to say.
Okay, man. You're one of my favorite users, and it's all that. How come you don't even talk about season 2? 10
I can't talk about season 2 because I haven't watched it. I'm not going to talk about something I haven't watched, even though I've covered Chicago Cub games here on this channel. I can't talk about today's game or yesterday's game or many of the games from this season because I haven't watch them for myself. Yeah, I can look at the box score and see what happened in the game and look at game day. That gives you a good description. But as far as being able to tell people this is what happened, I would much rather watch the game and give folks insight as to what happened, what was going on in the ending, instead of saying an abbreviated rundown of the game. I'd rather give people genuine content instead of just going by word of mouth or just going by a brief story on Major League Baseball's website talking about the game.
Okay.
I'd rather see it for myself.
Okay. You're one of my favorite users.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. I did give you 2 shout-out videos.
Yes, and
I did
the
say
way I do shout-out videos, Brandon, well, I don't really do them. If I'm watching somebody's channel or somebody's video, and I'm subscribed to a lot of folks. So if I'm watching somebody's channel and they're live or watching a video, I will share it out and say, watch so-and-so's video. If I'm following them on Twitter or they're following me, even if they're not, I'll tag them. That's how I do my shout-outs.
I did follow you on Twitter.
Yes, I saw that.
Yep. There's 9 people here.
Mm-hmm. Currently 9 people here.
The most people it can go is 10.
Yes.
I love you.
Well, thank you, Brandon.
You're welcome, my friend.
And I think since it's almost 5 o'clock, I think at least 5 o'clock where I'm at, I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up this edition of Pop Talk.
446.
But before I do that, if you all want to promote your channels, you can. We'll start with superfan Adam Shawhan. Adam?
Superfan, what up? Oh.
Dogs happened.
All right.
But yeah, no, yeah, you can check me out. I've shared a couple times in the chat. eTemple Community is a place to be reviews. That's where I'm usually at.
Love to yo. Maybe I just like leading the things whenever they show up.
That's right, but please let Adam promote his channel because we're about to wrap up the show.
Yeah, we're just starting to do some streams on some of the other channels. Welcome to my madhouse. Doing some of the dual streaming that I do. Just recording it, gonna upload some of it just because. Hey, why not? It's kind of fun, right? How we do stuff.
Yep.
And then yeah, man, I thank you for remembering. It's honestly really cool when you're like, when I heard you say, yeah, he said he wouldn't be around till April, and I'm like, my man. So yeah, Mike, thank you as always for the open panel, always fun, coming and hanging out with all you fun folks. So till the next one.
I do try to pay attention to what people are saying to me.
Yes, you do.
All right. The next person who I would like to promote their channel, Spartacus.
Spartacus.
Spartacus. Tell folks about your channel.
Well, right now, my personal channel is just me playing Hogwarts Legacy like Anonymous. But you can also find me over at 540 Studios, where I hang out with my best friend Jace, and we just talk about geek stuff and talk about our love and dislike of how things are running. And he is constantly reminding me that he wants to show a video dedicated to Anonymous. If you're okay with that, Mike.
If you have that link, I will be more than happy to show it.
It's not a link presently; it's a video. So I have to share it.
Okay, go ahead and share it. Then I will bring it up.
What did he do?
I don't
trying to
know.
ruin my life.
All right, it's ready.
Jeez.
It gets better.
Oh, I bet.
Well, he looks like he's E.T., and then he turns into Gary.
There's no audio.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything.
Oh, there isn't? Didn't have it.
No.
I don't want
Alright.
It's
Hold on. Let me see if I can redo this then.
All right. I'll go ahead and
go it.
That's odd. Normally, okay. Don't care about the tips.
They secretly don't like me, man. They're just constantly making fun of me.
No wonder you come here.
I like
Thank
Gary.
you.
I like Gary from Nerdrotic. I appreciate him.
Share audio. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this from the screen, so no one's gonna be able to talk until I end it. So
okay.
Don't say a word, or speak over it. Just talk all over it.
all right, you can share it.
Anonymous.
There's gonna be maybe a little bit of echo, but you guys see it?
I see it.
Can you hear the fire crackling?
Oh.
No.
Nah, I can't hear anything.
There it goes. It's fine.
I can't hear it. Am I in the loop? Oh, I can't hear it though.
Sexy. That beard. Those ears.
I can't hear it though. I have
That's
no
odd.
audio on mine.
Total package.
Anonymous, when did you become a simp?
Damn. I heard any of that.
See, that wasn't gay at all,
why.
really. Wasn't gay at all.
I didn't realize you were a simp for Gary from Nerdrotic.
You know me.
That guy's job is so simple. He just sits there while X-Ray Girl and Garrett does everything for him. What a fucking job.
It's just your
Well, that's what you get when you grind and.
I hear him. Hey, I ain't mad at him. Hey, I love that guy. I've watched a lot of his videos. I like a lot of stuff he says. I'm just saying he doesn't have to do shit.
Not anymore.
X-Ray Girl and fucking Garrett do everything for him.
Don't forget Perry Chan.
Yeah, they all do it. Everything. He doesn't
They done everything.
He doesn't ever mention him, so I guess I forgot about that dude. Because
No, he does too all the time.
oh, he does. All right, fair enough.
And I mean, Nerdrotic
I'm not
is
trying
the
to shit
center
on
of the
them.
show.
I like those guys. Yeah, I like Nerdrotic. I'm a fan.
But anyways, yeah. So you can.
Yeah, so-
Jace has plenty of fun videos like that, and so yeah, just pop over the 540 Echo and say hello, or 540 Studios. 540 Echoes, the
540
branch off.
Studios.
Just me. Yep.
Very nice. All right, Apion, go ahead and promote yourself.
Yeah, I do a lot of movie reviews, live stream game reviews these days. Negative. I am a meat popsicle. If you never watched Fifth Element, you don't know what that means. Bye. Anyways, yeah, so that's what I do. Now I'm done.
All right. Very
I
cool.
don't care. I'm good. I'm not here to promote myself. I'm here to be on your channel. It's all fun.
It's something I try to do when anyone's on the channel. I try to give
appreciate
them.
it. No, I 100% appreciate it. I'm just here for the fun, though. I love it. Yeah. Anonymous.
All right.
Dun, 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 Anonymous.
Not you too, man. Not you.
I'm a meat popsicle, you know.
Aren't we all? Black Dragon, go ahead and promote yourself.
Well, my channel's not actually up and running. I'm still working on my streaming PC. It's just parts all over the floor. But generally, I do what I plan on doing. For the most part, are basically the game streams, primarily for Star Trek Online.
Okay.
Do the how-tos of get things done.
And do you have a window as to when you think the first stream might happen or the first video might happen?
Well, I'm tearing apart 3 PCs to put one together, so...
Yeah, that's going to take some time.
Fusion.
I'm trying to get the best of what I've got into one machine.
Fusion ha.
So I mean, hopefully within the next month, between doing that on my off time and basically working 10 hours a day, 6 days a week.
Yeah. Yeah. It's trying to find that time in between to actually get it done. That's the hardest.
Well, that along with when, like I said earlier, we had a power outage on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Only a couple of hours, no big deal. I go to work Friday, I come home, there's a lake in the doorway of each of my bedrooms.
Yeah.
So I sent in a maintenance request to the apartment complex, and he showed up today, and it turns out the apartment above me have dogs, and their filter got clogged with dog hair, which froze up the central air system, and being I'm underneath, all the water ran into my apartment.
No.
Damn.
And Friday, I get off work, and evidently there's a slow leak in my coolant system because I went to go fill up my truck with gas, and by the time I was leaving the gas station, my temperature spiked.
Ooh.
And started running rough like I was out of oil. I got home and I let it sit overnight, and I went and checked things, and sure enough, the radiator was damn near empty. I still had oil. I mean, I didn't develop an oil leak, but I've got a small leak in my coolant system now, which I've got to now try and track down.
Is there anything not leaking right now?
Well, me, which is surprising considering I'm 56 years old.
No, see, you don't need the adult diapers yet.
But hopefully sometime by about the middle of May, I'm hoping to get my channel up and running.
Nice.
Good luck, man.
All right, so Brandon Looney Tune Fans 2000, please promote yourself.
Okay. I do premieres on Saturdays. I usually upload 1 or 2 videos per day, mainly menu walkthroughs. I do short videos sometimes. I don't really do short videos very often anymore. You're one of I have over 1,100. I usually mainly do Looney Tunes content and stuff like that. I also do other content. I do premieres on Saturdays between 6 to 8 p.m. Yesterday's premiere, no one showed up. No one showed up to my previous premiere. And to my previous premiere, I do I do premieres on Saturdays. I have over 1,100 subscribers.
Congratulations on that.
Yeah, and you're probably my friend on YouTube. I love you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, my friend. You're probably one of the best. But
I wouldn't say that, Brandon.
All of us can get fucked.
There's no cussing, by the way. I usually don't swear.
On this channel, I don't mind if people curse because I do it myself.
All of us
I'm not gonna
screwed.
What's your age?
Shit.
Fuck the fuckers. No, I'm just kidding.
Fuck
Go
that
ahead.
fucking fucker.
What's your age anyway?
I don't think anybody should dox himself if they don't want to.
No, you're good. It's fine.
Ooh, jeez.
You normally do.
What was that?
You normally
That sounds like a bunch of nails falling off of a cabinet.
Sounds like someone dropped a ceramic bowl or something.
Yeah.
We normally do 2 open panels for a month.
Yep, and this is the last one for the month because I did the first one on Wednesday.
I thought you did. I thought this would be a 3rd open panel this month.
Nope. It's only 2 open panels per month. That was something I implemented at the beginning of the year.
How often do you do Pop Talks, period?
I do Pop Talks twice a week, once on a Wednesday, once on a Sunday.
I do want to join your next Pop Talk.
Well, it would have to be an open panel, Brandon. because I already have plans for the next Pop Talk.
What do you have plans for the next Pop Talk?
I will make that announcement once everybody has had a moment to plug their channel. I try to let my guests go first before I start promoting myself.
Okay, I love you.
Thank you, Brandon.
You're welcome. I love you.
Thank you, Brandon. And Crit, go ahead and promote yourself.
Well, we got a few streams coming up. I wanted to do another Alita comic dub with Paul. This time I want Cash and you and Baron to join for that. Actually, anyone who likes to do voices can join in, because it's all fun and just reading a comic book and stuff like that. I'm doing a retrospective on Attack of the Clones, maybe this week or next. I did Phantom Menace yesterday, but I didn't have any co-hosts for that. Maybe I'll have co-hosts this week.
Sounds like
Count me in.
backhanded comment. Wait a second. You hear that, Mike?
I don't have that on the soundboard yet, so I'm doing it myself.
Little strong arming going on there, boys.
What else? I'm working on a movie. Taking a break from it because I'm looking for a job right now. But gonna hopefully finish it soon. And that's pretty much it. Oh wait, we got some movie reviews coming up. We'll have to figure that out because I forgot what movie review we're supposed to do next. But,
Is this going to be a regular movie, Crit, or another one of your stop motion movies?
What?
The one you're working on.
It's the ones I usually do. It's
okay.
It's gonna be like 3 hours long.
Yeah.
So, the movie reviews. The last one we did was Dirty Harry, which was really good. Haven't done one in a while. We're gonna have to find classic from the vault. You know.
Have you done the Scarface?
Oh, Scarface. That sounds. Yeah. No, we haven't done Scarface. We should.
That would be a great one to do.
Great film.
We are getting closer and closer where that's going to basically become a reality.
I'm also gonna make a.
Ain't that the truth?
I'm also gonna make a second channel that I talk about my sock collection and stuff, and I feel like I should be restricted to pop culture.
Oh my gosh!
I
be monetized in a month.
Yeah.
Paul's gonna come after you for that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it blandemology, which that's my new. Yeah.
Crit.
Man, dude, he just took that dagger and just kept twisting it. The dagger got twisted a lot.
Cash is going to bring up his socks too, and we'll talk about his sock collection. Yeah.
We're going to talk about.
We'll call it Saturday Night Sock.
Saturday Night
Sock. You sock your socks.
To me, baby.
What are you going to compare brands of socks and how they're made? The thickness of the socks.
Stained socks, dirty socks.
You could also have a theme
song
instead of it being a sonnet, it's a sockette.
One of the side notes is how you only have one sock because the dryer eats the other one.
Yeah.
Instead of an orca, it's gonna be a platypus. I don't know.
We're gonna talk about some homeless people that take our socks because they live outside of Seattle and I live in California.
They deserve nice things too. As we're giving them a med pack. Pussies.
Yeah, I'm gonna rope in Phil to join those streams. By the way, he has to join those sock streams. I figured it's the best way to grow my channel. So, yeah.
And out coupons.
God,
Free coupons.
You've just created a whole world of problems, man.
Well, shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, PACIFIC414 does not endorse Lord Crit in any way. We do not stand by the actions of Lord Crit. Lord Crit's doing his own thing.
You do endorse socks, though. You're wearing them right now, so I don't.
Actually, I'm
What?
not.
What if I'm not? What if I'm not?
Oh.
Yeah, you're not wearing socks. Oh, you dirty boy. Well.
Oh my God.
He's wearing Crocs.
Oh boy, this. You know what? Instead of me saying it, I'm just gonna play the clip. That's why I have it there.
Crocs with socks.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Crocs with socks is just as bad with socks with flip flops.
Right.
Cash, save us. What's Phantom Hooligans gonna do? Or Phantom Broligans?
Well,
Bro money.
Dude, I guess next week we're just gonna have to beat the living crap out of Broforce. It's actually more fun than I expected. But watching you and Brandon and Paul bought the game. Did he buy it?
Yes, he bought it. How do you think he was able to join?
Or did somebody say, if you don't play easy mode, I'll give you the game?
We weren't playing on easy mode.
Not you, but I'm saying if he doesn't play his games on easy mode on his channel.
Oh, whoa, it's me. I don't own it. I have the Expendables version.
But seriously, Broforce. I'm thinking maybe next week we go crazy with Dying Light on the Phantom Hooligans. Mike?
Ooh. Yeah. Let's do it.
How about
zombies chasing us and
Yeah,
running for our lives
and then I don't know. I'm deciding if I want to do a stream today, but definitely I want to do a stream Monday, either Hades or Deus Ex. But Deus Ex kind of pissed me off. I was like, come on, guys, we're doing stealth here. Why are you guys being unfair to me? What's going on? So I got to figure that out. But I do want to definitely play
Anonymous. How do you feel about Anonymous playing Hogwarts Legacy on easy?
I feel no, he doesn't play it on easy. No.
No options for
man.
easy.
I'm gonna take away your socks, man.
I can't.
That wouldn't be the first time.
There better be no easy mode in this.
Crit knocks on your door and knocks you out and steals your socks.
You're gonna have to walk barefoot.
That's right. If you choose easy mode, there's far less lesbians in it.
No, we're really trying.
He's
to
on
get,
easy mode, and yet he's still dying
I
over and
know
over and over
Paul
again.
can play games on a harder difficulty, and he just likes to be. Hey, Cash. I was like, oh boy, here we go. I'm gonna play on easy mode. I'm changing it to easy mode. Anyways, yes. But yeah, so those are what's coming up on the Hooligans.
All right. Well, as far as what's coming up on PACIFIC414, there won't be anything tomorrow. But Tuesday at 6, I do plan on playing more Scars Above and getting past the boss I left off at, where the commander was turned into some weird-looking alien life form with
nice
heat pus on him. Yes, that's what it looks like. And then, of course, Wednesday will be PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. And Friday, I might stream a game. I might not. I'm keeping that up in the air. I don't know what game I'm going to stream. I have to look at a few reviews before I even consider purchasing the game for Friday. And as far as next Sunday is concerned, I was talking to Patriot during this stream, and I've decided that next Sunday will be the Power Rangers Once and Always and 30th anniversary stream for Pop Talk.
Okay. But if you don't know much about Power Rangers, you probably shouldn't be on, right?
Let's go Power Rangers.
I'll see you there. I'll be on the stream, right? Because I absolutely know nothing about Power Rangers.
Should be on there.
Cash, I know Power Rangers isn't your thing. If you want to sit that edition out, you can.
Okay. Well, I might watch the 30th anniversary at least, so then I can talk about that, I guess.
All right.
Yeah, like I said in the chat,
can do a stream. Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, like I said in the chat earlier, it's not the best movie out there.
Yeah.
But for fans, it's entertaining enough.
Yeah, exactly. They'll
I
give
figured
you
me and Cash could do a stream while you guys are doing your stream, and we could bash it.
Not the best movie
No,
ever.
we're not
If you
It'll
try
give
and
you-
dash it,
it'll
you'll
give
have
fans-
you'll have the fans banging down your doors and stealing your socks.
You'll need your socks. Yeah, you'll need your socks on for that.
Bash it. Jeez.
But
I got
after
more
Mike's done beating you with a ball bat, he ain't giving you no fucking health pack.
That's true.
They ain't
Give me
giving
the
no
med
socks
pack.
either.
Dude, and speaking of that, Adam, it sucks, dude, when you're in those kind of games and the healer's not supposed to do their job, Mercy or something. They're not doing their job. You're the healer.
Overwatch.
Do your job. Overwatch.
Oh, man.
TF2.
Did people know I'm a grandmaster on Overwatch?
You didn't become Grandmaster yet.
I did on OpenQ. Yeah.
Open queue. Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm very powerful.
Are you finally?
Yeah, I'm done playing Overwatch.
Are you finally done playing
Now
Overwatch?
that I'm
too?
Grandmaster, yeah, so I don't lose my rank. Yeah.
Okay. You really got Grandmaster because you were saying.
Yeah, Grandmaster 5. I don't need Grandmaster 1, so I don't.
Oh, interesting.
I'm sure I've lost so many. Yeah,
Okay. Well, you worked your ass off at that game, so you know.
Yeah. As far as the next open panel for May, I have to look at pretty much every week of May and try to decide, depending on schedule too, when I can have the open panels. As soon as I know, then the next people that will know will be Cash and Baron, and I'll let you all know.
Yeah. If you got a problem with that, email me at we don't give a fuck.
No, it's just one of those things where I can't promise that, I can have the open streams the first week of May, second week of May, third week of May, or even the last week of May. I have to look at the schedule for the week and try to decide which week would be the best.
Yep.
So that's when the next open panel will be. But I do want to thank so many of you for being here. Hope you enjoyed some, a little, or all of the show today. I greatly appreciate you all taking the time to be here. As a matter of fact, the first person who was here, but did he follow his own advice when he said, make sure to smash that like button on the way in? I don't know. But that was his advice. J.J. Abrams, also known as Gap After Dark.
Yeah.
And of course,
split personalities.
Yes. He doesn't know who he is anymore. But we also had Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000 as a second person in the chat, followed by Welcome to the Madhouse, to my madhouse, that is. Batting fourth, we had Superfan Adam Shawhan. Batting fifth, Captain Phantom Nerd. Yes, I am making this like a baseball lineup. You'll have to excuse me. And batting sixth, we had Avion.
Hello. I always hit the home runs, baby. I'm always coming in, swinging for the fences.
Batting seventh, we had the Padawannabe. And batting eighth, we had low-spec Linux laptop. Pitching, Kathy Skywalker. Notice how I didn't throw a DH in there, Cash.
Stupid DH in the National League. Ugh.
And then, of course, on the bench, Phil McCracken.
Yep.
Your hitting coach, Spartacus.
Cool.
Your pitching coach, DJ Ronnie G.
Yeah. He's probably showing that video again. Ugh. Shame on you, Ronnie G. Shame on you. I just couldn't help myself. Anyways, continue.
And Phil was on the bench as the utility player, but bench coach, Pops. And then, of course, our all-around utility infielder, Black Dragon.
Ah, yes.
We also have another versatile player. He can play infield, outfield. He can need to catch, he can pitch, he can pitch. That's Sparks.
Okay.
Then we have bullpen coach, Lorenzo Sleestack.
Okay, you're back.
Nice, Ted.
We're losing Mike.
Yeah, I'm replacing this mic. Don't worry.
Good.
Clear.
And of
Give him
course,
a fucking resuscitation.
Yep.
we also had Rocco the Brave. Rocco!
That's my boy.
Yeah.
One of my best friends. So peace
Very
be
cool.
nice to him.
And Bush
He's on a lot of my
McFadden.
videos. Yeah.
Nice.
So, like in Boondocks, is he the one that gets shot too?
Okay.
Like the cat.
I'm Chip. He's Dale.
Hell yeah.
He's gonna say something to that, I'm sure, with his lippy ass.
And
He'll be in fucking chat.
he may not have been here on the panel with us today, but he's always here. He's always present. He's omnipresent. Baron Orman Tagge. Baron, I hope your move goes smooth for you, brother.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, me too.
Hell yeah. Much love.
Eh,
Bush McFadden's cool.
yes.
Prismatics. Good dude.
Yes, Prismatics. Good to see you.
Who's this
is a
Baron
fun guy.
Orman Tagge? This guy annoys me.
Hey, Baron's a
just
good
kidding.
guy.
I'm
Leave
just
Baron
kidding.
alone.
I'm
Leave
just
Baron
kidding.
alone.
I'm just kidding, Pacific. I wanted to get you riled up. I wanted to
Don't-
see what happened.
You just need some ice cream. You'll be fine, dude.
I wanted to see what happened if they said that. I
Apion?
really wanted to see.
Apion? Apion? Don't make me do this.
Do it.
Don't make me do this.
Don't do
Don't
it,
make me
Apion.
resort to doing this.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
You say not to come back ever, but he isn't. He's coming back soon.
Apion.
It's
Will
not
the
April.
young ever learn? Will the young ever learn?
No.
But I want to thank Jewboy 1990, and of course, Old Man. It's good to see you, Old Man. And Nova Vaughn was here.
Yeah.
Stephen Ransom was also here.
Yep.
Jason, it was good to see you, brother. And of course, Whoopa Troopa. Whoopa, whoopa. I got to do that. Baron's not here, so I got to do the whoopa, whoopa. I don't do it as good as Baron, but that's all right. But thank you all for being here again. Hope you liked some part of it, all of it, none of it. But I hope you liked the show. Thank you all for being here. Greatly appreciate it. And until next time, remember, I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. Take care, everyone.
Everybody have a good day.
Oh, by the way, I'd like to plug my channel today. So just drop by my channel.
No. No.
No.
No.
No channel plugging for you.
No.
Oh, dang it.
Fine. Go ahead and plug
I
your
was just
channel.
I was just
Plug
waiting. I
your
was waiting for
channel.
you.
Anonymous.
I was waiting for you to play that.
Anonymous.
You do realize that is a new thing here on Pop Talk where I let everybody except one person promote near the end, and then I wait for that person to say something, and then I let them do it.
No, I did not know that, but thank you for that anyway. And why is it always me? This is like the second time you picked me.
And then Fat Steve.
Because you're the guinea pig.
Hello.
You're the test subject.
Fat Steven just pops in, and we're just about finished with the stream.
All right. Well, we'll extend it.
What
We're
the hell are you
Steven,
weirdos
welcome.
complaining about? I can hear you in Canada. What is this shit?
What?
Well,
Hear
we talk
me-
loud.
Am I
We
loud?
talk loud.
Am I loud?
we're-
Oh, it's a brand
we're
new
Americans.
XLR cable. I apologize. Is that better?
No. You're not loud. You're not loud. We're saying we talk loud because we're Americans.
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
Boisterous.
I like
But how
that
are you doing
guy's-
today, Steven?
I like that guy's beard. That's why I'm here. The guy's beard at the bottom right.
Yeah.
Bottom
Adam.
left, yeah. Is his name Adam?
Yes.
What's up, Steven?
I was gonna call him Madness, but I didn't want to take away like identify him wrong or something.
Yes.
How you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Doing good.
I love the awkward silence. I feel like Dr. Disrespect filming in a public washroom.
No.
Right now.
Oh,
Thank you.
no. That was
just
horrible,
realized
man.
you're in
That was
public
horrible,
without
dude.
pants on again, Steven.
I'm not wearing pants. I just have a sock on my genitals.
So
That's how it works.
I have to ask, Steven, like, I know you're one of the people in a lot of our friends group who liked Picard. What would you give it out of 10? An 8? 9?
All right. Well, first I'm going to ask the panel to put their pitchforks down.
Fat Steven's here. Oh no.
No, we're not, man.
He's gonna judo chop me. He's gonna judo chop me.
I swear. I hope you.
Steven, I'm gonna tell you what I told Anonymous. I'm not gonna attack you for your opinion.
I don't
I'm not
care
gonna
if you
go after you.
attack. I don't care if anyone attacks me because guess what? It's my opinion. They can't tell
That's
me
right.
I'm wrong.
Exactly, dude.
Tell me nothing.
Honestly,
Same with all our opinions.
If I'm coming at it from a kid who was watching it with my dad,
okay.
I got to see the TNG crew back together on the D.
Okay.
Fantastic. It wasn't perfect. It was an anomaly, as we've all said. It is
Okay.
not going to fix anything. I do not forgive Kurtzman for what we have come previously.
All right.
The best way to put this is, just because I like 10 songs out of an anthology doesn't mean I like the band.
Right. Okay.
And I know Terry. Can I swear?
Yes.
I know
course,
Terry
dude.
Metalis is an asshole. I've heard all the different arguments of why I shouldn't like this season. But me going, thank you for giving me the original crew back on the D, doesn't mean Kurtzman is going to rise from the grave like a phoenix at Hogwarts and tell me I'm going to get my ass spanked. It doesn't work like that. He's had his contract renewed since what, 2019?
Yeah.
And you know what this will prove? One thing to CBS or Paramount or whatever is when his limited series comes out and it fails, you know what's going to show? It's Kurtzman.
Yeah.
That's the best part about this. No one is forgiving Kurtzman all of this goddamn vile
Terry-
pitchforking nightmare.
Terry can get away with whatever. Terry is like God level right now. But what about this other asshole? Like, we can all love Terry McKennis or whatever. But what about that guy?
I don't love him, but I can say thank you.
Exactly.
There's a difference between love and giving thanks for
Exactly.
giving me my
I'll give you
member berries.
thanks for fixing my shitty show.
Yeah.
Other assholes fucked up. This is where we are now. Isn't it sad?
Well,
Does
he-
anyone
he
feel like
band-aided it. I don't want to say he fixed it, but he did band-aid
He
it.
didn't fix it, but like he was ordered to like
he gave
make
us a
changes to a shite show.
gift basket after a really shitty birthday party?
Yeah, exactly. I'll give
That's
you
what it is. It was a
something
gift
really you want to look at. Yeah.
But I did like it. There were moments I did tear up because it's hit the moments where everyone, like, that's the thing I've seen, even when when VR was sharing his stuff. It hit moments with me where I remember sitting there with my dad, watching it with him, or me watching Trek, and I get eyes watered up because the nostalgia hits a point in you where you realize that fandom hasn't killed you yet on the emotional level. And I think that's what it's so hard when it comes to the opposite when we're looking at Star Wars. It's the same thing. We all have attachments when it comes to memories and emotions, except this one didn't, twist the knife in our back? I don't know.
And I'll admit to you, Steven, I did get emotional when I saw the crew on the bridge of the Enterprise D again.
The original
It
computer
brought
voice.
it brought back memories of seeing them on that set, and like you just mentioned, Angel Baron.
Yeah, by the time, honestly, I would rather have the whole crew on the deck of the D than seeing an R5 droid from A New Hope and go, oh my god, he knows I'm a fan.
Yeah. Fuck the R5 droid. He doesn't need a redemption arc. Oh my god, that made me so mad.
Are there people that actually didn't like it and
They-
feel like it's just
They already
you've got
kind
your
of
show?
did a R5 redemption arc in the freaking 40th anniversary novel.
They forgot about that, you know? Like
I
they
just-
don't read their own lore.
No,
That's
they
the
don't.
saddest, most pathetic thing about it. Go ahead.
I forgot to be polite. Hi panel, how are you doing? Hi chat, how are you doing? It's nice to meet all
Screw
of you.
you.
Fuck
First time meeting you, Pat Steven. First time meeting you.
Hold on, I got a song for everyone just said fuck you. Hold on.
That Steven was here. You're here, Fat Steven.
Oh,
Hey, he's here.
dude.
I'm
What
here.
socks are you I do what I appreciate about Terry Metalis' trick is that he got Beverly Crusher to go back to the Briar Patch and do some skin stretching sessions.
Yeah.
on her
I-
face.
I think the biggest failure with Kurtzman Trek in general is like he is trying to be DS9 without using any of the template of DS9, because DS9 was the branching point where we were getting the Dominion War. We had the Klingon War as well with the Cardassians, as well as infiltrations with their home planet with that one episode with the, remember, like the Tinker Tot, and it's a toy, no, it's a scanner to see if you're actually if you're a changeling. But the way it was branching out from like exploring the universe, and then it was getting into like serious matters of war, that darkness still had a levity. Kurtzman just put darkness on there and tried to turn the Federation into a swearing Dominion. And then what happened, it eventually turned out the Dominion came back and slapped us back into the Federation. But it's not saving it. It's not. Kurtzman doesn't care. And there's also the underlying thing that I've heard from other fans. We are a generation that also enjoys legacy. But as we grow up and eventually die, that legacy evolves. And the problem is we have to be able to accept the legacy as much as they have to accept us as legacy.
Yep.
But we can't force purity and purist mentality on everyone and then call them a villain because they don't meet the tier of what they dictate as a fan. Because then you're no longer a fan and accepting fandom, and nerds and geeks and Trekkies alike. You have become, what do you call it? Yeah, a dictator of ego. And nobody wants to be in that type of environment where you can't even voice your likes and dislikes without someone throwing a rock at you. And I think that's where a lot of the polarization's coming in right now. And if I'm wrong, you guys can tell me to shut the fuck up. Someone's going to tell me to shut the fuck up anyways. But that's what it is.
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you.
Not here, Steven. Not here, Steven.
I like it. It gives me a shove.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
Steven, it's something that I've told Cash many times. I've told Baron many times. When it comes to this channel, when it comes to Pop Talk, I don't want Pop Talk to be an echo chamber where if somebody has a different opinion, I go against them and get my pitchforks and torches and start yelling at them and screaming at them. Your opinion's wrong. No, your opinion is your opinion.
Yeah, we seem to have forgotten that we used to fight at Comic Cons over who was the better captain.
Yes.
And now we're just calling them shills.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, hey, we already got that resolved. Kurt went into outer space. Fuck off. Best
Cisco
captain
wins.
ever.
Cisco wins.
He
I'm
ain't
being
no
inclusive. Yes, he is.
Hello, panel. Stephen, no,
Okay.
I agree with you. I watched the finale 3 times because I don't know. They just did it right. They wrapped it up right. They really wrapped it up right. And I like how the ship went in to destroy the transmitter. Yeah. And they finally lit the setup again. But I actually like the series finale, and I'm kind of like, why didn't you do this to begin with?
Because Kurtzman wasn't there.
That's
the reason why he got free. He got free will to go. Terry Mitchell's got free will. And there's one thing I want to add to that. When Data's flying through to get to that point.
Yeah.
Was anyone hoping he would start singing like he was doing when he was scanning for Like I was hoping he would do that just a little bit, because when you hear Moriarty in that whistle, and it flashes back to that first episode where you know Brent is trying to find out how to be Data, and he smiles, and we shouldn't smile. It's like I don't. Life's too short to hate everything.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry, I talk
totally
too much,
agree
guys.
with
I
that.
apologize, man.
You're fine. No, I mean,
it's a brilliant statement. Life is too short to agree with everything.
Yeah, and I don't know you too well at all, Fat Steven, but
no one
I
wants
do.
To. It's okay.
I listen.
He's
to
not
you.
wrong. He's not wrong.
You make a lot of sense, and you've got really good points. And you're right. We used to fight over captains or, stuff like that. But I mean, I'm overall the infighting about stuff. Either watch it and then try to enjoy it, or just shut up and keep your shit to yourself.
Humanity will always fight over a parcel of land. They'll always fight over like a little piece of shit land, even though it doesn't mean anything to either of them. The fact that they fight over it makes it important. That's the fucked up part about us.
And thank you. Yeah, thank you, Adam. I appreciate your honesty, not wanting to get to know me. I love you 100%.
I don't want to know you
You've
either.
probably heard the
Even though
tales.
I've
You've
known you
heard
for
the
quite a while,
tales.
right?
You've heard the tales. I lurk on chats. I know, but you've probably heard the tales.
You've been on panels before, man. It's not the first time.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
Well, when I hit 500, I'm going to give away Locutus, a Borg Mego figure, and a Mikey Spock figure.
Like, did everyone hate it here, or did you guys like it? That's what I was wondering.
I had my issues with it.
Yeah, I had a lot of issues, man.
That's good.
All right, they hated it, but I was like a 6.5 on it.
Hey, Spartacus.
I got through season 1. Season 2 was a no-go, and this one, okay, it's over. They're done with it, right? Who gives a fuck? At the end of the day, if you liked it, great. Like me, I'm not wasting my time because 2-1, you get one good season. Fuck off. It's a bad series. It's a bad choice and a bad show.
Yeah, look at DS9. It took 3. Like, no one. How many people love DS9 and will refuse to watch any season until he shaves his head?
I'm just at the point where if I even watch this show again, I'll just start hating it'll give me bad vibes watching the original TNG. That's how much I loathe this show. So
that's fine.
I don't. Yeah. So I watched it. I took the RMB challenge. I wasn't enthusiastic. I will never watch it again. I'll always watch the original Next Generation and the movies, even Nemesis, but I won't watch this again.
I agree with that. When season 2 started with Picard and Q slapped him in the face like Dynasty, right away Tapestry went right through my head, and then all I was hearing was I refused to live the life of that man. I would rather die on that table. And then when I see, and because that whole relationship with Q and Picard over all the seasons, even though they seemed to hate each other, it was more like an arch rival system than anything else. They were constantly being tested, but at the end of the day, there was just some type of mutual respect from an all-powerful being and a literal immortal shell. That shit is there. And when you see that in season 2 of Picard, yeah, it angered me too. That's why I don't like it. They turned him into a frail old weird cosplayer French dude in that one episode, and then they just went graphic violence in another. It's like they couldn't make up their mind where they wanted to put Trek because they were trying to be everything, and they ended up with nothing, including fans.
Season 1 was bad enough.
See, the thing is also, you guys can always watch the stuff if you choose to watch it, because then you have your criticism validated.
Right. I agree.
Well, it's like I told the guys here. I said I wanted to watch it for myself to form my own opinion, not go by the opinion of what one person who said it was great or one person who said it's the worst thing you'll ever watch. I wanted to be able to sit there and, with my own thoughts, say, okay, I like this, I don't like this.
Yep. That's what I respect the most. Anybody that can just give their own honest opinion, I respect you. Like, don't become a sheep and just agree with what everybody says because that's what they said.
Well, I think Abion and stuff, and you guys, I think, we're come to an impasse where that's where it is. If you don't like this or you like this, you're in this bubble.
Yeah,
He's like, how can you like this, or how can you not like
this? Yeah,
you picked the side. And we have a friend, I guess I could say, Nerdporial, and the crew members of the Titan, you don't know their names and stuff, and you can't remember their names. They're forgettable. He pointed that out, and the Picard art director went after him, and people basically sent him harassment over him disagreeing with. I can't remember one single crew member of the Titan.
Yet there were people standing up for Nerdporial and says, go look at his channel. He's a devoted Star Trek fan. He knows his stuff.
He's a true Star Trek fan. He's very devoted. So to say, oh, you don't know, how can you not know any of these characters? I don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say. It's division. It's like Civil War.
I liked it more than the rest of you guys. Maybe not Fats even, but I can't even tell you Jordy's daughter's names. So there you
go. The whole season 3 Picard thing can be summed down to a very serious matter that most of us
There's
got
two more
into.
people here.
Mm-hmm.
There's two people. There's Pat Stevens here. The first time I was in a panel with him. Same with Get About the Dog.
Hello, Brandon.
Hello. Did you say the stream was over a few minutes ago? Did you say the
Go ahead, Steven.
Did you say the stream was over a few minutes ago?
Well,
yeah, that's my fault. Well, if it wasn't for me, it wouldn't be extended. So
I think the realization was, if it's okay to say this, is with Picard season 3, it has showed that the things that we all started, like in whether it be a Fandom Menace or Fellowship or this or that, is we were all there for one thing. We didn't like the way the franchises were going. Yep. We all united against people trying to cancel us, cancel our opinions, cancel our criticisms. And now we're seeing firsthand that toxicity that we were fighting has now turned and become part of us. And it's actually in us now. That now we can no longer find a common enemy. We have to find our neighbor as enemy. And I think that's why a lot of people are so fearful of their opinions over a fucking season of Star Trek. God damn it.
Yeah.
It's, at the end of the day, if you look at it, it's high school childishness.
Mm-hmm.
We're still on a panel talking, right? That's the shit right there.
But what you said, it goes a lot about Mandalorian.
The Mandalorian started it. Mandalorian started. I agree. Mandalorian just started.
That is like written by a child on a shitter.
Well,
but it's different for
after eating his parents' fucking gummy bears.
It's so lame.
There's one more thing though. What happened with this though is that for content creators, when that stuff happens, they fear not that they're going to get shafted, is the fact that their whole channel and content is going to get shafted out of ever being recognized by other people in larger channels.
Yep.
They fear that their opinion will make their channel dead weight, and they feel like they're wasting their time. And I think that's an underlying factor.
Yeah,
they're
it's going to get absorbed.
Absorbed or canceled. And we're seeing that happening with everyone. Why do you think everyone seems to be broken off?
Mm-hmm.
And that's not lying. That's just an observation, man. Remember, I'm just a gaming channel. I know all about fandom, right? Okay?
You're not wrong, dude. Steven, you're not wrong, dude. That's
but some of it also is when you're a hypocrite and you start one way, and then when you get big, and you say, "Well, I never really felt that way. I really felt this way." You know, that kind of shit.
Yeah, words are everything, as well as perception, as well as how you're perceived. But it also is perceived on how the people take your words. It's both ways, right? Whatever you say is always perceived on the audience, and if the audience interprets it differently, it's based off their own bias. So it comes and goes.
If you're a YouTuber that wants to absorb other people, you're a fucking asshole. Fuck you.
Yeah,
if that's your prerogative, just to absorb people, you're Majin Buu. Go fuck yourself. Like, we don't need you.
I think the thing with The Mandalorian is people feel betrayed because the first two seasons had really good potential, and then they brought back Luke, and like, oh my god, Luke Skywalker's back! Oh boy, Return of the Jedi nostalgia. And then after that, it just went downward. It was all about Grogu, merchandise. This whole season of Mando could have been really just 3 episodes, but no, it's gotta be filler. You gotta get those people in them seats,
People try to convince me that like Grogu riding the IG unit was like cool. I'm like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in Star Wars. This is so fucking ignorant and so fucking stupid that they have to have Grogu driving a assassin droid. Like where are we in our brains now?
Well, remember,
this is so stupid.
They couldn't push Boba Fett without having 2-3 episodes of Mando 2.0.
Yeah.
But again, you shouldn't have to watch another series to see. If you didn't watch that, you were totally lost with that first episode.
So bad.
Do you guys want to hear something kind of messed up? I did a video with Pro a couple days ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say in the gaming atmosphere, when it comes to Star Wars versus Harry Potter is still more searched now than Star Wars, including their new title coming out by a lot. And when you look down at the bottom line, Universal owns Harry Potter, right? And Universal's pretty much staying out of the ideology, the socio-political crap, all that stuff.
Universal. Yep.
So you can see even there that it's even affecting the lower tiers of when it comes to entertainment, and that's all Disney's fault.
But they know.
And they do know. That's why they're standing their ground. So, in a way, as much as we stand our ground and saying, well, we don't like this or we do like this and we refuse to give money, we're also watching in real time Disney that used to provide us with the vault of entertainment, Lion King, Aladdin, Little Mermaid, the Aristocrats, all that stuff. They're burning themselves down over politics.
They flexed on Disney and they said, hey, come out and anti-support our movie. It's everything you hate. And Disney like put their fucking tails between their legs and tried to like pretend it didn't happen. It's like, yeah, you know these movies are happening though, right? You can't just pretend they aren't.
See, you can have you can have activism.
They're shitting on it. Yeah,
you can have activism and entertainment, but you're supposed to do it in such a format that you'll turn into the Joker. And sorry, but you got to do it in a
Disney wanted
Yeah.
just to be pathetic, like full from the front, from the get-go.
But Disney's getting what they fucking deserve.
I think it's Iger trying to get back the fact that he couldn't get a governor or presidential running properly. I think.
Nah, it's not Iger, man. It's the board. The board's tired of losing out on money.
Well, the other one's
so much money lost.
You guys heard that annual meeting, right? The quarter meeting.
Yes.
I was watching Valiant Renegade at the time.
But at the end of the day, Iger came back, okay, and Iger's putting his skeletons in the closet. This is all my assumption here, and he's standing his ground with this crap. So as much as the board has something to say, you can see the board's getting sick of it. But Iger's the one throwing the punches, and that's weird.
He can stand in front of a product as much as he wants. It's still gonna fail.
The fact that he wants to double down on the politics, as he said at that stockholder meeting, is ridiculous.
Yeah,
But he
it's all
doesn't
a
care.
farce. Fucking farce. It's all really elaborated to show you how fucked up Nintendo is, and how they just bend the knee to whoever is closest. It's pretty pathetic. Oh, you're close to me? We'll go to you. Sounds good.
Sorry, I didn't mean to take it off the rails. My apologies.
No.
it's
You're not taking it off the rails because I wanted to ask you a question about an article that we talked about earlier. Let me just share my screen here.
It's not the NBC Universal Sky Gang.
No. It's the International Red Cross.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. The Red Cross tomorrow.
Dude,
the
that's
brilliant
like the United
Red Cross.
Nations telling you to donate Bitcoin so they can buy guns. It's stupid.
Ugh.
This is the company that tells you not to shoot people that are down because that's not the Red Cross way.
Yeah, but it's a video game. It's a fantasy world.
Yeah,
That's exactly what we said.
I'm still confused. I'm still confused. I'm still lost.
Yeah, but I'm serious. Go to Activision's stores and literally say, "Hi,
still
I have a
lost.
problem with your Warzone."
Serious.
Well, you know when you down somebody and they're like bleeding out to death, don't shoot them. Like, hand them a med kit.
We can't even teabag people without them called toxic. Okay, this is how. This is what they're trying to do. They claim safe space and then they push ideology. This is activism. It's the same
Right.
crap.
Yeah. They say, everything has. It's like I thought mute and would be enough, but no, it's not enough. We have to put more restrictions on gaming because of blah blah blah.
I'm playing Dead Island 2 right now. Does that mean every time I hit a dark-skinned zombie, I'm racist? Just shut the hell up. Come on.
Right? Seriously, it's stupid.
You should let them eat you.
No, I been at a golf club and I start calling zombies.
That's what you need to do. Let them eat you.
No,
it's the only way.
I pick up the golf club and I just name every zombie I hit Joel.
Oh no!
Oh,
that's fired.
I love that. That's great.
Website.
But Dead Island, if you have a chance, they actually
least it wasn't
they're
that
mocking. Dead Island is actually mocking YouTube
We only
policies in
can
the
hear.
game too.
Really? That's interesting. Okay.
The swearing policy, there's actually a side quest where you have to get footage for this chick on the roof, and it goes, no swearing within the first 15 minutes, or I already got 2 strikes. And she literally says this, and I'm dying laughing while smacking zombies off the roof for her video.
So, hey, Steven, I had a question. You played on your stream Resident Evil remake, Resident Evil 4 remake. Did you enjoy that? Did you feel it was what you wanted?
Yeah, I did.
I'm guessing you finished it. So.
Yeah, I've finished it.
Okay.
It's like
Do you think it's worth buying then?
Yeah, but the funny part is like, hey, guess what? You can shoot and move, but they made the animations longer, so you felt like you were fucking walking around with you shitting your pants.
Oh gosh.
Like, watch Leon's running. That was my biggest concern. Why does he feel like he's running with a full load of his diaper?
What was the hardest boss for you?
Huh?
What was the hardest boss for you?
The running?
The hardest boss.
The running. Literally the running. That it felt like a deterrent, like it was programmed in, like the run.
It definitely was.
It was still.
Wait, we have to clarify here. You weren't playing on easy, right?
Yeah, that's right. I played on journalist mode, so I can masturbate with the other hand. That's what I do. Yes.
I mean, who doesn't?
I thought that's where Kathleen Kennedy comes in.
Oh, I don't know. I don't want to fade.
Yeah,
my
she was
balls
the,
and fade out my
coffee
sperm
runner.
count. No, I don't want to do
Yeah.
that.
She was getting the cream and sugar.
Just like Kamala on her knees, right?
But we've been spoiled, right? Hogwarts was good.
Yeah, Hogwarts turned out really well. It looks like
Atomic Heart was great. I enjoyed it. Then we had Dead Space remake. Now we had Resident Evil 4 remake, and now we have Dead Island, and we have Final Fantasy 16 in June.
That has potential to be really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why they're going after gaming now, because it's the only place that's kind of safe. Because it's a look at Hogwarts.
Oh, it's the only place they can attack the gamers. They have no grounds now. They're fucking lost.
The day I don't like people losing their jobs, but the day Kotaku gets shut down, I'm drinking champagne.
Kotaku, The Gamer, you can go down the list, man.
Because we've gone from reviews, tips, tricks, and walkthroughs to opinion pieces that
H.K. Rowling
and insults and whatever, and people also taking away the comment sections too because they don't want to hear other people's opinions.
It's funny that it's like, oh, guess what? We need to put a disclaimer that this game might be phobic, yet we're running ads about this game on our webpage to pay for this article.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was off a tangent.
No, it's fine.
And I wanted to ask you about your opinion about Broforce. What do you think about that game?
Yeah, tell Brandon to suck it. I don't know why he sent me a copy a couple days ago for no reason.
He sent me a copy too.
Yeah, he sent everyone a copy as a joke. I'm like, bro, that meme died 2 years ago. And all of a sudden I get Brandon testing this out. It's kind of funny. Here's Broforce. I'm like, you're going to get me banned from Geeks and Gamers. Fuck that. If I even mention it. Yeah, who was the one mentioning Broforce all the time in the chat to the point every time G&G was live? What was that? Was it ABC? Who was that? It was like a known
I
joke.
can't remember.
Play Broforce. Play Broforce. That's how I know it. I played it for 5 minutes, but it was on console, and it was like, I'd rather play something else. But thank you, Brandon, if you're listening.
Hey, Mike, I'm going to get...
Sorry.
I'm going to take off. You all have a good day.
All right,
you too, Anonymous.
Have a good one, man.
Have a good week. Yeah.
You as well, brother.
Anonymous.
Do. Yeah, I hear
Live
you.
long and prosper.
Bye.
I apologize for ruining.
You're not ruining
I'm
anything,
Canadian,
Steve.
man. I
You're
apologize
fine,
like
dude.
crazy. I apologize like crazy. Don't worry about
You're
it.
fine, man. Don't worry about it.
It's a fucking link.
We're trying to eat it up like Catholic guilt.
Oh shit! I forgot my Pope hat. Was I supposed to wear it?
Yeah. Probably.
No, when I stream, I sit in a glass house just so I don't get insulted.
Just to make you feel better.
Not really.
I will say it. You had to wear it. Yeah.
It's that way he can see which way it's coming from. That's what it is.
I don't know. How'd you like Scars Above, Mike?
I'm liking it. I still haven't finished it yet, but I am planning on streaming more of it on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. It's not bad little sci-fi.
It's a good game. Finish it, Scars, Mike. It'll like give you a lot of abilities to make you more positive for the end. It has a little bit of you gotta work your way to it, you know.
Yeah, and that's what I like about it, the challenge.
Yeah. Like when you get to that like middle point when you can like get all these abilities, you feel like a god when you fight them again. It's great.
It's like at some point I do plan on streaming Rise of the Tomb Raider because I've never played the game, and I've never streamed it, so I'm gonna be doing that.
Yeah, no worries. Hell yeah.
4.5 hours.
And Adam can attest, Pop Talk has gone as long as 8 hours before.
Yes, it has.
This is the first time I ever been in a panel with Fast Steven, Teamhead, and Gap After Dark.
Welcome.
Nice.
Why would I want to chat with you anytime, even when you don't upload videos?
I'm on a catch and release program. I hardly get on live panels anymore.
Part of his probation, he's only allowed X amount a month.
Yeah.
My fucking criminal cell.
I came on to show Mike I could behave.
Wow.
Well, that's because Phil McCracken's not here.
Bro, grab that.
I love it. Yeah, Kitty Bear, the multiplayer, I see your comment. The multiplayer in Tomb Raider was just weak. It really was.
Did anybody watch the creators of Diablo, the new Diablo, talk about the beta tests and all that problems they had?
I'm not feeling that game, man. I played the beta, but are you excited about it? Yeah.
No, not really. It was kind of
I
don't know.
Did you?
It was okay.
I liked it. Appian liked it.
It felt like they took a lot of the stuff from.
Yes.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point.
From Diablo 3.
They tried to like fix what Apollo Appian or oh my god, fucking Diablo 2 was doing. My god, I'm drunk.
Yeah,
Go
I
on
bet
someone
that.
else. Go on to someone else.
All right.
His closing comments will be the rest of that sentence.
Yeah. I'm so drunk. Oh my god.
It's a good thing sometimes, man. I was drunk last night.
I can't tell you about Diablo.
So, Steven, if there's one game that you were going to buy this year, what game is that going to be?
Oh, it's called Whisper Network. I just sit in Twitter and pretend I'm talking to people.
Tears of the Kingdom, baby.
Actually,
Legend of Zelda.
Starfield.
Maybe Starfield, but for me, it's Final Fantasy 16 and Rebirth coming from Final Fantasy.
Rebirth, okay.
Which is episode 2 of the 7 remake.
Which I can understand because you were recently playing Intergrade. And
I beat Intergrade this morning. That was too short. I was so ripped off. I had to go back to Dead Island. God dang it. I beat too many games. Like, what are we doing right now? We completed The Quarry. We completed Little Hope. We're almost done Alien Isolation. I'm still doing Kingdom Hearts.
Nice.
I'm doing Dead Island 2. And yeah, there's just...
Yeah, Alien Isolation's a very good horror game. One of the better ones come out in a number of years.
It perfectly fits into the Alien universe. They could have made that a movie.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they could have. You're right.
Yeah.
It's terrifying as
Do I hear James Bond in the background?
I'm hearing something.
Yes. I took it down a lot.
Oh, I gotta go, Mike.
All right, Crit.
Latest.
Thank you for hopping on, brother.
All right, Crit. Talk to you later,
Thanks
man.
for having me. And get your socks.
Anytime.
Okay.
Is he really your therapist?
In his mind on Minecraft, maybe.
Well, one person's gone.
Yes, Lord Crit had to go.
Have you guys watched Rabbit Hole yet? Sutherland's new show?
Yep.
I haven't.
No, but I'm sure it's good. I have a feeling it's good. Yeah.
Yep.
I have been watching Lucky Hank though, and Animal Control. And Animal Control, PETA hates that, so that's a plus right there, Stephen.
Oh, people that eat tasty animals? Yeah.
Yes.
That's just weird. Like, if you actually think about it, after once this Trek stuff dies down, there's no real shows people are talking about.
Not much, man. There's
You
some
don't have the
stuff.
Mandalorian to talk about. You don't have Picard to talk about anymore. There's nothing to really look forward to unless you want to watch that series that Elizabeth Olsen is going to be on HBO Max.
It's called Max.
Isn't Strange New Worlds coming out in June?
Yeah, June 15th, I believe that's when that comes out for its second season. But
Well, that got crickets on the panel, didn't it? Strange New Worlds. I haven't seen any of it, so I don't know.
I tried watching the first episode and I couldn't.
I got through. That's Walking Dead, right?
Strange New Worlds.
Yes,
Yeah.
Christmas Trek is definitely Walking Dead. Yes.
Yeah.
I just go back to anime. I'm just going through non-anime and burning through every weird stuff I can find. If they jiggle, I'll watch it just because it's fan service, or I'll just dive back into the Sword Art Online. I don't care. Like that stuff's the funny stuff. Cause
Yeah,
it's
man,
real,
it
right?
is.
And it brings you
Right,
back into
right.
reality going, well, damn.
The rig on Amazon Prime is actually pretty good. I think it's a Scottish Ireland production, but it's sci-fi. It's really good actors and actresses.
I'll check it out. I'm just looking for good entertainment, something that keeps my attention for 30 minutes to an hour. That's all I'm asking.
I think you would like a Lucky Hank, though. Are you a Bob Odenkirk fan? Do you consider yourself a fan of?
I wouldn't consider myself a fan,
Okay.
but I'd give the series a chance.
I think you might like it.
I mean, that's the thing. You may not be a fan of a particular actor or the movie or series that they're in, but you may watch it and come out of it saying that wasn't so bad. That's how I was with the first Iron Man movie. I wasn't a fan of Robert Downey Jr., and after watching Iron Man, I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I just got through watching V 2009 reboot, and it was really good. And even Mark Singer showed up, and then they canceled the damn show.
And that's the thing, when you have services like Amazon or Netflix or so many others that have some of these series on a digital platform, or even Tubi, go back and watch some of the old shows. You can find old anime to watch. There's plenty of it out there.
I just think we're reaching a drought, and everyone's waiting for that pendulum to swing, and that pendulum right now is like, I ain't touching that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously, if you're not an anime fan and you think it's bad, I suggest giving it a chance. Find something that's worthwhile.
Yes.
There's some really good
Right.
writing, there's some
I
good
agree.
cop series. There's good everything there.
Yes, there's also different themes for all.
What's
whatever.
a good sci-fi anime, Steven? I mean, I'd give it a shot. That's my bag.
Depends. There's like, if you like time travel, there's Steins Gate. Then you have sci-fi. You can pretty much go anything with Gundam or Ergo Proxy. It just depends on what type of sci-fi you're looking for, because they're different. Their tiers and like different columns and ranges are all over the place. Like you'll get like a chick that came from space that turns your forehead into a robot, or you'll get it's everything. That's the problem. It's like to fit the niche you're looking for, you would have to do some digging.
Okay, well that gives me a start because I kind of like all ranges, but I like the ones that leave you with afterthought, where you think about them, later, and you're like, wow, that blew my mind.
Well, and if you want, like, I don't know if you.
This is the first time I chatted with Fat Steven TPP and Jeff Gap at the Dark.
Yes.
Oh, it's good to be on the panel with you, Brandon.
You're welcome. And I gave that Fat Steven. I did send you a picture, Mike Dean.
Okay.
I was talking to PACIFIC414.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I did send you a picture.
I'm looking for it, Brandon.
I don't know. What do you guys cover for content? Because like I'm usually busy, don't get around many channels. What do you guys do?
I mainly go on pair. There's just one or two people. There was, now there's 7 of you. You're one of my favorite users, Mike.
Well, thank you, Brandon.
Where would I chat with you anytime, even when you don't upload any videos?
It just depends on my schedule. Sometimes I'm busy and I can't respond right away.
Will I be able to talk to you on Discord?
Like I said, it just depends on my schedule.
Okay.
I'm not trying to blow anybody off. It just depends on my schedule and if I have the time to talk. And Cash can attest to it. Sometimes all we do is send quick texts.
Okay.
Hell, I can attest to it.
I used to say,
Yeah.
at the bottom, the Looney Tune fan, and I used to say what the favorite Looney Tune characters are. Now I can pick what yours are. Your favorite character.
Speaking of Looney Tunes, man, that Tiny Toons thing with Buster and Babs' brother and sister is outrageous. The fuck is that shit?
I mean, the whole running gag in the original animated series was Buster and Babs' bunny, no relation.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's a one coming out this fall called Tiny Toons University.
That's the one.
Oh, great. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
I do want to talk more often here. First time I saw Fat Steven and got about the dark in panels for the first time. Yep. And that cast money, I did APY on. I followed him. You followed me back on Twitter. And the cast money thing, Mike is muted. There was 10 people here. How often do you do videos? Well, what was the last time you regular?
As far as doing videos for me, Brandon, that's not really the main focus of the channel. I mainly concentrate on doing live streams. I know it's harder to grow that way, but that's the route I've chosen to take.
What time the stream? What? How long does it take for the StreamYard thing to pop up?
Doesn't take that long at all. As soon as I sign into StreamYard, I can schedule a stream.
What day your next open people will be?
Sometime in May. I don't know when. I have to look at the schedule for that week to decide when's the next week is going to be as far as my availability and everything.
Yeah, I do want to be the first person on.
Well, everybody's welcome to join the open panels.
Okay. Now, I do want to talk more often here. And I used to say the favorite Looney Tune character. Mine's Wilbur and Coyote, of course. And I have.
As you know, my favorite is Yosemite Sam. Always has been.
What about the other people here?
Lola Bunny.
What about the other people's favorite?
Yeah, Lola's cool.
Tasmanian Devil.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Tasmanian Devil.
I think mine is probably Bugs Bunny.
Well, fuck it. I'm going to say Elmer Fudd since nobody did. Why not?
Elmer
Gotta
Fudd's a
love
great
Elmer.
choice, too.
Yeah. Mike took one of mine, too, and I'm like, well, I want to be different than everybody, so let's see. We'll go with some Fudd. Some Elmer.
Me TV on Saturday does the Saturday cartoons with Bugs Bunny. That's pretty cool.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. At 9 o'clock, there's 3 of them. Popeye and Pig Panther at 7, Tom and Jerry at 8, and Looney Tunes at 9. And yep, 7 to 10. On Hero Spectrum is channel 993.
I haven't had cable or satellite in several years now.
You can get it with an antenna. That's what I use.
Yes.
And I get Comet TV, where you can get Stargate, X-Files, Buffy, and then all the monster movies from MGM and all that, because they seem to play a lot of MGM movies on Comet TV, which is pretty cool. And then they got Tales from the Dark Side and Night Gallery and Friday the 13th, the series, which I think was a precursor to Warehouse 13. because they're kind of the same, looking for artifacts to return.
Yep. And those 7 people. Yeah. Mike's favorite. Mine's. And I do premieres on Saturdays between 6 to 8. This Saturday it's going to be at 12 noon.
Okay. And gentlemen, I think now's a good time to go ahead and wrap up the stream.
And just the ending video appeared 1 hour ago.
Well, it happens, Brandon. Sometimes we plan a time when we're gonna wrap up, and then we get into a nice conversation with our guests and ourselves, and we just carry on.
Maybe you should talk about the Looney Tunes things. Maybe talk about the Looney Tunes.
It's okay to blame the fat guy.
I don't blame anybody. I don't blame anybody.
I do say boy.
I know whose fault it is. We know whose fault it is, Mike. It's DJ Ronnie G's. That's who it is.
That's right. It's always DJ's fault.
It is. It must be.
Did you see DJ playing with his turtles the other day? He took them out of the. He was teasing.
He took the turtles out the other day.
Yeah, and he was teasing one of them to climb the cage to get the food, and it kept on falling down.
That's right. Poor turtle, man. It tried though. It tried.
Turtle down. Turtle down.
But you know what's funny? I get people who say, I'm sorry I'm late for the stream. I'm sorry I'm late for the stream. And how many times do I have to tell you?
A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
Plus, these are always fun on the replay.
And you know, like thinking of Lord of the Rings, I'm just like, should I ever watch Rings of Power? I just don't think I should. I really don't.
Well, I mean, you watched Picard, so yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Adam. Yes.
Hey, it washed the bad taste out of your mouth. Make you laugh.
Yeah, you replaced the vomit with shit. Yeah, it's great combination right there.
This out open panels.
I'm sorry, Brandon.
I was talking about Gap After Dark.
I'm sorry. What did you say, Brandon?
Do you do open panels?
No, I'm more just like to put out my toy collection. I'm, and do shorts. That's kind of my time thing that I, when I feel good, that's about all I can really do. I like being on people's channels and stuff like that. And I was on Pop's. I think I was on Pop's stream last week.
Nice.
Pop Talk, showing off some of my collection, and then they didn't believe Yeah, they didn't believe I had a crap load of stuff, and I showed them. They're like, "Holy crap, we gotta get Gap bookshelves or a separate apartment for his collection for a museum." But yeah, I mean, I've got so much stuff. It's not funny, but I haven't really figured out my voice, Brandon. So I'm not sure where I want to go. If that makes sense. I love toys and I love listening to you guys and everything. And, I just haven't really decided if I really want to commit that much time to doing it, but maybe I could do an open panel once a month and have you guys on.
Yeah. Are you still going to focus on a lot of Battlestar Galactica, like the old series? Are you focusing pretty much on the older series that you have enjoyed, or are you going to do other newer stuff in the future?
Well, I'm going to do newer stuff right now. Since there's a lack of entertainment to watch, I'm going back to the old stuff. And I guess V was the latest thing I did. I did do a retrospective on V from the miniseries all the way up. I think I went all the way up to the reboot, at least to the series. And I'd like to focus on stuff like Reacher or,
Reacher was good. It was good. Yeah.
And stuff like that. And then I found that Scottish TV show, The Rig, which is on Amazon, and I really dig the premise of it. it's a nice, slow, steady burn, and it just, I was like at the end of the first season, I was like, ah, crap, we got to wait until they make more. But yeah, I'm going to try to focus on newer stuff. But right now, I've got so much stuff in my collection. I think that's why it seems like I'm focusing on old retro kind of stuff, because I barely have any new stuff. I mean, I just got Darth Vader, to rebuild him from Revenge of the Sith, when they put him on the table and they took his helmet off and they're trying to put him back together. I just got that action figure, but that's still old because that was 2005. So until I blow through, all these toys, but I think Pops is gonna make me do more stuff. So more research. What?
Okay, I can ask a question. When you do your content, do you do like shorts and videos based off franchises, or have you thought about like doing like a week of a certain toy brand or franchise of toys and then make that a playlist, then you move on next week to something else, so you keep it random, that way you can go through your whole collection without feeling like you're focusing on just one?
Well, it seems random to me, although everybody's like, you must really love Star Wars because that's the most videos you have, and then Battlestar Galactica. But I also like, Aliens and Terminator, and, I also like Tombstone, so I just kind of random, whatever hits my mood, I'll make a short real quick and everything. And, I'm not high on the production values, but, I just do it.
Hey, baby, you know what? A cell phone, that's all you need, brother.
Yeah. What about...
Yes, Steven. Still going.
Yes, Steven.
I just thought we'd know.
And going and going.
Don't you know when I'm on the panel, it goes like 8-9 hours. Like every time I'm on the fucking panel. That's why Mike says don't come on for 3 months. I'm just kidding.
Well, usually I get kicked out of Mike's panels, but I'm behaving today. But Fat Steven, that's a good idea, because I sort of thought of doing, that retrospective, but try to cover as much as I can of the toy line and the show at the same time. But there's not really anything new that I really dig, that I think would reach people would be interested in. You know what I mean?
I have an idea. What you can do is, do you ever use the Google Trends thing on Google? Well, you try. I'll send you a link, or just type in Google Trends and use it. And let's say type in let's say Luke Skywalker in that, and see if it's popular, or go through a couple of the like things, because Disney's hot right now because it's burning. Star Wars is hot because it's burning. So you can actually manipulate your content of sharing your figures or toys by seeing what is the most searched for, and then make a shorter video about it, and then make that your focus of the week or a couple days, and then change again.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just used Adobe Photoshop to do my intro and outro, and I'm trying to throw more animation in it. It just seems too smooth. Oh, okay, thanks, Fat Steven.
I have Filmora. If you need some tips and shit. But I have no problem with that. I'm just learning Photoshop. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Fat Steven. Yeah, I mean, it's got so much stuff in the Creative Cloud, and it's like, and then you're thinking, because one of my intros versions I did, I thought, that looks too perfect, and it looks like a real intro to a TV show. Then I was like, well, then people are going to expect my background, if I stream, to look just like my intro. So I'm like, oh well,
Right.
Yep. What about? Yep. That's the cat. Yep. 7. Yep. I usually can't say bad words. My mom will ground me for the eternity.
How old are you?
22.
Okay. Just making sure.
I'm not allowed to say bad words.
Well, then don't. Nobody said you had to.
Adam will make up for it.
Yeah, don't worry. I got you covered.
That's true.
But I will say one thing as well for you guys. I don't know if any of you guys are using Rumble. I would suggest start dual streaming to Rumble if you can.
I'll go over 15
Even if our channels aren't that big yet, Steven, isn't there?
Let's put it this way. I have I'm getting close to the 6K on YouTube, right? But I'm barely on my live streams. If it's a good thing, hitting about 100, 150 views for a live stream. On Rumble, I'm streaming at the same time. I'm hitting anywhere from 300 to 1,000 per live stream.
Wow.
Wow. Jeez. Okay.
And I only have 300 followers on Rumble. That is.
I don't want to go over 15 minutes.
Well, see, here's the thing about my situation with Rumble. I only have 18 followers at the moment. You need 25.
It doesn't matter. You can get more followers. That will happen. You just gotta get people to promote you and shit. There's people out there that will support. We can do that. That anyone.
But here's my question, Steven.
Okay.
Are any of the people from Rumble bringing their asses to YouTube?
Yep. But that's the thing. That was Adam talking, right? Sorry, I was in my Photoshop.
Yeah.
The thing is with Rumble, a lot of people
You
hate
know what
fucking
Rumble
YouTube.
is.
A lot of
I
people
got
hate-
you, bro. I got you.
So you're pretty much creating a secondary place where not only you're already monetizing, can get a subscription base to make some income, you're already hitting a viewer base. They just fixed the Android chat in the app.
Oh, wow.
So you're having a chance to not only get on the front page. Like in gaming, I've been on the front page like a few days a week. Not get on the front page, not the big video, but in the gaming section.
Right.
And people don't interact.
Let me
but
ask
they
you this.
watch. Yeah.
Don't you need 25 followers in order to stream over there for free instead of paying for it?
I don't know. I pay the $10 because I'd rather have unlimited streaming than nothing at all. And $10 is nothing.
Okay.
And then the $10 gives you complete freedom. Then basically, right? You can pretty
Somewhat,
much say
yeah.
what you want. Oh,
You want
somewhat.
me, here, I'll show you right now. I'll bring up my Rumble.
Yeah, dude. Of course.
Okay. I'll go ahead and share it.
So
yeah, because I thought you had to have 25 also. Cool.
To
I
get
love
it
the-
for free, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
I did
it
that.
is.
So this is my Rumble, pretty much Rumble edition. And I use Streamlabs OBS and do the RTMP code every time we do the stream. But look at the views difference. Already, people are actually watching, and it still counts towards paid views in general. Then we're jumping up.
I
had
usually don't go
Adega
over
on
15 minutes.
this Wednesday. I'm getting CC Karaoke for the next making their channel art. But you can see the views are much better than what I'm getting on YouTube because YouTube, ever since Convoy, YouTube has pretty much put whatever it is. That's fine. 635. I
Wow,
would say take
that's
advantage
cool.
right there. Fortnite is big over there. Don't judge me on that one. That's community. But videos are doing crap. Videos do crap. But live streaming is where it's at. If you're a live streamer, I would suggest using that. And I turned off auto sync, and I just make sure it goes straight to there. And,
How do you turn off auto sync from where?
in Rumble, you can just turn it off in Rumble.
Oh, okay. Because I've got I signed up for that because oh gosh, what is their name? Comics Division.
Yeah, you see, this is syncing. This is when I had sync turned on and I was doing it on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
Look at the view difference. It's singles, right?
Yeah.
Now this is when I started live streaming.
Wow. And they're not as tyrannical as YouTube
No, it's
is.
the Wild West right now. That's
Oh,
what they
okay.
called it. It's the Wild West.
What about Odyssey? What's your feelings on Odyssey or
I don't-
Gilded?
I don't use Odyssey, period. But I'm saying if the opportunity's there, Rumble's a good choice.
Okay, that's cool.
I don't think Odyssey will ever make it, man. It's all right for a backup, but that's about it. Yeah.
Their UI and their whole library coin system is more confusing than trying to go through the help page on YouTube.
Yeah, he's not
That
wrong.
says a lot.
Yeah.
And all I'm using Odyssey for is to back up everything that's on this
I don't
channel.
really use Odyssey that much. I don't
you-
really use Odyssey that much.
So, Steven, you said you don't use StreamYard to send it to Rumble. You use what?
I use Streamlabs OBS. When Gamecaster shut down, I did the swap over to there, and Streamlabs has been fantastic. I pay for the Ultra, which is like $19 a month. They have a thumbnail maker in there. They have
Wow.
pre-made overlays, backgrounds, be right back screens. Everything's there at your disposal to edit and change, and it has been great.
So, Streamlab OBS.
Yeah,
Mike-
Streamlabs
Mikey-
OBS.
Mike
I
does
use
that
it too.
Yeah.
And
So-
one of the screens I use right now, Gap, is called Dream of the Future. And the
Yeah.
whole reason why I picked that is because I'm a big Back to the Future fan. And that's pretty much
Here.
their homage to Back to the Future.
So, like your sports talk, Mike, is that what you use
Yes,
to make that cool
that-
graphics?
That's what I use to stream the box score. When I do the graphics, I'm using Photoshop to create all the graphics, unless I can find some that are already pre-rendered.
Oh, okay.
I make all my starting screens. I'll even show you. I'll mute it, but that is because it's licensed to my channel. But I have it down there. Like I do all my own. It was there.
Hold on. Yeah, I know.
So when I do my
StreamYard is giving me trouble.
I did this in Filmora, and I just
Wow.
a picture with that, and they have all the free stuff there because I pay for Filmora.
That is freaking awesome.
How much do you pay for the Filmora?
I don't remember. And
Okay.
the eye glowing is part of one of the effects. They have free stuff available. I'll have to look up for you, but like,
All right,
there's
dude.
stuff out there. Photoshop I paid for because I needed to start learning it, as well as Park Place has a university professor teaching me shops, so I'm getting better. That avatar
Nice,
actually
yeah.
came from AI art, and I just made it a PNG, and then I have unlimited stuff. There's resources out there at your disposal. The problem is everyone has the biggest thing. It's the amount of time people have to do this stuff, right?
Right. And can you make like a cool intro, like Pops has, or when I watched Universal Toy Collectors, it looks like the Universal Studios intro. I mean, the Universal
You can find
pictures.
pre-made templates that you can edit for most software, yes.
Okay. And what about the music on Rumble? I got slapped because I used I was gonna do something on the $6 Million Man, and they heard the bionic thing, and I got slapped with a thing, and it was in my intro over music that they approved us. So I'm like, okay, well, all right.
Well, if it was under 10 seconds, they should just not be a little bee about it. But you can probably find a copyright version that sounds similar, or look into things like Netflix or Technoax, which are royalty copyright-free music bands on YouTube, or Epidemic Sound. There's a whole bunch of stuff out there.
Cool. Well, I definitely appreciate all this stuff because it's really cool. And to me, you're what you do, Fat Steven. I love it. I lurk a lot, but you got a lot of good stuff to say.
You're one of those, aren't you? You're one of those.
Yes, I'm a lurker.
Yes, we are. That's how we roll, baby.
Yeah, I'm lurking, and I'm like.
Oh, okay.
Secret's out.
Oh shit! I'm gonna change my name to Insecure.
Lurking and working, baby.
But you're entertaining, and you're not boring, and Mike is entertaining and not boring. And
Yes, but Gap, the thing is, Steven plays a game. He doesn't die that much. I play a game. I die.
I know. I remember that Mike died every one of our other moderators besides me, Kathy Skywalker. We kept on counting how many times Mike died every 60 seconds until he improved where he died every 2 minutes.
You could have a die-off.
Well, I'll say this, that if you ever do any kind of gaming Gap on your channel and stuff, don't play Saints Row 2, man. I tried, but jeez.
I love it. You got me hooked on that damn game. I swear, even though you can't drive the damn streets, but I like that game.
That game is tough to drive in that. I don't know, but really, I tried. I kept trying to make that game work, and he said you can do some tweaking, and it was a mess. And I said, "The hell with this! I can't stream this again." One of the few games, just a mess.
Well, I don't want to stream because I don't want to make Mike look better. I'd probably die every 5 seconds, but I don't want to.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, man, we have I get
well, you know what?
Play my GameCube.
Look, he's in this community and stuff, but there's got to be something that we can trick Paul with to make him play on tougher difficulties.
Yeah,
there's got to be something. I just. Finding out that he uses the way he plays games drives me nuts. He can do what he wants.
Playing Bro Force yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Hey, Paul, if you listen to this, I know you put My Little Pony as your #1 on your list.
No, my.
Damn.
But I mean, he was making some improvements. He had Persona. He was playing Persona 5 Royal on normal, and then just to spite me, he goes, "I'm going to start playing on easy again." I said, "You son of a bitch."
You want to know why he does that? Because it's our thing.
Yes,
between
it
us.
is. It's just funny, but he should
Master
He
Paul,
should-
the Star Wars guys.
Oh yeah, Spider
Yes,
Torque,
Matt.
yes.
Yes, Spider Torque.
I missed your bro gaming thing, bro. What was it,
Bro Force.
Bro
it's called.
Force.
Bro Force?
Bro
How was
Force.
that? I missed that.
It was fun. I don't know if it's going to be a game that I'm going to stream a lot on the channel,
No,
but
maybe
for
like
yesterday,
once
because
or twice or something.
Brandon
yeah.
had gifted it to me, I thought, you know what? I'm going to stream it, and I'm going to invite Brandon to the stream, and then Paul's watching. He said, "Can I join?" I said, "Yeah, sure."
Yeah.
'Cause I just do that, you know.
You should have a
But-
game where everybody can get on there and play. You know, like
Among Us.
Well,
Among Us.
Among Us, can you do that? But
There's an easier way though too. What you just do is you have something called Drunk Box Nights, and what you do is you have a shot and you play Jackbox games with the chat.
oh, Jackbox is fun to play on stream.
Yeah.
Jackbox,
What's that other
Yeah.
one where you put the word in the
Gaelic phone or something or some Gaelic phone?
Yeah, and it's like a TV clip or a movie clip, and you have to put the name. You have to fill in the blank, and those are hilarious.
Uno, Monopoly, simple games like
Yeah,
that.
Uno's good
can
too,
Ruin
yes.
friends too. Yeah.
Yeah,
I would love
definitely.
to get more people. Like the thing is, a lot of people don't do the same hours I do, but like that's why,
Right.
like I said yesterday, I'm starting a new channel that's not associated with this one just for pop culture. But I'm still keeping the gaming channel because I want to start getting back into pop culture. But gaming is fun. It's probably finding people who have. That's why I do Fortnite. People mock it, whatever, yada yada yada. But Fortnite is one of the
Right.
simplest games out there. That's on every console.
It is.
every
I
platform,
agree
and
with
it's
that, man,
cross-play,
yes.
It's cross-platform.
Yes, it
and
is.
It's cross-talk.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
everyone that's in the chat eventually gets to talk to each other and try to work as a team in a game where we all yell at 12-year-olds. So either way, I get free content.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Crit plays Fortnite, so you might want to talk to him.
Use
He-
creator
he-
code Fat-Steven Seagal in the item shop. There's my grift. There you go.
But no,
yeah.
I've got to get in on one of those streams one of
They're
these
open
Saturdays.
policy, pretty much.
I know, brother. I know. But here's my thing. There are times I'd rather
You're racist,
watch somebody.
I know. I'm white, bro. Come on.
I'm white too.
That's why it's funny. You pause for a minute, like my brain just reset.
But you know, some games I'd rather just watch people play it and yell at each other.
Yeah.
And not die every 30 seconds.
Well, I'll probably infuriate Steven because I'm the guy that's going to go and Rambo everything.
How many times have I yelled at people except for Arwen who keeps stealing my gold? I don't yell at anyone. I yell
I
at
know,
trolls in
brother.
my
Arwen,
chat.
Arwen
you might-
steals your gold.
I'm being serious. You might end up yelling at me because I'm going to be the guy that's going to go
Nah.
charge.
There's only 3 people I've ever yelled at or canceled a stream of because of their attitude on stream.
Mhm.
And most of them I don't talk to anymore.
Yeah, that makes sense, too.
But other than that, no, it's not just that. I get to sit back and they're like, well, why aren't you playing? Because this is about the people who are paid members. They get to come on and have a good time with other paid members. I'll jump in when I can, but it's fun watching the interaction of other people. That's the whole point.
Right.
I'm also lazy as shit, but that's a different story. But it's funny that it's good that way. It's simple, but it works, right? Like I would love doing
Yes.
panels all the time, but it's like I'm on these computer pretty much Monday to Sunday, almost 8 to 10 hours a day. I do my live streams, and then I'm working on graphics for Park Place and/or Valiant, and then I'm doing a stream at night, and then it's repeating
Uh-huh.
every day of the week.
Yeah.
And it's fun. I love learning Photoshop. I hate the UI. I love being able to just do what I want to do. Everyone likes being their own boss.
Yeah, Photoshop is pretty cool.
It is.
Yeah, I've got the Creative Cloud that has all the stuff in it.
Mhm.
I love it. I love it. And then what about Photopea?
No, I just use PicMonkey and Photoshop. That's about it.
Okay, yes. Pops told me to check out Photopea or something, but it's kind of just pops on the screen and no tutorials, but it's kind of like Photoshop, but it's free, so
I don't know.
And you know, that's another thing. I've had a friend say to me, "Well, how were you able to create that intro?" I said, "Because I've watched tutorials. I'm still watching tutorials on how to do different
my
things."
God, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
it
so
never
addicted
ends.
to color theory videos
Yep.
right now. Color
Yep.
theory is like the
Doesn't matter.
association of what complements colors and stuff and what doesn't.
Dark and panels.
So let's say orange and blue go good together because blue is calming, yet orange is an action color, a color of movement. So that's why I'm kind of working with those colors more. There's so much out there on YouTube where these videos will just interlink, and you're like, "Fuck, I got an idea," and then you watch the next video, like, "Okay, now I want to do this," and then everything like it's fantastic. The learning part of Photoshop, especially with YouTube or any type of those videos, are great.
Yeah, and DJ Ronnie G asked, how helpful is a drawing tablet, if at all?
It depends if you want. If you're going to be comfortable using it, and just give it a shot. You still have 30 days to return it to Amazon. Sorry, I don't promote that. You know what I mean? Or you can just put a plate in there or whatever. I don't know how people use Amazon anymore. The worst thing is, if you haven't tried it and you want to and you never do, then isn't it a regret?
Yeah, it is.
I would say so.
I'm not perfect. You're asking the wrong guy here. I'm learning as I go, man. I'm definitely not perfect.
But what are probably some other games that a lot of us could play together? I mean, there's Turtles, but I would think people are kind of
look at Steam. See what works on Steam and what's cross-platform. Look at the RPGs they have that are cross-platform. Like, I know that a lot of people aren't a huge fan of battle royales, but there's enough out there. Fuck, just imagine going to Fall Guys and stuff, or doing card battle.
Isn't there a lot of people we play Valhelm or some? Yeah, true. Yeah, those wouldn't be bad choices at all, actually. And then what was it? State of Decay. How many people can we play with that, Mike?
4.
4. Okay.
Yeah, for State of Decay 2, to be more specific, it's up to 4 players. I mean, I had at one point where I was playing that game by myself, and my character was in bad shape, and I was able to make it back to base. And that's because I had to be wise and use stealth on my way back. I had to make sure any areas that were heavily populated by zombies, I look on the map to try to find ways around it.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, even trying to find ways around it, you still run into other areas that have zombies. So it really puts you on your toes sometimes. There was one time where I was streaming with Chaos. You know Chaos. He goes by many names. TKO,
Yes,
Pit Viper.
Of course.
Well, I was streaming with him and another user called Silver Mist. And we were playing State of Decay 2. And this Juggernaut came out of nowhere. Well, Chaos and Silver run like hell. Me, because I'm the guy with the explosive, says, I have some mines. I'm going to lay down some mines and tease that Juggernaut to come after me. And that's exactly what I did. So every time the Juggernaut got close to the mine, I would set it off. And it took up to 5 mines to take down this Juggernaut because we weren't playing on the easiest mode. We were playing on the second hardest mode.
Sure.
And Chaos and Mist, because we're talking in Discord, they're all, what's that explosion? Where's Pacific? Where's Mike? I'm battling that Juggernaut. They hear the first boom. They hear the second boom. They hear the third. They hear the fourth. They don't hear the fifth right away because I'm trying to get away from the Juggernaut, and it's lifted me up, and somehow I managed to get my character loose. So I lure the Juggernaut back to that 5th mine, set it off, and it's defeated.
Wait, how did you lure it off? Was it like a van of candy, or were you just holding like a pudding pop like Bill Cosby?
It was a pudding pop.
It was a pudding pop.
And demonetized.
Well, I'm not monetized anyway, so
give it time.
Well, guys, I got to get going. Thanks, Mike. Good to see all you
You're
guys.
welcome, Cap.
Nice to
Have a
meet
good
you.
one, guys.
Good to
Nice to
see
meet
you,
you,
Cap.
Fat Steven.
You say
I
that
got to
now,
go feed.
I'm waiting for the twit longer.
So I got to get going and feed 100 animals. Oh, Lord. All right, everybody have a good night.
You too, Cap. Thank you for hopping on,
Later,
brother.
Cap.
All right.
Talk to you soon, man. Yeah, there's State of Decay. There's stuff like Stardew Valley that that can be relaxing, and there's certainly Jackbox is definitely a good one, Jack Party Box or whatever. Even like Fat Steven said, Uno's not a bad choice either. It's just yeah.
We're running out of people here.
That's okay. It's getting late, and people have other things to do.
You guys here? Can I ask a favor of opinion?
Sure, man. Go for it.
Sure.
All right, where is it? Here we go. So I'm trying to figure it. I got the slogan already down, right? So now I'm trying to rebuild the banner in a certain way. What do you guys think of that so far?
It's pretty cool, dude.
I'm liking it because you have the white to help contrast the font, and the black also helps bring out the font too.
Thanks.
Yeah, I like it, dude.
Don't get addicted, kids.
Photoshop is, like I said, it's pretty cool. I've got to start doing more with that.
I was intimidated with the UI, but eventually got to learn it. It's so good.
I mean,
Thanks for
even when
having me, Mike. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Anytime, Steven, you're always welcome to come on.
But I'm always busy.
I know. That's why I try not to bug you, bro.
Well, it's not like we can't find Fat Steven. I think some of us.
If you
are
make a
in
gravitational
Discord.
pull joke at this point, I'm going to hurt you.
We can all fight Fat Stevens.
No.
He floats too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just
with
like
my head down.
It's right that like Fortnite is something that people jump into. I know Arwen does, and Daryl, and you,
Who
Fat
do you
Steven,
think
and
got them all into it?
I'm sure you did.
It's like a cult.
But it is easy to jump in and jump out.
Yeah.
But it would also be cool to play stuff like the forest with some people.
Open a Minecraft server and just have
Yeah,
like, drunk
Minecraft
crafts
server.
and
Yeah,
shit.
that could be
just
fun.
stuff like
Yeah.
that. And that's pretty much
Definitely,
easy to do.
dude.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Even like getting like SNES emulators, you can find a way to with the net play option. You guys can play like original Mario Kart or have Street Fighter tournament. Like all that stuff is available.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah. Do what you love. Make sure you have the people around you that like it just as much as you do, and just have a good time, man. It's weird, but it's the channel is part of you, man.
Yeah, and part of having a good time is just being yourself.
I feel like a
Absolutely.
YouTube preacher. I'm gonna stop talking now.
But yeah, there's definitely some games. I don't know. Do we ever want to play Turtles again, Mike, and get a group of people to play that?
I'm so down. Let's go. I downloaded Shredders, but I don't have 6 people to play. I want to play that with like a full 6.
Ooh.
That'd be so fun. We can do it.
I've done it once or twice or 3 times.
Shredders Revenge. Let's go. Like,
Yeah.
I'll be April.
We got to the end on the hardest difficulty, but we had some people leave, and then we couldn't finish. It was kind of disheartening.
I'm super down though for something like that.
Or you could be like me. Remember what I had you, Steven, and Common Sense America, also known as.
That sounds disgusting.
Ooh, I had you. It was a trinity.
There was.
Mike is going full hand banana. You tonight. You.
Okay, let me rephrase my wording here.
In my concubine, you will be a part of my concubine tonight.
Put on the Kool-Aid costume. I'm going. Oh yeah, tonight.
Let me rephrase myself.
You're gonna bust the
There
wall
was
like you busted
Cash Money. There was Fat Steven, Common Sense America, also known as the Smoking Patriot, and myself. Yes, Steven, you called me out, rightfully so. You called me a dick because I didn't tell you guys that I put it on the hardest difficulty.
Yeah,
rightfully so. For these casuals, these people, these simps that go into easy mode.
Easy mode. If I could just break, I know it's Paul's stream, but if I could just break him out of that habit. He started with Persona 5 Royal, and he was on normal difficulty, and now he wants to go back
I'm sorry,
to easy.
but you will never impress me when you beat a game on easy mode. I'm like, okay, good.
But my whole
beat it
reason
on
for
Baby Town Frolics.
Okay.
My whole reason for bringing that up is because we still had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. That's the greatest part about it. Just have some
Yeah, it
fun.
was fun. It was fun. I guess it's
problem
going to be
there.
tough to find a game that has like you can play 6 players together. I know there's some,
There's
but
so many there. Yeah. It's very like minimum that are that many players that are good.
I guess even some of those Lego games though they're only co-op though, so
But yeah,
which
I'm
can be
super down.
fun.
I have Shredder's Revenge. If you guys ever want to play, I'm super down. It's like a gig. It costs nothing on your hard drive if you want to download it. It's
I
so
already
small.
have it downloaded.
Yeah, yeah. For like anyone that wants to play, it's like a gig. It's so small.
And of course,
That
like
costs
Dying
nothing.
Light, that's only co-op. I don't think that's any.
I will not touch that after playing anymore. After playing Dead Island.
Oh, really? Is Dead Island feels a lot better?
They improved a lot from the first two.
Really? Okay, I'll have to look into that.
But you know, all it takes is the right group of people,
Yes.
the right game, and you can have a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. I'm all for that. I just want to have a good time with people. That's 100%.
Fallout 76, 8 players, private server. but no
that ain't
crossplay.
that.
That's
Yeah.
not Fallout 76. Not for me, Kitty Bear. I know you play it. Phil McCracken plays it.
Easy mode enabled. That's a perfect game to talk about. Yeah. If you're easy mode enabled, that's perfect for you, right? Before you like go into the real difficulties of that game.
Well, I mean, MMOs can be even fun to play. But
Oh, I love
still,
MMOs. World of Warcraft and then Star Wars: Old Republic is my list of like the greatest I've ever played. And then I don't know. I don't know what be third. None of these games deserve it.
I mean, even
World of
TF2
Warcraft.
is still fun to play, even though it's went free to play.
World of Warcraft and then Star Wars: The Old Republic for me.
They have ruined
Second.
Neverwinter. They have ruined it.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, they took away the leveling system to get to endgame.
Yeah.
So you're pretty much just doing quests for gear, and that's it. It's
Stupid. That's really dumb, man.
That is.
I mean, one game I would suggest that a lot of us could play is Overwatch 2, but the direction they went with that game, I'm just no.
It's not worth it. Yeah, Blizzard's like a money hungry corporation now. Like that, all they want is money.
I
mean,
would even
before I might
recommend. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're right. No, like Blizzard's like just a fucking money hungry fucking piece of shit these days. Like they used to be like all about the people. They fucking suck.
Yeah, it's I just when I played Diablo, I mean my friend is already sold on it. She's sold on Diablo 4. I played the beta. If it was a lot of fun, yeah, we get a group together, but it just feels like Diablo 3 copy and paste, and some of the cutscenes are cool, but the stuttering's going to be a problem again, just like Diablo 3. I know they're working on the servers, but
They don't have any original ideas. They're just banking off what worked. Like, oh, Necromancer class, people like Necromancer. Fucking, we'll put a Necromancer in there. It's like, damn, dude, come on.
if that deal finally gets done with Microsoft, and whenever that happens, and they were talking about they want to bring StarCraft back and so on. I mean, that would be great, but what are they? Who's gonna? Are they gonna do it justice exactly?
Because StarCraft is so amazing.
That's
their
pretty
bread
cool,
and
Kitty
butter.
Bear.
And
Yeah.
they fucked it with like they tried to introduce like the one sniper as like the leader of the whole entire thing. It's like she's whatever, but like she doesn't lead the whole thing.
Yeah, but there's definitely games out there that we can still find that we can play together, and
Yeah. Oh yeah.
so just have to look for them.
The Old Republic. That was a good MMO. Before they made it all like bullshit,
it's
free to play. Before they
the
like free to play like
story content.
bullshit,
Yeah,
the whole thing. Yeah, it was a fun ass game. Me and my buddy had a good time like beating that entire game, just the two of us. We were like 2-man dungeons and shit. It was so fun.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Mike?
I was gonna say it's almost 7 o'clock. I'm getting a little
Yeah.
hungry. Need to start moving around.
Okay, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you for letting me.
Oh,
Thanks for
not a
having us.
problem, brother.
Yeah, Steven,
Hey.
if we
Nice to meet you
will,
guys. Thank you.
yeah, we'll look into some games and we'll see what
You have to get in touch with my assistant because you know how busy
your
I am.
assistant,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Your
yeah,
assistant.
No,
But
I still
yeah,
have
we'll
Shredders.
look into it.
Less than a gig. We should play that together. That'd be fun. Six people. That's.
Oh, it
It's
is. It's
less
a
than
lot
a
of fun.
gig. It's so small too. That game.
It's a lot of fun.
But I do want to thank everybody who was here, whether they're still here on the panel, whether they were on the panel earlier. Thank you to everybody. Pat, Steven, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it, brother. Gap, thank you for joining. Apion, thank you for joining. We had Spartacus earlier. Black Dragon was here earlier.
Yes.
Real Weight Nation Gaming Clips was here earlier.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And we also had Jet Sparks here earlier. Thank you very much. Of course, Master Paul, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, guys. And to everybody who was here in the chat, thank you very much. Like I said, Tuesday, I'll be streaming more Scars Above. That'll start at 6. And of course, Adam, thank you for being here, brother. I didn't forget
It's
you.
good seeing you again, Adam.
It's all good, man. All good. Thanks for doing the show, and I was glad I caught it. Thanks for remembering, Mike. That really meant a lot to me personally. So thank you for remembering, brother.
Oh yeah.
I try to, because when somebody tells me something, I try to remember it. This way I don't have to ask them over and over and over again. But thank you all. And Steven, if you'd like to promote your channel right now, feel free.
Huh? You don't have to. Thank you. You know where I am.
I know where you're at. Just in case somebody comes along later, I'll go ahead and post your link into the chat.
I'm not going to promote the channel, but this Wednesday we have CC Karaoke coming on for the Wednesday stream. Is where we just kind of chat for about 3 hours while I build their channel art. That offer for Wednesday show is open to anyone who needs new channel art. Just got to give me a heads up and have 3 hours
Nice.
to spend. And
Okay.
yeah, that's about it. We did Adega last week, and the week before that we did Mags's channel art. So yeah, if you ever need something, just hit me up, man. I'm never too busy just to book something or work with something. That's it. I work for it, but I have no problem setting aside time for other things. Also, we have a special guest coming up after Vegas to the channel, and that's going to be a one-on-one interview, and I'm trying to schedule things out with Chuck Dixon.
Oh, that's going to be a great
nice.
one.
Yeah,
Well, that'll be his
yeah
third
Jace,
time back.
Jace knows him.
So do I. I have
Yeah,
his
and,
phone number. Yeah.
it's funny.
I don't call him because I'm afraid he's going to be like, who is
Right.
this new phone? It's going to be like a rotary phone. How did he text with the rotary? What the fuck?
That would
you.
take a
Thank
lot
you
of
for having
time.
me, guys.
Yeah, spin that around a lot.
But yeah, we'll find a game or two to play, and we'll see
I
what
hope
we
I
can
see you
find.
guys on Rumble and just give it a shot. Really, I think.
All right.
You guys, I think
Okay.
everyone should take the opportunity.
All right.
You know what would be fun is like Friday the 13th or one of these like games that's for a community.
I give it a shot. I mean, Cash, you and I were talking about this last night. What about Evil Dead?
Yeah, Evil
Yeah.
Dead, a good game. I have that
Would
game.
you?
I'd be down to
Would
play
you?
that with
Do you have
y'all.
Evil Dead, Fat Steven? Or
I
Yeah,
bought it
that'd be-
on release, and
We
it then
should play
became
that
free on
together.
PlayStation Plus, but it's not bad.
It's not
would you
the
want to
best
play it
game.
again?
With you? No, I'm racist. What are you talking about? I hate all white people.
I know. We're
He really hates fat people, is what it is.
But is that no? But like seriously,
I'd
is
be
that
so
something
down.
you would be interested in playing again?
Maybe. It just
Okay.
depends on the day. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Is maybe, but yeah, sure.
I'd be
Okay.
so down to play that with y'all.
Cool.
Get like
I
a
got some
Evil
other
Dead
people
party
that
or
want to
something.
play that too. Okay.
Hell yeah, dude. That's the problem with that game. You need to have like a good party. That'd make it so fun. Like
Yeah.
everybody involved.
Just got to make sure the day is good for everybody, and it's all set. Yeah.
Except for Friday evenings. Friday evenings are my Fridays off. I
Okay.
don't do any streaming.
Okay. I'll remember that.
All right. So thank you all so very much. I mean, for as long as we've gone, those of you that have stuck around through the whole show, thank you very much. For those who have lurked, thank you very much. For those who have come in and out, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. Until Tuesday's Scars Above stream, this is Mike. And remember, I'm not just a baseball guy, I'm an all around guy. Take care, everyone.
This has been a test of the emergency hypnotoad system. Had this been an actual hypnosis,